Plymouth, Wisconsin. Let's just say to Des Moines somewhere. That's a good ballpark estimate. Might go. Don't know how far actually I'll get before I stop for a break. Get this public. That way you guys can actually see me talking live and not just seeing recording of this. Alright. We are now live in public. Morning, James. Tired of these foot problems. I don't know if it's a re-aggravation of bad bone, like a broken bone, whatever, or PF or what, but yeah, I'm limping pretty decent again. Yeah, I'm in a doctor right now waiting for him to finish loading me. Once my light turns green, I can run inside and get my bills and head out of here. We'll let a few more people get online or whatever, and I'll talk more about route and weather planning kind of stuff. Stock market's all stupid again today. On panicking, and my TSP group, because I run that group, I'm on freaking out like, I want to move my money to G Fund, which is the safe fund, or either the bond market fund, and it's like right now is a bad time to be doing that. Man, if you're moving based on panic, you're moving for the wrong reason. Like, just relax, quit watching the damn news, quit logging into your account, quit paying attention to your account balance, just back off, let it go. And sooner or later the markets and the economy are going to recover from this, and prices are going to go shooting right back up, and you don't want to be making a mistake of moving your money out of your stock fund accounts and then find out the market takes back off without you. Hey, what's up, Sean? But not really bad day with my PTSD. Damn, that sucks. Sell Mortimer. What's up, Mish? Alright, red light still, but I'm not sure how much longer they'll be here. I've been in the doctor just over an hour now, so I don't think it'll be a hell of a lot longer. And of course, you guys know I'm in Plymouth, Wisconsin, watching oil and big board implode again. Yeah, S&P 500 hit its circuit breaker. Well, actually, the stock exchanges within like not even a minute after the stock market opened, and then it shot down over 10% down, but then it settled and it's back up a little bit. So it's still down a pretty good amount, but yeah, just I tell everybody, just relax, quit watching your damn accounts. Most of these stocks are going to go right back up as soon as people stop panicking and just get back to normal life again. And it's a temporary problem. Hopefully it'll be done within a couple of weeks. A lot of cheap buying opportunities, man. That is so true. So true. Now, I do expect there will be some hits on economic growth and corporate earnings because of this, but I don't think it will be as bad as they're pricing in. I mean, when they're pricing in a more than 40% drop, it's basically if you take whatever the actual value of the index is, the implied value is, and then find the gap between that and the actual price, and double whatever that gap is. That's about what I usually say the priced in value is. So if, let's just say the S&P 500 is down 20% from the point where I think it's valued at, that means to me the market's pricing in a 40% drop in earnings. We haven't seen any kind of drop in earnings. They've been up this quarter, and they were expected to be down a little bit, but they're up. And next quarter, we don't know. They might report higher. It's already March, and the next wave of earnings, the big wave of earnings that'll come in again will be in late April, early May, and the quarter's already most of the way done by now. So I don't think it's going to impact corporate earnings reports as markedly as people are pricing it in as. I say, and I say they'll recover. Once all this hysteria ends, I don't think there'll be much to worry about. It's just, hey, just relax, go do something fun, go out for a hike or something, or just get off the damn news, and don't quit watching your damn retirement accounts. They'll do fine. If you're in individual stocks, that's more of a concern naturally, because individual companies can go bankrupt. But if you're invested into a good company for the right reasons, you don't have to worry about that, because you should already have done your homework and know that they're in a financially secure situation, even if they're a big company. How much debt do they have? How much are they operating on their own cash? That could make a big deal there. Stock index funds, though, if you're in a retirement account, whatever, those are stock index funds. Yeah, so you're investing in a fund that has 500 or even 4,000 companies in that single fund. One company goes bankrupt, so what? They get replaced in the index by someone else who's in better shape. And the indexes are always designed to always go upward in value over the long term. So that's the best advice I can give for any of you guys who have anything like that going on. Don't panic. Don't move out of your stock fund position just because you see a leak in your account. Just kick back, relax. It'll come back up, I guarantee it. I still got a red light here. Hey, good morning, Linda. Real crisis happens, we are screwed fast. Yeah. Now, someone asked about this in the JCT group this morning too. Like, what do we think how it'll affect us in the reefer industry? And my take on it is it's much like what happened with the tariffs. Everyone's in a panic. They're starting to buy up everything they can. So now stores are trying to like crazy to keep themselves stocked up. Got a new message to my truck. Let me pull it up real quick. It's kind of an oddball time. Oh, it's someone. Yeah, it's a driver. My DM wants me to call and mentor on, I guess, on trip sheets or something. 4. All right. Yeah, she asked me Friday, but I was sleeping. She wanted me to come by come over to her desk when I was still at the yard on Friday, but I was sleeping and didn't wake up till after she had already gone home. So, and then I messaged her on Facebook Messenger and asked her, hey, what was up, and so I was like, I guess I'm gonna wait till Monday. She had a sticky note on her desk that she was intending to give me, but didn't know that I was sleeping. Alright, anyway. Okay, Linda, you're on your way to see the doctor again. Alright, hopefully you get some good news on that. And definitely have to get back on here and let us know how long before you'll be able to get back on the road. When you can take that cast off and all that. Alright. Anyway, like I was saying, I think I was talking about stock index funds still. Yeah, they're always designed to go upward in value. one company goes bankrupt, you're not losing all your money like you will if it's in an individual company, or at least all the money that's in that particular position. I don't think it's really even possible for a stock index fund to go bankrupt, unless it's the stock index manager, the whatever institution that is that manages the fund goes bankrupt. But then, even then, the positions will probably get bought up by some other manager or some other institution that's in better shape. So even then, I don't think it's really anything much to worry about. Alright, the film's still going in. I think you're getting toward the back of the trailer though, because the gap between when I can film going into the trailer and when I can go when I think they're going back out or something, it's not very large gap, so it tells me they're probably getting more to the back of the trailer by now. Yeah, for those of you guys who aren't truck drivers, basically as soon as the forklift goes into the back of the trailer, I can actually feel the back of my tractor getting pulled up, because now it's putting more weight on the bottom, on the back of the trailer. So it's like a seesaw. It's when it's imbalanced, pushes down on the back of the trailer and pulls up on the front of the trailer. And when that happens, I can feel it here in the truck. And then I can also feel when they're going through the trailer or whatever, and then same when they go back out. It kind of moves around. Still red. Alright, so I've kind of considered a couple different routes here with this load. And it's going to Southern Cal. The shortest route possible would be I-80 all the way across to Big Spring, Nebraska. And then I-76 down from there to Denver, and then I-70 across from there to I-15. But we're not supposed to be on I-70 west of Denver during this time of year at JCT, so I will not be going that way. Then I have to consider what are my alternatives. If it was maybe a month later in the year, I could consider taking that route, but in March, no, especially when there's a storm coming. The first viable alternative to me is to take I-80 all the way across to the Salt Lake City area and then go down I-15 from there. It's about a 50-mile longer route going that way. But there is a storm coming in, and I think Cody will get through there before the storm comes in, but I don't think I will make it in that area by the time it starts getting hit by snow. So I'm not really inclined to go through Wyoming. So I'm going to probably bypass that route, much as I'd prefer to go that way, especially with so much flat terrain there. You can just keep a solid 70 miles an hour all the way down and get good miles out of some of these shifts. But if I'm expecting the Wasatch Mountains over there in eastern Utah and going into Wyoming to get snow before I even get over there, and who knows, I mean, the Elk Mountain area might turn to crap by the time I get over there. Because, see, today I don't really plan to drive too many miles, maybe 400 or so, because I don't want to end my shift too late in the day. I'm not going to sit here and fight for a place to park. So I'm going to get far enough today where I can have basically less than 200 mile, maybe less than 600 mile shifts I can run the rest of the way in, and then put myself in a position where I can run more desirable hours too. It's Sylvia. I don't know if I don't think she's on here right now, but that's a good strategy for me to help her with. Like right now, it's 2,100 plus miles from here to Zilmar, and I'm going to stop at my house on the way, especially when I'm running a day ahead of schedule. So if I'm not going to take the I-80 into Wyoming or Colorado route, The next option will be, there are a couple of other ways I can go that are both going to be longer miles. First one will be basically come down from here over to Des Moines, Iowa, and then take I-35 down through Kansas City and end up down in Emporia, Kansas. I can either go down to Emporia, Kansas, or I can go all the way down to Wichita and then take U.S. highways across from there all the way over to Tucumcari, New Mexico, and then take I-40 across. My plan is to basically take that route over to Emporia and then take U.S. 50. U.S. 50, Kansas 61, and U.S. 54 down to Tucumcari, and then 40 across. It's a little more miles. It's about 100 miles more than the short route, but I won't have to worry so much about getting shut down by weather or anything like that. A friend of mine mentioned me in one of my groups. So that's what's going on, especially running ahead, and I can still do it in the same number of shifts. It's a cool looking dog there. Your laptop is not doing good. I'm going to try the old desktop today. I hate laptops for that reason. They all get too hot. Nice looking dog. Hey, Tara. Alright. So that's the plan, and I know our weather guy at our company, or our weather guru driver, whatever, he's saying that the jet stream's going to turn south, further south, and he says it always, anytime the jet stream goes south, it stirs up a whole bunch of stuff. So, let me break this guy's number down. So I'm probably going to have some interesting weather no matter which way I go, but not really seeing anything expected in the next 2 days as far as snow is concerned. Taking a more southern route. So by then, hopefully I'll be a pretty good distance over already by the time I get into anything, and won't be so likely to run into problems with interstates getting shut down or anything along that line. At least it's something, I should be able to get through it. .252 area code, that sounds familiar. That's not California, I know that, but, or at least I'm pretty sure it's not. It's not my part of California, I know for sure, but sounds really familiar. Maybe I'm mixing it up with 253, which I know is up in the Tacoma area of Washington. Seems like a pretty well-behaved dog there. He's just staying there in the passenger seat. He's got his ears way up, like, where's my owner? Where's my owner? Oh, 252 is North Carolina. Okay, appreciate that. Alright, so I have an idea where the guy is from then. I can get rid of some of these older messages I don't need. Okay, so from here I'm gonna head west on what's this, Highway 23 or whatever it is I'm right next to. Take it over to Fond du Lac. Stop at the Loves over there and scale my load. Let's see, I'm not quite at 60 psi on my load gauge. 55. They're going in and out of the trailer right now. So it's probably going to be a little on the heavier side, but not too bad so far. Alright, yeah, because my load gauge here will say up at 70 psi when I'm at 34,000 pounds on my drive axles. Freightliners, usually if you have a load gauge, it'll be around 60 psi when you get to that point. Mine reads higher though. And my tandems are all the way back, which means it exacerbates the effect on the drive axles. So if it's not even at 60 psi, it's probably a light load so far. But they're not done loading me yet either. I still got a red light. Alright, I gotta cache that. Already turned in the trip sheet for that one, so I don't need it. I'll probably get fuel on I-80. There's a place off of exit 201 in Iowa. That's where I tentatively plan to get my fuel from. Waiting all these old messages I don't need now. Oh, I gotta confirm whether I need that time off anymore at the end of the month, but I might need to take time after this load to get these this APU and truck fixed, because my APU not staying running is why I keep having to idle my truck, and it costs more to run my truck, and I got the check engine light on, and it's probably my DPF system, and it's not giving me a warning at all. It's not giving me anything on my warnings and faults page, so I don't even know what's really causing it. I assume it's the here comes the guy right here with his dog. Really good looking dog there. Morning, Jamie. Truck driver put that toilet paper on flat trailer semi. It was funny. I didn't notice. I don't think I saw what you were talking about there, James. Oh, my light just turned green. Okay, so I'm gonna switch over. Y'all can watch him back in. I'm gonna, once he gets through backing in, I'm gonna run in and get my bills. It's on Scotty's group. Okay. I saw a couple posts on there. Just maybe I didn't look enough at the details of whatever it was. Because I know one of them, I think it was something you had posted, but I think we had already discussed or something. It's like, I'm tired of seeing these empty shelf posts. I don't want to see another damn one of them. It's like, don't show me them. I don't really give a shit. I already know what's going on. Anyway, we'll be back. Alright, so you guys see how I waited for the other truck to back in first, right? There's a good reason for it, because if it needs to reposition, this tractor could come into my, right into my space here where I'm trying to use to get to my truck. So best practice is just wait until they're done. It's not a big hurry. I don't need to be in that big a hurry to get in my truck to where I need to put myself at risk of getting ran over. And if I am in that big a hurry, I could always get in the truck on the passenger side. So, alright. I need to double check my seal information. Yep, that's correct. Set unit at 33 degrees. Okay. So when I pull away and close my doors and seal it up and all that, I'll change my reefer setting. Kind of, oh, it's a lighter load, only 23,000. And like I was mentioning here, my load gauge is not even at 60, it's like 55, and that's with my tandems all the way back. So it means I don't have very much weight on my drive tires. Like I say, I'd be up at 70 psi if I was up at 34,000 pounds, and if I had a heavy load with my tandems all the way back, I would expect it to be even higher than 70 until I slide the tandems. So yeah, this is what I'm seeing on the gauge is consistent with what I'm seeing here, but I still want to take a look at what's I'll take a look at what the load looks like too, and I'll put my load locks in if they haven't already done it for me. To get out of here. I might not even have to stop in Fond du Lac if it's as light as it looks like it is. Come over here to the kind of out of the way. Like he's getting ready to come into these spots right here in front of me. So, oh, yeah, I do need to slide that. Off duty. Okay, be back. seal and my enforcer lock. Them on and send my departure and we get out of here. They put the load locks on for me, made it easier for me. Alright, just gotta send that departure stuff. A Latin gang running an Italian cheese company. All restaurants, cooks with a stinky eye are there. Alright, we'll get this departure information sent. Depart shipper 0316 at 10 o'clock. Sounds good. Temp plus 33. Plus 33. I've got to double check if I need continuous or start stop. Start stop. Okay. Sure, it's cheese. What else would it be here besides cheese? Of course. Assorted cheeses. So don't worry about we're trying to rob my truck. I don't have toilet paper on here. Some of these people. S002 9141 23034 for the weights. 453,505. I'll just say 4 on fuel. Okay, good to go. Now I'll get out of here. Have on mute at foot surgeon. Okay, that's all right. I'll be here. Yeah, I'll get rolling. Oh, shit. I gotta side cams first. I already unlocked them. I just gotta move them. Yeah. Looked like I had a pin I didn't want to release. Alright. I don't like my cams being too far forward, so I'm gonna check. The pins are almost at the 39.6 hole, but just behind them. Hey, what's up? 29. Yeah, correct. That's the one. All right, yeah, I'm leaving my shipper right now, so oh man, she's ah ah yeah. Hey, I need to get out of this lot, and I'm not going to be on the phone while I'm doing it. So you can call me back in about 5 minutes if you want. Either or, that's fine. But I don't do phone calls when I'm checking out. So cool. Bye. All right. Okay. Yeah, I was saying to him, there's certain places I don't do phone calls. When I'm getting off the freeway, I don't do calls. When I have business to do with somebody else, whether it's here or even at a truck stop, whatever, I don't do calls either. And when I'm doing personal business, which like means toilet time, it's I don't do calls. I don't know how some people do, but it's just kind of. Hey, yeah, I asked them in the office if I had to do it here or anywhere, and they said it doesn't matter as long as. I learn the hard way sometimes.
Oh, yeah?
Thanks.
Yep.
Have a good day.
Yeah, let's check that then.
Okay. Tara, sounds good. Alright, off we go. Into the wild black yonder. Or gray yonder, whatever. I've got a car coming from the left. Yeah, my load gauge is way down at like 30 now, so. But if the load does go all the way to the back, again, it's going to be pretty late. Gonna bother with stopping in Fond du Lac. I'm just gonna make my way over to Highway 151 and keep rolling. Just enough to where I can run maybe just under 600 mile shifts the rest of the way there. That way I'm not driving too late during the day and having to show up at full truck stops, ideally. Alright, Highway 23 westbound is where I'm going. That'll get me from here in Plymouth to Fond du Lac. I'll get on US 151 southbound over there by Fond du Lac and pretty much take it all the way into Cedar Rapids. Consider taking Highway 1 down when I get closer to Cedar Rapids, but I might just go ahead and stay on 151. And what's that? Take 380 or Wisconsin border along US 151. So if you locate Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, which is directly west of me by about 20 miles, a little over 20 miles, you can find US 151 from there. It'll take you down from there towards Cedar Rapids. Okay there, my check engine light went off for a second and I felt like I had more power, and then all of a sudden it came back on. Anyway, Dubuque, whatever, is, we'll just call it maybe halfway between Fond du Lac and Cedar Rapids, right where the Iowa and Wisconsin borders are. Come out of South America or something. Yeah, I think I'm a little on the weak side on power. More reason that I might need to get the truck looked at when I get to California. Probably need a new differential pressure sensor for my DPF system, or after treatment system. Better hurry up past me, car. Gotta run out of space. Running out of room. Not too bad. You can call me an asshole all you want. I'll call you an asshole for not having courtesy to let me in and forcing me to slow down for your ass if it plays the other way. So, too freaking bad. I'm doing the speed limit right now anyway. You don't like it? Tough shit. Learn how to drive the speed limit. Gulfport is a huge Chiquita port. Okay, I didn't know that. I picked up Chiquita loads up there in your area, Mish. There's what's that town? What's that city over there in western, one of those West Chicago suburbs. I remember picking up a Chiquita load over there. City, New Jersey. We got somebody who watches the stream throughs from there. Who was that? It was one of the women. Can't remember who it is, but I know we got somebody from that area who watches all of our streams. The one over there in West Chicago area. It's off of it's not Highway 52, is it? I don't recall where exactly it's at, but it's oh man, I don't know if it's Aurora further west. They're going toward Aurora. Yeah, what I'm thinking of, it's a state highway. State highway, is it like 26 or something? It's coming out. Kind of just vaguely recalling. Lockport, I'll take a look. That could be it. If I see it on the map and see the layout of it on the satellite too, I'll probably know for sure if that's the same one I'm thinking of. I got County Road U coming up. Forgot to reset my loaded trip meter. About 8 miles or so loaded. I'm just waiting to find out if I'm going to get a red light ticket for, when I ran that red light over there by Aldi in Batavia the other day. I think I'm going to get one, but I'll find out. That's an example why I usually like to run about 5 miles an hour below the speed limit on when I'm near traffic lights. Because I'm always in that position if I'm running a speed limit, either have to hit my brakes hard or risk running a red light. Illinois 26 way west by Rochelle. Okay. That's not it then. Although 26 would be an east and west route. The place I'm thinking of would be in between Rochelle and I would say 355. It could be near 355 too, but it's been a while and up in front of me aren't really pulling away. I got a couple of super truckers catching up. See how long before they start bitching on the radio. Can you do a little bit faster than that? I'll tell them, what's the speed limit say? See, I can, but I'm not going to. If you don't like it, too bad. Learn how to look and read and obey speed limit signs. You can't obey a speed limit, it's not my problem. Where are you going with that utility pole, dude? I always find it funny how everybody calls those telephone poles. Maybe they originally were constructed for telephone wire use, but I call them utility poles because it's not just telephone connection and cables that go through them now. Electricity goes through them. Yeah, maybe that's a bigger one, is electricity. So I prefer to just call them utility lines or utility poles. Kind of Road W here. Was it St. Paul's? Something Lutheran Church. EV. Evangelical Lutheran Church, I guess that's what that means. Sheboygan River. Breakdown and ask them about this check engine light. Since I'm not getting an indication in the truck, they might get some on their end. And the fact that it seemed to have went away when I put more, like when I went to wide open throttle, makes me wonder if it's actually fuel filter related. About 5 miles out now from the Fond du Lac area. That'll be where I'll pick up US 1. what price is S&P 500 at now? Don't tell me the Dow. I don't give a fucking rat's ass about the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's a piece of shit index. S&P 500 is the one I care about. Hey, Della, how you doing? What's its actual price at? Because I know where I was at when I started driving. It was in the 2,400 to 2,450 range. The percentages aren't really helping me at all. Let's see, 2,550. That's where S&P futures ended at. Yeah, they hit the 5% after-hour stop at 25.50 earlier. 25.50 is doing better than it was this morning then. Because they actually hit the circuit breaker not even a minute into trading this morning. The 7% breaker. So it's only down 5.6%. It's doing better. Settling. It got down to about 2,400 earlier. It seemed to settle in there, and then it came back up a little bit. So that's good to hear. Not necessarily. A lot of times it's counterintuitive where the Fed's dropping rates is because they're concerned about the economy, and it gets interpreted by investors sometimes as, hey, there's something wrong, and yeah, keep left for southbound. But now, dropping the rates is more of a stimulant, but when they're dropping them as much as they are, as quickly as they are, two unscheduled drops, it might scare people and make them think the Fed is recognizing there's something seriously wrong. Definitely in better shape if it's up in the 2,500 range. still 55. Yeah, I think Trump is just trying to calm everybody down because there is the hysteria is overboard. He is correct on that. Now there are going to be some short-term problems because of all this, but yeah, I think overall the economy's still fine. Just gotta get through this hiccup here and get people to stop panicking and just go back to normal life and not worry so damn much. And then states imposing their restrictions are not helping the matter. Money out of stocks. At most, that had for 207 in Missouri the other day. You know, I was actually thinking about going toward Wyoming myself, and I'm concerned that I might get caught up in bad weather going that way. So I'll probably head down I-35 to Emporia once I get over to Des Moines and take the more southern route to stay away from that. That's nice. Yeah, it looks good now, but if you look at the 2-day snowfall forecast, the Wasatch Range right there over by Utah and Wyoming is expecting some snow in before then, and Cheyenne area is looking like it might get some too. So, and it might take me a little bit longer to get over there. So I think I want to go that way. You know, the 15 is the way I would prefer to go if I know I don't have any weather delays. I'm certain my weights are good. Efficient use of my time today, so I can get whatever miles I can. Before it gets too late in the day, and then I can get off the road a little earlier and not have to worry about parking situations. Into Wyoming tomorrow, but probably won't be heading across Elk Mountain until Wednesday or somewhere, late Tuesday night or into Wednesday. Wasn't able to get good weather information at that time for that period, so central U.S. looks like it'll be clear. Be a little bit longer drive, but shouldn't be too much longer. ask for like help out or anything. I know hourly. When I was checking for Cody yesterday, it looked like Elk Mountain's winds were going to top out in the high teens today, and then fizzle out. So I may consider it still going that way. It's just maybe when I stop, make my fuel stop over here on I-80 in Iowa. Or at least that's where I plan to stop. Now I'll take another look at the forecast and double check. California, LA County. If anybody's not familiar with Sylmar, it is by where I-10, not I-10, but I-210 and I-5 meet up. In between 118 and 5 freeways along, and also between 210 and 10. Surprised me there with the travel restrictions. Yeah, they can't keep us off the road because, if you think the store shelves are empty now, wait till what happens if we get off the road too. Then you're in real trouble. Truck stops have to stay open also. So if we can't get our fuel to move your freight, then you can't get your freight. Now I have food here in the truck, so it won't bother me too much if there's like any other shortages going on there. But of course, I do keep kind of a limited supply of food and water. Mexico was talking about closing their border also. So I don't know how it's going to impact the USMCA travel though. Basically, where commercial loads going across from one side to the other. I don't think that will affect anything with us. County Road TC, Tango Charlie. Whopping 10 miles away. agree with you, Matt. I think everybody's overreacting. And like yours said, I don't think they're treating it like it's the Black Plague or something, and bubonic plague or whatever the hell. Something that's going to kill millions and millions of people like those plagues did, and I don't think there's any validity to that argument, even if people do think that can happen. I mean, any strain of flu is going to be fatal for some people. Even regular flu strains that we see, I mean, they kill more people here than we've seen so far with coronavirus. The guys who bought like 17,000 bottles of hand sanitizer, right? And they put them in a storage lab facility, and then they were trying to sell them for exorbitant prices. Now, I guess that was in Tennessee, and I guess authorities launched a criminal investigation into that one. Who does that takes all of the product just to try to profit off of it when it's a national emergency situation. They're a scumbag. That's hard on you, Nella, and for her, but I say it's definitely for her good, particularly, and once this thing passes and all that, and you'll have a better chance of having many more years with her to where you can see her, and that's another short-term versus long-term. If you want your short-term needs met, it can come at a long-term cost. Versus if you're willing to sacrifice some short-term, this is applicable to everybody in any situation. Same with trucking here with the fuel cost and all that. Sacrifice short-term needs in order to get more long-term gain. Junction, County Road AS, Alpha Sierra. Away from Waupun now, and got State Route 26 northbound to Rosendale coming up in a mile. $2.23 a gallon here. It's a good price. So you know what? Why don't I go ahead and get fuel here? Because that's similar price to what I was expecting to pay. I don't remember that being on my list. I'll have to double check that. I think Citgo's I can usually get fuel from. Hey Jessica, this is Scott on L3365E. I got check engine light on. It's not giving me any diagnostic information on my screen. I was wondering if you got anything on that. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need DEF. I could, well, I have a tank on DEF. Might as well get DEF too. Assuming this place accepts EFS. Yes. Okay. 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 I have both MIL and check engine lights on. Okay. Yeah. Not noticing a decrease in speed, but performance, yeah, it's a little lower. And there were a couple times where the check engine light turned off, and I got more power at the same time, but then it'd come back on a few seconds later. Okay. All right. Yeah. In that case, I'll go ahead and get my load all the way to a delivery, I guess, and then get it to a shop once I'm empty. Okay, we'll do. All right. Thanks. All right, bye. Looks like it's my EGR valve that's causing it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this load to where it needs to be and deliver it, and then I'll let my DM know I need to take it to the shop afterward to get the EGR valve changed. Let me get my fuel and get out of here. Definitely just forward. At least there's a purple heavy haul truck right there, right in front of me. Tight lane here. things to work with. So I don't need to stop anymore at that exit in on I-80. This fuel will get me a pretty good distance. Fuel should get me almost about a good half the distance from here to California. Southbound we go. I don't think I've replaced the EGR valve before. I don't recall having done so. pretty messed up there, right? Funny, but messed up. Back, see what you wanted. It always works that way. Anytime someone calls me, it's always when I'm not in the right position to be talking. Hello. Good. Just got through getting fuel. What's up? Streaming, and I was in the middle of getting fuel. What? Okay. Okay. That sounds good. They can watch my stream too if they want to. Yeah. I agree. Make sure you take pictures of them used. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Okay. By the way, Cody says hi. Oh, he can't hear you, but I'll say hi for you. Yeah. Okay. Big deal. Hi, Nathan. I guess so. No, please don't. I hate those. Uh, well, sorry, nothing funny about duck lips to me. I think they're stupid. Yeah, let's do something just because it's stupid. Some family that famous just because your last name it all does it. To me, a lot of good pictures get ruined because that stupid ass formal pictures again. Something like that. Damn, you go, girl. Yes. Why did you not tell me until just now? I see how you are. Oh, I'm glad I'm not in there to smell it, so I don't care. That's right. God, can we stop talking about that damn virus? Yeah, it's like an old joke that won't die. What is she singing? Hey, Christian, how you doing? What, what did he say? Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's not hard to do though, Bradley. Cool. Oh, that's got to be said. What's up, Bradley? No, 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 no. Whatever. Purple Freightliner going underneath the freeway now. Apparently. What? You better hang up and keep them in check then. Hey, Bradley. He said, "Hi, Dad. It's Bradley." Of course. What would you expect different? Anything different from them? Oh, yeah, that's going on there. Yeah. All right, love you too. Bye. So, my son Bradley, figured Des Moines might be the area where I'll do a 30-minute break if anything. Ideally, I want to get at least a good 400 miles in a day. Don't want to run too many miles because I don't want to show up at truck stops too late in the day. already rode in. There's a November Prairie Kids Club. Hey, Kate, how you doing? I'm good. I'm just loaded up a couple hours ago and now in between Fond du Lac and Madison, Wisconsin, heading toward I-80. Which way you heading to, Caden? Come on, truck. Nice manners you got there. There's a third lane over there. Get in it. Oh, never mind. There's someone. You guys need to back off of that bullshit passing trucks behavior you guys have. It's extremely dangerous. US 12 and 18 is 9 miles away, so and 18 is the one, the highway I'll be getting on. That's also 151. It just don't really. Come on. Actually, no, this is it right here. So I need to get on eastbound 90. This is a spot where if you miss it, you end up going into downtown Madison, which I'm not interested in doing. where you live. In California, you can buy liquor at regular grocery stores. I know some of the other guys have to buy them at specific at liquor stores, though. came through here, it was Saturday, and a Badgers game was on here locally, and I made the mistake of not getting onto I-90. Ended up having to go right through town and deal with all that freaking football game traffic. It sucked. Exits. Looks like 151 is 3.5 miles from here. have that much space between you and the guy in front of you? I can see leaving in space, but shit, enough for a whole car to fit in. A little overkill there. got traffic on the road here.
banks intervene to calm markets, few see solution. As central banks intervene to calm markets, few see solution. Washington, AP, the Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank moved Thursday to try to calm financial markets and restore some degree of confidence. It didn't quite work. The central banks are facing a crisis only partly responsive to the medicine they provide. Carnage in stocks. The ECB sought to stimulate the European economy, which the coronavirus outbreak appears on the verge of sending into recession. Decidedly unimpressed, traders sent the stock market into its worst plunge Thursday in more than 3 decades. The primary tools of central banks, lower interest rates and easier access to credit, aren't well suited to address a crisis caused by a pandemic that has frightened consumers away from traveling, shopping or gathering in group settings. Economists are calling for governments to loans to businesses, greater help, particularly American, to sick leave, and support for virus testing and other health measures. On Thursday, the Fed unveiled a massive short-term lending program to try to help smooth trading in U.S. Treasuries. Through the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, it will provide at least $1.5 trillion on Thursday and Friday for banks that are willing to swap short-term Treasury securities for cash. An additional $500 billion will be made available Monday. The program will continue at about $1 trillion per week after that. The lending won't all be cumulative. The loans will be paid back after 1 and 3 months. And not all the money will necessarily be lent. It depends how much banks decide to borrow against the available funds. The Fed also said it will broaden its $60 billion Treasury purchase program, launched last fall, from just short-term bills to all maturities, including 30-year bonds. Both moves were a response to signs that the bond market was buckling under the strain of skyrocketing demand for treasuries, which are widely considered the safest assets in the world. The jump in demand appeared to be outpacing supply. That pressure boosted the yield on the 10-year Treasury to 0.79% by Thursday afternoon, up from 0.68% 2 days earlier. Normally when stock markets plunge, bond yields also fall as investors buy more of them. Yields move in the opposite direction of prices. The market for the 10-year bond affects the broader economy because it influences borrowing rates for homes, credit cards, and other interest rates in the U.S. and overseas. Because investors are confident the U.S. government would never default on its debt, the bonds issued by the government are used to price every other asset. The U.S. government,
not just the consumers, it's also businesses. Businesses need to expand and they need loans to do those expansions. They can't get their loans and they fail to expand, and that's what makes the economy stall out a lot of times. I mean, it's great, it's fueling a lot of demand in the housing market, but also got to make it to where it's profitable for banks to borrow money themselves so they can lend it out and get more revenue out of it. Dodgeville's 24 miles from here.
the U.S. government debt market is the largest single pool of investment assets in the world. When that has some disruptions, watch out, that's really worrisome, said Kathy Bostjancic, chief U.S. financial economist at Oxford Economics. Given the scope of the Fed's action Thursday, many economists now expect the Fed to slash its benchmark interest rate by a full percentage point to nearly zero at its policy meeting next week. It may even launch a large bond buying program intended to further lower interest rates. This would be similar to programs the Fed undertook during and after the financial crisis that were dubbed quantitative easing. Still, the reaction in the markets suggested little faith that the Fed's moves would do much to restore the confidence of investors and consumers in the face of travel disruptions, event cancellations and business closures. Some analysts said that governments in the US and Europe needed to do more through tax and spending policies. What the Fed did today is not enough, it needs a partner, said Diane Swamp, chief economist at Grant Thornton. The Fed cannot do this alone. Earlier in the day, the ECB deployed targeted new stimulus measures to cushion the shock to the economy from the virus outbreak. But Christine Lagarde, the ECB's president, said that monetary policy couldn't do it alone and called for a decisive and determined response from governments. Lagarde said the economy was facing a major shock, and that the central bank measures unveiled Thursday were almost surgically aimed only at areas where monetary policy might help. More than a decade ago, central banks around the world slashed rates and began pumping trillions of dollars into banks to combat a global financial crisis. The coronavirus is presenting them with a very different challenge. The central banks in the US, the Eurozone, Canada and Britain have all deployed stimulus. The Bank of Japan is signaling it is ready to act, and monetary authorities in Australia, Indonesia and Malaysia have cut rates. Authorities are putting major economies, businesses and travel on lockdown around the world, dimming prospects for the global economy. Consumers are starting to cut back on their spending in the US and around the world. Europe's top monetary authority didn't cut rates as investors had hoped, evidence that monetary policy is running low on ammunition with rates already very low. The ECB's key policy rate on bank deposits is already at a record low -0.6%. AP Business writers David McHugh in Frankfurt, Germany, and Ken Sweet in New York contributed to this report. Article 86 of 135. More bad news, the Arctic Ocean has contracted an STD Esquire, yesterday. Here's a wrap-up of some real bad news to bring joy to the end of your working day. Item, the Arctic Ocean has contracted a sexually transmitted disease. From CNN. So when a team of researchers discovered several new chlamydia-related species deep below the Arctic Ocean, in a place with no oxygen and without an apparent host organism, they were surprised. Finding chlamydia in this environment was completely unexpected, and of course begged the question, what on earth were they doing there? Jenna Duramschi, a PhD student at Uppsala University in Sweden and the lead author of a recent study, said in a news release. The findings, published last week in Current Biology, could shed new light on how chlamydia came to infect humans and other animals. They came across a number of diverse cousins of chlamydia between 0.1 and 9.4 meters below the seafloor, and found that the new species were closely related to the bacteria that cause infections in humans and other animals. Item, the bears are waking up early. From The Guardian. There have been multiple sightings of bears emerging from hibernation in February and early March in Russia, Finland and the US, a situation apparently triggered by the mild winter experienced in many countries. This winter was the warmest ever recorded in Europe by far, according to scientists, with the US just experiencing its hottest December and January on record. Moscow Zoo has been preparing to deal with the emergence of 2 Himalayan bears a month early, while a grizzly bear sighting was reported on the 3rd of March in Banff National Park in Canada, the earliest such sighting in a decade. Bears are also on the move in the Yellowstone National Park in the US, with a grizzly spotted prowling around the park's famed Grand Prismatic Spring on the 7th of March. Park officials said that visitors should keep at least 100 feet away from the bears, not to run away, and keep bear spray to hand. Item, Republicans are still Republicans. From CNN. In an effort to get congressional Republicans to act on the issue, Murray went to the Senate floor on Wednesday to try to pass by unanimous consent a bill that would allow Americans to earn paid sick leave time so they can address their own health needs and the health needs of their families. But one Republican senator, Lamar Alexander of Tennessee, objected to the bill, causing it to fail. While Murray's bill never had a chance to pass in this form, her request is part of a larger public pressure campaign by Democrats to get Republicans in the White House to respond quickly to the coronavirus pandemic. And I say to myself, what a wonderful world. Respond to this post on the Esquire Politics Facebook page here. Charles P. Pierce. Charles P. Pierce is the author of 4 books, most recently Idiot America, and has been a working journalist since 1976. Article 87 of 135. U.S. military conducts airstrikes in Iraq in retaliation for rocket attack that killed 2 Americans. The U.S. military conducted airstrikes in various locations inside Iraq on Thursday, targeting an Iranian-backed militia group it says is responsible for Wednesday's rocket attack that killed 2 American service members, a British service member, and wounded 14 others. In a statement, the Pentagon characterized the strikes as defensive, proportional, and in direct response to the threat posed by Iranian-backed Shia militia groups to coalition bases in Iraq. Let's put it this way, you will see. I can't say, Trump said. I was working on that last night also. They sent a lot of rockets. It hasn't been fully determined it was Iran. I would believe a red line for the United States is going to be the death of U.S. service members or those of our partners and allies, McKenzie said on Thursday. So that's a red line. ABC News' Mel Mattering contributed to this report. U.S. military conducts airstrikes in Iraq in retaliation for rocket attack that killed 2 Americans originally appeared on abcnews.go.com. Article 88 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the fastest you've wiped a smirk off of someone's face?
Yeah, them bears
Tammy
are pretty smart,
Rosito,
too.
licensed vocational nurse, retired. Answered March 12, 2020. Author has 406 answers and 469.1k answer views. I actually have had 2 moments like this. The first was when I was in 7th grade. This girl and her 2 friends had been verbally bullying me since the start of the school year. I was shy, overweight, and before it became popular, wore thrift store clothes. I had started noticing that this girl would wear the same clothes several times a week. One day, during recess, she and her friends came up to me and started harassing me.
I think I heard this one before.
So I said something that wiped the smirk off her face. I said, at least I don't wear my clothes 3 days in a row. Her face turned red, the friends just looked at her, then they left. Never bothered me again. The second time was when I was in high school. At this time, there was a foster family living next to us. 2 women and 4 boys. Unfortunately, it was one of those cases where the kids were just cash cows to the parents. One day, while my sister and I were waiting for the school bus, the oldest boy comes out and starts saying stuff about our father who was a transmission mechanic. He went on for about 10 minutes. I couldn't take any more, so I told him, at least our father loves us. He stopped harassing us. I knew it was mean. I knew he was a foster kid. Even my sister said it was mean and I should apologize. I told her no, he started it. I finished it. I am not going to stand by and listen to shish. Tea like this. I may have been shy in nature, and it takes a while to get me angry. I am not a physical person, meaning I don't strike out, but I know how to use my words. 12k views. View 355 upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Tammy Rosito. Licensed vocational nurse, retired. Former employed. Lives in Clear Lake Oaks, CA. 497.5k content views, 75.3k this month. Active in 1 space. View 100 plus.
Man, I always trip out on, schools are in other parts of the country. The schools everywhere are like indoor, it seems, and then you come to Southern Cal, and none of them are indoor. They all have outdoor hallways. The ones with the indoor, of course, man, it just always seems so much nicer looking too. The main, what we call main hall. That's the only one that had an indoor hallway. Everywhere else it was outdoor. California Governor Gavin Newsom, I guess, is getting ready to announce some kind of eviction guidelines for the coronavirus. Successful trucking, I'm not sure what that is. Is that someone on on YouTube or what? I'm not familiar with them. YouTube channel. Okay, I'll have to check them out. I'm not even familiar with them. At least I don't think I am. Maybe I've seen some of their videos and just didn't realize it. What a cute little antenna on that mirror you got there, truck. What the hell good's that thing gonna do you? Oh, thanks. HHH, hotel, coming up here, High Point Road, Ridgeway, High Point Steakhouse.
Article 89 of 135. Answer: Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the biggest scam an auto mechanic ever tried on you? Jim Shoaf, 62 years on this rock spinning through space. Answered March 13, 2020. It didn't happen to me but to a friend, however, I did benefit from the situation. When a good friend of mine got married, his new wife had a 1990 Honda Civic. The car had been very well maintained and she had driven it for over 10 years. The body and interior were in like new condition. One day it started running rough and lost power. It still ran but not well. I had worked as an auto mechanic for several years, but I had just gotten a new job working in an office. I was working 10 hours a day 5 days a week and remodeling an old house that I bought on weekends, so I didn't have any free time to look at the car for him. No problem, he took it to an import shop that another friend suggested. The import shop kept the car for a couple of days, then called him and told him that it needed a valve job and possibly a new engine head. They quoted him $800 for parts and labor. He wasn't about to put that much money into an old car, so he drove it home and parked it under a carport. His elderly grandmother, who couldn't drive anymore, had a Toyota Camry that was only a couple of years old, and she gave it to them as a wedding gift. The Honda sat for several months, and after I was finished with my house I had some spare time on weekends, so I offered him $200 for the Honda. He said he didn't want any money and I could have it, he just wanted it out of the way. I had to put a battery on it to get it started, but it did start and I drove it home and put it in my garage. The first thing I did was look everything over, and I discovered that the distributor cap was cracked. I went to the auto parts store and paid something like $12 for a new distributor cap, went home, put it on, and the car started and ran like a new car. I tried to give him the car back, but he wouldn't take it. He was pissed that the import shop had tried to rip him off like that, but he told me to keep it. I drove it for several years as a work car and never had a problem with it. When my sister's car quit on her with major engine problems, I gave it to her and she drove it until she bought a new car. She gave it to a nephew of ours and he drove it until he totaled it in an accident. 4K views. You 118 upvoters.
Stop!
About the author.
Damn it, I'm trying to stop. Shit. Alright, damn it. Can't get any kind of cooperation at all from this damn thing. Alright. Yeah, now that story there makes me think, I don't think that the shop intentionally tried to rob him or, pull a fast one on him. I get the impression they just did half-ass troubleshooting and, it sounded like the car really did have a problem but they didn't adequately isolate the problem. So they didn't want to do their job and take the spark plugs out and hook up a compression gauge. And that's an easy job to do for most cars. Shouldn't have been that big a deal. If the distributor's cracked, and kind of wonder if maybe it's well, I would think maybe it might have been misfiring or something, depending on what the nature of the crack was. Now, he's gonna come up and pass me in a second. Driving about the same speed as me, trying to watch me or something. Not sure what for. Still bad. I don't know what that was all about, because he was catching up pretty fast at first, and then he turned him off. Maybe he had a call and then it canceled on him while he was in between the truck, the Mark Brower truck and myself. While he was en route. Newer. I thought like 96 and newer. 96 and newer. Wasn't me speeding. I was doing 60. I got my cruise control set at 67, which really means I'm doing 66, and the speed limit is 65. The 1 mile an hour difference can easily be passed off as calibration error. The SAE standard for speedometer calibration error is plus or minus 4% here in the U.S. So if you're doing 70 miles an hour, your speedometer can be reading as much as 2.8 miles per hour. I was watching back there.
Article 90 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is something about the American prison system that is really kind of dark but gets ignored? John Mixon, Merkin. I am. Answered December 16, 2019. Author has 27.9K answers and 185.1 meters answer views. Question: what is something about the American prison system that is really kind of dark but gets ignored? Just one thing. Here are 5. They actually are crime training schools. Basically, you can send a relatively stupid criminal to prison and he or she can come out having learned how to perform any number of other criminal endeavors.
That's true.
Since they have nothing to do and lots of free time, criminals can use prison to become better criminals. Less that ongoing treatment after they have become ill. People steadfastly oppose increasing the available medical care to prisoners. Easily 1/3 of prisoners have serious issues with mental illness, so basically sick people are being locked up because the public is mates and correctional stipend to the one that false inmate's family is the one supporting them in prison. Since come from wealthy
What you want, old man? What? It's just buffering. Nope, it's still up. It's buffering. Yeah, I'm still. Yeah, it's still recording. And where? Oh, like everybody else. Yeah, like I said, nothing I don't know about in California. Yeah. Huh. As if one extra person even makes a difference. I mean, well, it won't matter if you only have 10 people in there and a couple of them are actually exposed already. Yeah. Yeah, I heard with the California ones, I think they're still open, but they're closing at certain times and they're not going to be open 24 hours. Uh-huh. That makes sense. That's what I even did at our yard. They, we usually shake hands and stuff when I see him, but he ended up we just kind of did like an air fist bump thing instead. Yeah, unfortunately. No, I just figured I'd do a 30-minute break there, somewhere in that area, and kind of reevaluate because I'm not sure I can get the miles I'm looking for on this shift. By the time my 8-hour clock expires. Let's see. Oh, actually, I might be able to get my 400 miles in before my clock expires because I've done 100. Well, I've done 164 right now, and I got 455 left on my clock. So even at 60-mile-an-hour pace, that's 240, 290 miles. So that'll be, yeah, that should be enough for me. And but I'm because of weather, I'm gonna take 35 down to Emporia. Yeah, I wanted to take 80 all the way up to Salt Lake City, but there's weather coming in that direction, so yeah. But Wyoming's the problem for me, and I can't go on. Um, yeah, but if I go that way though, it's quicker to just stay on 35. Take 35 all the way down to Emporia, and then take yeah, obviously, right. Hey, it looks like my feed might not be buffering anymore. If you want to check. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, it's on. I know it is because the counter's still going up, and I can tell it's still recording. All right. Yeah, I think I'm about 35, 34 now. Yeah, whoops. All right, I'll put my article back on.
Since few inmates come from wealthy backgrounds and most are not earning any significant amounts of money, poor people get poorer while their loved one is in prison. This isn't fair because the inmates' relatives didn't commit any crimes and they shouldn't be forced to pay for the inmates' mistakes. The costs of them over the next 3 decades is going to be staggering. As the baby boomers and Gen Xers grow older in prison, their medical care costs are going to be burdensome. Since no one seems to have concerned themselves with this reality when they created tough on crime legislation, then no one has considered where all the extra money come from for you sharers. About the author. John Mixon. 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014 and one more. Published writer HuffPost, Slate, Forbes and one more. View 28 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Login, sign up with email. Article 91 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the biggest OMG moment you have ever had at a funeral? Colin Wright, carer. Formerly foster, currently adult services. Answered March 12, 2020. Author has 491 answers and 216.7k answer views. This happened quite recently. My Auntie Chris died last October, and as we got to the funeral I didn't see any relatives I recognized. We are a big family. On Mom's side, Chris was one of Mom's 5 sisters, plus she had 2 brothers. There was quite a large gathering around the entrance, and as I didn't recognize anyone, I asked someone who looked like they were one of the staff if this was the funeral for Chris. We couldn't remember her surname. He looked at his pad. Yes, Chris at 2.30 in here, and Helen at 2.40 in B. As my wife has a disability, we tried to get in front of the large group of family and friends so she could have a seat. As the pallbearers put the coffin in position and placed the picture of a young man on the end of the coffin, my wife and I looked at each other confused. The young man stood up and positioned himself behind the dais and started to speak. Christopher was a much-loved young man. My wife pulled at my sleeve and whispered, "I did wonder why you didn't recognize anyone." We had to squeeze our way past the other seated mourners and back out, squeezing through all the people who were crowded into the back of the chapel. When we got out, we followed the wall until we saw people we recognized gathered around. I asked where the funeral for Chris was and got told it was the other room. Mom told me Chris's name was Helen but preferred her middle name. The only people that called her Helen were doctors and the tax man. Then, just to make it a day to remember for the wrong reasons, I introduced my wife to one of my cousins but mistakenly thought she was her older sister. What made it worse was when I was working nearby, I lodged at their house. We spent a lot of time together and thought of her as a little sister. Her mom, my Auntie Dee, joked she had a massive crush on me. 5.9k views. View 21 upvoters. Answer requested by Rodney Dubois Ballard. About the author. 57 other answers to the question. Open an app.
Look, I might get some rain when I get
Article
into,
92 of 135. William Mitchell, former A4M, B747, citation, King Air, and PC-12. Answered January 12, 2019. United Airlines first started flying to Australia. One of the captains wasn't familiar with the Sydney runways. Apparently, the normal 747 runway is long but also wide, which makes it look shorter. The captain, having been cleared to land by a female controller in the tower, asked her how long the runway is. She replied that it's 3,962 meters. 13,000 feet. The captain, doubting this number, thought he was speaking to his co-pilot on the intercom, but accidentally said to the tower, "If that runway is 13,000 feet, then so is my dick." The controller sweetly replied, "It is 13,000 feet and I'm free for dinner tonight." 34.3k views. View 327 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Richard Lowe Jr. About the author. William Mitchell. Former Marine, then 747 captain, now flying medevac. Former A4M, B747, citation, King Air, and PC-12. B.S. Business admin, University of Redlands, graduated 1981. Lives in Reno, NB. 1.1 meters. Content view 66.3k this month. View 27 other answers to this question. 93 of 135. Fact Yahoo. Pandemic declared as
Yeah, it kind of reminds me though, I had one time when I was a C-130 crew chief. I was up in the cockpit. We were flying somewhere and I was talking through the intercom to the pilot, to the air crew. You know, we were just having a regular chit-chat conversation, whatever. And I kept hearing like the ground controller, the air traffic controller for the area getting on the air. And I now realized I had my intercom switch set to, or my mic switch was set to go to the radio channel and not to the intercom. Easy to make that mistake. Platteville 6 miles, Dickeyville 18, and Dubuque 27. definitely relate to what that pilot went through. It's just some little missed detail. I don't want to hear about
Article 94 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most badass thing a private has said to a general? George Din, former sergeant at U.S. Marine Corps, 1985-1991. Answered March 12, 2020, upvoted by Richard Ashmore, active duty in the U.S. Navy for greater than 20 years. Author has 54 answers and 70.3k answer views. I was a corporal, not a private. I was sent to Fleet Hospital 5 for a gallbladder removal. They took out my appendix, by mistake. As I lay in my bed, belly full of stitches, my sergeant major came to visit, and shared that he would be back the next day because Norman Schwarzkopf was visiting. He was touring medical facilities before the war kicked off. The hospital gave us magazines to read. People would send them via the Any Serviceman mail program. I had a Time magazine that asked an important question. Why was nearly the whole Marine Corps in theater before the Army deployed a far smaller amount of servicemen? The next day I get my painkillers and they put me on my ass. In hindsight, the Navy may have upped my dose so I wouldn't complain to anyone about how they screwed up my surgery. So there I am, flying on painkillers, when the general walks in with his entourage. My Sergeant Maj was there, bringing up the rear. Schwarzkopf approaches my bed, and I am in and out of consciousness. They really shot me up bad. He looks at me and says, "What's a Marine doing in a bed that could be used for one of my soldiers?" I looked him right in the eye, pointed at the Time magazine on my tray table and answered, "What soldiers?" From the look on his face, my Sergeant Maj may have literally shit himself. The color definitely drained from his face. The exact opposite happened with Gen. Schwarzkopf. He turned red. I mean really red. Then, something amazing happened. He cracked a smile. Then, he cracked a joke. For the life of me, I don't remember what he said, but I was cracking up, and crying from the huge surgical wound. Schwarzkopf noticed his jokes were causing me major discomfort, so he doubled down and told more jokes. In retrospect, my badassery was chemically induced, but it showed off a side of a 4-star general most corporals don't get to see. My abdomen still twinges when I hear the name Schwarzkopf, and I hope he is still laughing about my interaction with him, wherever he is. 30.2k views. You 594 upvoters. You sharers. About the author. George Din. Former sergeant at...
I don't recall. I thought I remember hearing something about him dying, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm confusing him with somebody else. Die in 2012. All right, that's what I thought.
Article 95 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is your most "you've got to be kidding me" experience at a car mechanic? Ramsey Williams, former master automotive tech instructor, 1973-1995. Updated August 17, 2019. Upvoted by Rob Yorkshire. I've been working on cars for the last 48 years and supply the auto trade. Author has 349 answers and 975k answer views. Back in 1999, I had a young man in his late 20s drive into my shop and asked if I could install his new car stereo in his 1972 Toyota Corolla. I told him I would need to check it out to see if what he had purchased would be compatible with the vehicle. He went to open his trunk to proudly see his dash. I walked around to see what he had in the trunk. There was an AM/FM radio tuner, two 12-inch subwoofers, 6 inches full-range speakers and 4 1-inch dome tweeters. There was also a 2-channel 32-band equalizer and two 250-watt stereo power amplifiers and a single-channel 300-watt amp for a center 15-inch subwoofer. He opened the tuner so I could see the size compared with the dashboard opening. I explained to him that I would need to completely customize his dashboard as the new tuner was over twice the size of the available opening. After over an hour of checking it all out, I informed him. He instantly agreed and signed the estimate form, and I told him I would call when the job was done. I pulled the 27-year-old car into the shop and instantly discovered there was no brake pedal. I pulled the parking brake lever between the seats and stopped just short of driving into the back wall of the shop. I climbed out and got on my hands and knees to see why there were no brakes. After a few minutes of exploring, I figured out that the brake master cylinder had failed, and rather than replace it, he just removed the pedal return spring and pushed the pedal to the firewall and put it under the carpet. I went into the office and called him, and he explained that it would cost over $250 to repair the brakes, and he wanted to do the stereo first. To a licensed repair shop of his choice, as it would be against the law to release a known unsafe vehicle to leave my shop into the general public. His reply was, "Oh, it's okay. Driving it for over 3 years." That was my "you've got to be kidding me" moment. I even offered to repair the brakes for just the price of the parts, since we were already doing the stereo install. He became belligerent and told me that it was his car and that all he wanted me to do was install the stereo. I ended the conversation realizing that he had no intentions of ever repairing the brakes. So I called the highway patrol and asked if they could send a trooper to give the vehicle a safety check. About an hour later, a trooper drove up and asked if he would be back to my shop in 5 minutes. Sure enough, the kid came screeching into the parking lot a few minutes later and jumped out of his friend's car in a rage. He came storming into the shop, threatening to kill me and my entire family for calling the law on him. The trooper heard the ruckus and calmly walked from the other bay where his car was to where this kid was going ballistic on me. When this hot-tempered kid saw the trooper, I thought he would calm down. Instead, he got into the trooper's face and threatened to, and I quote, "I'm gonna kick your ass, pig." My second "you've gotta be kidding me" moment. The kid balled up his fists and lurched towards the trooper, who calmly sidestepped the raging idiot and grabbed one arm and had him in an arm lock in seconds, followed by a pair of shiny handcuffs. The kid's equally crazy friend in the car outside saw the melee, and he jumped out of his car with a tire iron and came running towards us. The trooper pulled his sidearm and politely asked the kid if he wanted to go to jail or die on the spot. The kid took one look at the trooper and raced back to his car and sped off, and the trooper got on his radio and called in the kid's license plate and location. Then he politely told the customer that he had the option of letting me repair his brakes or having the vehicle towed to another licensed repair shop, or it would be towed off to the impound yard. If he agreed to those conditions, the trooper would not press any charges and he would be free to leave. The genius replied, "Fuck you, pig." And that was my third "you've got to be kidding me" moment of the day. To make a long story short, they caught the other guy and brought him back to the shop, where he was arrested for attempted assault with a deadly weapon, the tire iron. The kid who owned the Toyota was charged with assault on a police officer and driving an unsafe vehicle. While the first trooper was writing out the paperwork, the other two troopers examined the Toyota and discovered that the stereo equipment had been stolen 2 days, and that there were multiple wants and warrants on the young men.
Of course.
61k views. View 4.7k upvoters. View shares. Answer requested by Steven Spear. About the author. Ramsey Williams. Computer Tech, ASC Master Tech Instructor. Former instructor for 3 major U.S. Auto Corps. 1973-1998. A.S. Electronics and Computer Science graduated 1972. Lives in the American South 1965 present. 975k content views 107.5k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 96 of 135. Warren Buffett. People aren't driving as much since the coronavirus outbreak. Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB CEO Warren Buffett noticed Americans are driving less amid the coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak. In addition to its massive stock portfolio, Berkshire Hathaway operates businesses across a variety of sectors, including railways, manufacturing, retail, services, and insurance, providing him a unique read on the U.S. economy. It's well publicized that airlines and cruise operators are reeling as travelers pull back because of the virus. See also, Warren Buffett reacts to the stock market rout and oil crash. The outbreak is also hitting the highways, with Berkshire Hathaway-owned insurance company Geico seeing fewer accidents. Article 97 of 135. Woman whose vacuum cleaner smelled bad is horrified by what she found after soaking the hose pipe in her tub. MSN.com, yesterday. A woman was absolutely shocked by what came out of her vacuum cleaner pipes after leaving them in a bath to soak. The cleaning enthusiast from England washed the pipe to her vacuum in her bathtub and was horrified by how filthy the water eventually looked. She shared before and after pictures to the Facebook group Mrs. Hinch Cleaning Tips, encouraging other people to clean their pipes. Social media users were left gobsmacked by the photos, with many admitting they'd never thought to clean that part of their vacuum. Posting online earlier this month, the woman, who has 2 dogs, explained that her cleaning device was starting to smell. To combat the problem, she decided to give her appliance, which she named James, a complete wash, including its pipes. She soaked the parts in the bathtub with some of the cleaning product Zoflora and was shocked by the amount of dirt she discovered. The woman shared before and after snaps to Facebook, where her post has racked up 1,000 likes and nearly 500 comments. Left my Hoover pipes, James, in the bath today with some Zoflora, she explained. I have 2 dogs and thought it was smelling when on filter and bag done regularly. Absolutely shocked by what came out the pipes. Have dried as advised by others on the radiator until I went to bed and then hung over the door. I could have bought new pipes, but these weren't broken, so I don't see why they should end up in landfill. James isn't smelling anymore, so first we'll take this as a job well done. Fellow cleaning fans were astounded by the results and vowed to give their own vacuum a deep clean. One impressed social media user wrote, "OMG, why have I never thought of this? Well done you." Another confessed said, "Would never have thought of cleaning it," alongside a shocked emoji. A third person admitted, "I just did mine and it made me feel sick. Super gross. Thanks for sharing." Golden Retriever loves being vacuum cleaned, provided by Buzz Videos. Article 98 of 135. What happens if you eat mold accidentally? Woman's World, yesterday. Mold can show up anywhere, in the coffee maker, in our trash can, on our mattress, and most often, around our food. We all know the feeling of disgust we get after seeing harmful mold on food in the fridge. If you've ever had the misfortune of accidentally tasting said mold, you know that feeling is about 1 billion times worse. But what happens if you eat mold accidentally? Here's the good news, you're most likely not going to die or fall seriously ill if you mistakenly ingest a bit of the nasty stuff, especially if you're an otherwise healthy adult with a strong immune system. That said, food experts agree that eating mold is usually far from being an ideal situation. As you probably know already, you should generally avoid consuming it, with a few exceptions. There are some pretty darn good reasons why. What happens when you eat moldy bread? Sure, we'd all rather eat the freshest bread possible, but if mold appears, you might have heard advice from some folks to simply cut away mold on bread before eating it. Don't listen to them. Food safety experts warn that you should steer clear of moldy bread, especially since bread is such a soft food. As Marianne Gravely, Senior Technical Information Specialist for the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, told NPR in an interview, the roots of mold can penetrate quite deeply into your beloved loaf or baguette. I'm sure some people would really want to press the situation, but bread is cheap, Gravely said. Go buy some more. According to Gravely, mold on bread is nothing to mess around with. It can potentially cause allergic reactions and respiratory problems if ingested. In some cases, even inhaling such mold can be dangerous. The worst part, as Gravely said in another interview with the New York Times, you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg when you look at the mold on bread that's visible to the naked eye. She added, you might not be able to tell how far it's gone. What happens when you eat moldy cheese? As any avid cheese fan can probably guess, the answer varies widely depending on what type of cheese we're talking about. After all, some types of mold are actually used to create certain cheeses in the first place, such as brie or gorgonzola.
Interesting.
So if you eat those specific molds, chances are that the only thing that will happen is that you'll be very full and happy afterward. Just make sure there's no new mold growing on those cheese after you buy them. That said, you've probably heard that many soft cheeses, like cottage cheese, cream cheese, and ricotta cheese, should be tossed immediately if you discover mold on them. According to Catherine Zaretsky, wrote, the same goes for any type of cheese that has been crumbled, shredded, or sliced. On the Mayo Clinic website, Zaretsky writes, with these cheeses, the mold can send threads throughout the cheese. In addition, harmful bacteria, such as Listeria, Brucella, Salmonella, and E. coli, can grow along with the mold. In other words, you're putting yourself at risk of ingesting these types of bad bacteria, which can lead to nasty symptoms such as diarrhea and vomiting. But what about hard and semi-soft cheeses, like your beloved cheddar, Parmesan, or Swiss? In cases like these, you might have a little more leeway, depending on how much mold is actually on the cheese. Since mold typically can't penetrate hard and semi-soft cheeses, you can cut away the moldy part and eat the non-moldy sections of the cheese. Just be sure to cut at least 1 inch around and below the mold, and keep the knife out of any contaminated spots. Otherwise, you can risk ingesting the same type of nasty bacteria that you would with a soft cheese. And always remember the most important rule of the fridge, when in doubt, throw it out. Some suggest storing your slices and wheels of cheese with a few sugar cubes to prevent mold from growing in the first place. What happens when you eat moldy produce? If you've noticed a theme so far of soft foods with mold being a greater risk to eat than hard foods with mold, you're absolutely correct. According to the USDA's website, the same is also true for pieces of produce. When it comes to firm fruits and vegetables, such as cabbage, bell peppers, and carrots, you can cut off at least 1 inch around and below the mold spots, making sure you don't put the knife into the mold, and eat the rest of the uncontaminated food. Since it's tough for mold to penetrate dense, low-moisture foods, you should be totally fine to eat the rest of it. However, if you spot mold on soft fruits or vegetables, like peaches, tomatoes, or cucumbers, it's time to throw them in the trash can. Since these pieces of produce have so much moisture in them, the mold can penetrate below the surface. Not only will a moldy piece of fruit or vegetable taste absolutely awful, it can also put you at risk for developing foodborne illness, leading to nasty symptoms like diarrhea and vomiting. Let's keep our meals, and ourselves, and our loved ones, as happy and healthy as possible. This article originally appeared on our sister site first4women.com. Article 99 of 135. Coronavirus has caused rival gangs of monkeys to invade a Thai city. Indy100.com yesterday. Just when it seemed like the world couldn't resemble the opening scenes of an apocalyptic horror film anymore, it appears the coronavirus has sparked gang warfare between monkeys on the streets of Thailand. For understandable reasons, the pandemic has led to a decline in tourism around the globe. The Lopburi monkey population is usually split in two, with one group residing in the city while the other patrols the area around the town between. Because lots of people have isolated themselves and are working from home, there's also very few cars on the streets, so the monkeys are more free than ever to roam. Scenes were captured on video when one monkey found a single banana and hundreds of others swarmed in. This sparked the kind of mass brawl that used to be synonymous with warring fans at any major sporting tournament. Eyewitness Sasalak Radanakai, who captured the footage, said, "They looked more like wild dogs than monkeys. They went crazy for the single piece of food. I've never seen them so aggressive. Humans share about 98% of our DNA with chimpanzees, which probably explains the toilet paper riots of recent weeks. HT, Mail Online. Article 100 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the best case if you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? Maureen Johnston. Answered March 13, 2020, upvoted by Karen Mackey, JD. Law, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, 1994, author has 71 answers and 27.3K answer views. I was in high school, already known for my sports ability and brains in science and math. In school, I helped him quietly with his math and other subjects. This goes on until track starts, and I ended up injured, but could still practice. So, my big friend assisted me in returning my discus. Some of the morons decided hassling me would be fun, because they could, and they called my friend a few names. He got up, calmly walked over to them, and said they should leave. I knew what was coming. They laughed at him. He didn't say a word, just pointed at the ground. The idiots looked down, and he hit both of them with excellent uppercuts. They stayed sleeping for a while. A very quiet guy, tired of being laughed at and screwed over. He flattened them both. While I knew he had it in him, the entire school was shocked. He went on to graduate. A year or so later, I always helped him with his work. He played semi-pro and pro hockey later, and did Olympic boxing. Still a very quiet guy. 21.5K views. View 728 upvoters. About the author. Maureen Johnston. 27.3K content views, 24.2K this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 101 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. How was the experience of living in a prison for decades? Mac Tatum, 29 years in maximum security prisons. I have expert advice. Answered August 22, 2016. Author has 1.1K answers and 12.5 meters answer views. Originally answered, how was the experience of living in a prison for decades? I guess there was both good and bad. I believe the trick is to learn the difference between the two. For instance, during that time I overcame a substance abuse problem. I learned the law. Criminal appeals and civil suits. I changed some laws. I learned how to use the law to our advantage. I helped some guys out legally, and I learned how to start a non-profit organization. On the other hand, I am the exception to the rule. Most guys I knew that came in around the same time have gone bananas after that kind of time. I think that the experience of living in prison for decades is, at the end of the day, a pretty horrible thing. I guess I never slept after I accepted my fate. I didn't have one dream for the entire last 15 years of my incarceration. I guess I never got to that REM sleep state. They even did a sleep study on me. Lol. Anyway, it is constant chaos. Fighting, stabbing, killing, every day at certain points. You never really get used to it, and you are so wound up that even when you see a friend, you have an aggression scenario running in the background of your mind. Like, you are always wondering if someone is going to try to stab you, and at the same time you are working on how you will hit him if he makes the wrong move. I had a 10-punch combination lined up for anyone making the wrong move. This 10-punch combination helped me out of many a situation in there, so I always had these dudes' chins lined up in my mind just in case. Going to chow, going to the yard, going to medical, etc., didn't matter where I was going or who they were. All of them could potentially get it just like that, and some did. Yeah, all in all, it's a pretty scary thing not knowing whether or not you might die at any second. And it's no fun to have to live like that. 3.2K views. View 43 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Prashant. About the author. Mac Tatum. 29 years in maximum security prisons. I have expert advice. Former and current CEO at nonprofit at Rehabilitation and Redemption Coalition. Lives in Arlington, TX. 12.6 meters content views, 161.7K this month. Active in 11 spaces. View 2 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 102 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the fastest you've wiped a smirk off of someone's face? Ann Bea, farmer's assistant, 1996 present. Answered March 13, 2020. Author has 160 answers and 198.8k answer views. This happened many years ago, but I have never forgotten it. I was working as a farmhand up north and I lived on a farm too. My boyfriend at the time was from the place and we had fixed this old house and lived in it. Now, he worked at the local grocery store and I had farms in the area, which meant that our work hours sort of overlapped. I had some time off in the middle of the day, when he was working. Needless to say, I became bored and his mom did suggest that I could go fishing. My family has always been fishing. To us, fishing and hunting is important, and I did grow up with pulling nets, traps, using a fishing rod and so on. I hadn't had time to really do that for some years, so I was very excited. Since that farm owned land near the river, they had the right to fish for free in a long stretch of it, and since this was one of the best rivers for trout fishing in the country, the chance to fish for free was one I didn't want to miss. Also, I knew that their stretch was among the very best ones. My boyfriend's brother had a cheap fishing rod, the type you buy at ordinary stores for a ridiculous amount of money, and I was allowed to loan it. Then I went to the local store and bought some fishing line, some random flies and a reel. Nothing expensive, just the type of things you would buy for your kids, I guess. I walked down to the river and I was wearing what I normally wear for work, overalls covered with manure and dirt, green work boots, a very worn out Adidas jacket, and on top a cap with a John Deere logo. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sexy. But when I came to the part of the river I wanted to try, there was a person there already. And this was one pro fly fisher. Everything was state of the art. An expensive rod, carbon fiber and special made. A very nice reel, also top notch, cost more than a small car I presume. First class fishing line, waders, a really nice jacket with pockets for tack boxes and all. Salmon flies did decorate his hat. He had an Irish setter nicely placed in the grass next to him. The look on his face when he saw me, a tiny stocky woman carrying what the professionals would refer to as a joke when it came to equipment, wearing farmer's clothes. I bet he thought that, yeah, here comes the village idiot. I am surprised he didn't start to whistle the banjo track from Deliverance. I started assembling my equipment as he stood there throwing his line in, again and no fish. Not even a hint of life. He had probably been there for quite a while and not a single fish, nothing. I managed to get my gear ready and walked down to the shore with a polite nod. The guy did look as if he was about to laugh. That smirk. It said it all. Yeah, right, as if that one is gonna catch anything but a cold. Now, growing up in a family where fishing was important did teach me a thing or two, including reading a river. It isn't so that you can just toss your line in and expect to catch something. The fish have places where they prefer to be, where they can find food. I took one look at the stretch of water in front of me and knew immediately that if there were any fish there at all, they would be behind a rock in the middle of the stream. I hadn't used a fly rod for years, but as if by some miracle I did manage to get the thing to obey me, and the fly did land exactly where I wanted it, above the rock, so it drifted down past the rock. And, drumroll, fish. I had a fish on from the very start. I hauled it in whistling to myself, and the guy stood there with his chin touching his chest. He was flabbergasted. He looked as if I suddenly had turned into a green alien or something. What the fuck does she know that I don't? I had to release the fish, for it was too small to keep, but I just pretended as if this was something ordinary and walked downstream to where he couldn't see me. There I laughed my head off almost before finding another spot to fish. I didn't catch another fish that day, but my oh my did that fishermen make my day. 10.3k views. View 688 upvoters. Suggestions pending. About the author. Ann Bea. Agronomist. Farmer's assistant 1996 present. Bachelor Forestry and Wildlife Management, Evanston University, College, graduated 2003. Lives in Moelv. 198.8k content views 16.3k this month. Active in one space. Knows Norwegian bokmål. View 100 plus other answers to this question.
By changing to somebody.
About
Oh,
careers,
cross
privacy,
traffic.
terms, contact. Open an app. Article 103 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If you get pulled over by the police and they issue a warning, how do the police know that the police issued you a warning before? James
That
Filippello,
was in their
police
system,
lieutenant,
that's
retired,
why.
book author. Updated March 2, 2020, upvoted by Norbert Scheck, Ph.D. Law and Constitutional Law, John Paul II, Catholic University of Lublin, 2008, author has 898 answers and 14.5 meters answer views. Who lies better? In our department, we enter all written warnings into our local computer system. A good dispatcher will check for warnings on each car stop and advise the officer. I pulled over a one-eyed bandit. That's what we called cars with only one working headlight. Some might think it's a cheap reason to make a car stop, but at a distance, at night, the one lighted car might be mistaken for a motorcycle. Or if the light closest to the shoulder of the road is out, they might not see a pedestrian before running them over. The truth is, more times than not, it's a public service. A lot of people won't even notice they have a headlight out. So I stop this guy, and before I can get out of the car, the dispatcher comes back on the air. 3 warnings for headlight violations, the last one was issued 2 days ago. I go up, and after getting the guy's paperwork, I ask if he knew his headlight was out. He was very polite with "sir this" and "sir that." Unfortunately, his reply wasn't as nice. "Sir, I had no idea my headlight was out. Thank you, sir, for letting me know. Did you ever get a written warning for having a headlight out?" "Yes, but that was a while ago, and it was the other headlight." "It's your lucky day, the officer who wrote the warning is working, and he'll be here in a minute." You should have seen the look on the guy's face. It reminded me of my childhood when I got caught telling a whopper. He was so busted. He did finally admit he was lying to me. After 3 warnings and a really gutsy lie, he got his ticket for the headlight violation. As I walked back out to the car and handed him the ticket, he said, "What happened to the other officer?" "What other officer?" "The one that wrote me the warning." "Oh, my mistake, he's off tonight." 17.1k views. View 1.2k upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Galam Dastagir. About the author. James Filippello. Retired Police Division Commander. Police Lieutenant, retired, book author. Lives in New Jersey, 1959 present. 14.5 meters content views, 709k this month. Active in 3 spaces. View 1 other answer to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Login, sign up with email. Article 104 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a pilot, what's the most savage thing you've said to ATC? Keith White. Answered February 3, 2020, upvoted by Paul Tomlin, licensed private pilot. PP Asalia with high performance and complex endorsements. And Steve Kinoshita, Transport Canada private pilot license, author, has 2.2k answers and 1.7 meters answer views. I was flying in my little Piper Warrior with a buddy, who was an airline pilot, and, in my opinion, was making good clear radio calls seeking clearances as we traversed controlled airspace, when one cranky ATC controller called up and said, "XXX, how long have you been flying and what aircraft are you rated on?" He replied, "I have over 3,000 hours and my highest rating is a B747-400. Not another peep from ATC. Another time I was flying with him and we had decided to rent a CS retractable for a longer cross-country flight. My flying club had one particularly nasty instructor that triple-checked everything. Before she would let us take the plane, notwithstanding she had checked my recency and ratings, she snarled to him, "Will you be flying too? Show me your logbook." When she flicked to his rating pages that showed B747-400, she almost dropped to her knees in worship. 49.5k views. View 1.3k upvoters. Answer requested by Siddharth Meshram. About the author. Keith White. 1.7 meters content views 251.5K this month. View 19 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact.
What was I?
Open an app.
Chipmunk or something?
Article 105 of 135.
Maybe.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a pilot, what makes you roll your eyes every time you hear it? Mark Holbrook, software engineer. Answered March 8, 2020, upvoted by John Chesser, former captain, first officer, and flight engineer for a few U.S. airlines, and Tyler Willis, freshly minted commercial pilot author, has 182 answers and 635.3K answer views. 2 things. Air pockets. This is a term that sometimes people use to describe turbulence. I was sitting, in flight uniform, waiting for my plane to arrive for my next leg, and behind me sat a man who was telling his wife, air pockets which cause turbulence are nothing to worry about. They are just small pockets in the air with no air in them. When the airplane flies through one, it drops because there is no air in the air pocket. But it quickly stops dropping when it is out of the air pocket. I could not help but to turn around to see who was spouting out this misconception. Turns out his wife, who was listening to him, actually looked quite scared and asked about the idea that there could be pockets in our atmosphere with no air in them. Her husband explained they happened all the time and were no big deal. I simply could not help myself, and I said, "Excuse me, sir, but your description of what is causing turbulence is simply wrong." He looked at me and corrected me, "It is doctor, not sir, and I am a doctor of physics and I know what I'm talking about." I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Well, I disagree with your analysis. From my experience and training, turbulence is caused by changes in the relative wind as it approaches the lifting surfaces of the aircraft. In certain weather conditions, the changes can feel very abrupt, especially with high lift airfoils and aircraft speed, and considering that we live in a roughly standard atmosphere pressure of 15.7 psi at sea level, meaning that we have 15.7 pounds per square inch pushing our atmosphere in all directions, I find it hard to believe an airless bubble or pocket could exist for very long. I seriously doubt such airless bubbles or pockets are just floating around in our atmosphere. Granted, as we fly higher, the psi experienced from our atmosphere decreases, but until you leave our atmosphere there is some pressure, which again seems to make the very idea of an air pocket or bubble highly unlikely." He said, "Well, son, they do exist." His wife had the best comeback ever. "Well, if these air pockets exist as you say, why don't people just suddenly run into them and pass out because there is no air to breathe? I mean, they have to be fairly large to affect a big airplane, right?" Herb continued to over his tracks. "Well, they can be both small and large, but they are always moving, so even if you got in one, it would quickly move past you and you would be able to breathe again." I looked at him and said, "What makes them move? If you are on the ground in a place with absolutely no wind at ground level, as I've seen numerous times at this very airport, Sacramento, what is making them move? Why wouldn't one of these pockets just settle in one area and stay there?" Herb said, "It is not wind that pushes them around because they have no air in them, so wind would have no effect on them. It is gravity and the spinning of the earth that causes them to move." My plane had arrived by this time and I needed to go and get ready. So I said, "Well, sir and madam, if you are on this next flight, I will do my best to avoid those random pockets of no air and give you a very smooth flight." Our flight that day felt like glass. Not a single bump from liftoff to touchdown, so I guess there were none of those scary air pockets in our area that day. Where this guy got his physics degree from, I have no idea, but it proved to me that just having an advanced degree does not insulate you from stupid. Stall, when associated with propeller-driven aircraft. I was flying a Beach Kinger B200 on a charter. 2 beautiful P&W turbine engines with loads of power. As my charter party arrived, one of the ladies stopped to ask me what I planned to do if the airplane stalled. I said, "Well, we will be completely avoiding stalls today, ma'am. It will be a smooth and delightful flight." She said, "No, mean if one or both of those propellers stall. We will fall from the sky like a brick. What is your plan for if that happens to us today?" Without trying to give her a mini aeronautical engineering course, I explained that even if the engine's propellers were to stall exactly as she described, the airplane can glide down. But we have 2 very reliable and powerful engines, and the chance that both will stall today is very remote. She said, "Son, you are wrong. If those engines and propellers stop turning, we are all dead." Her conviction was so strong I didn't want to create a scene trying to argue with her, and I was out of things I thought I could say, so I said simply, "Well ma'am, that is not going to happen today, and if you still want to go on this flight we need to buckle in and get going." About that time her daughter walked up and said, "Mom, we've been over this, we are not going to just fall out of the sky. I've explained to you how airplanes work and you know I fly every day for my career, so get in the damn plane, sit down and shut up." Mom looked offended at the daughter. The daughter introduced herself as a second officer for Delta. I was thankful for the help and she ended up later helping me to get hired by Delta. 20.8K views. View 403 upvoters. Suggestions pending. About the author. Mark Holbrook. Software Enginner. 635.3K content views, 31.8K this month. View 25 other. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 106 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What caused you to change how you see the world? Hector Quintanilla, entrepreneur for over 26 years. Updated November 7, 2018, upvoted by Ronnie Gio Alex, MA in Development Science and Humanities 2015, and Ingrid Harris, PhD. Existential Phenomenology, Philosophy, 1996, author has 1.1K answers and 49.1 meters answer views. The phone rang at 1:40 a.m. "Hello," I answered in a sleepy voice. "Mr. Quintanilla," said the man on the phone. "Who is this? How can I help you?" "This is the sheriff from the local police station. I want to notify you that your building is on fire." What a bad joke. I hung up the phone and went back to sleep. 2 minutes later, ring. "Please, stop bothering," I said. "Do not hang up, sir, this is the sheriff's office. One of your tenants' cars at your building is on fire. Your building is at risk. The fire station has been notified." I drove to the building as fast as I could. The fire was contained before it got to the building. It was a disaster. 2 cars were consumed by the flames and the parking area was devastated. After the fire was out, the policemen circled the area with a yellow tape waiting for the detectives to determine what had happened. 1 day went by. We couldn't remove the cars nor start the restoration process. 2 days, no detectives. I visited the police station. "You've got to file a report," the lady instructed. Done. 3 days, nothing. 4 days, again, I visited the police station, but nobody would take care of the case. 5 days, another day lost. I decided to call a good friend who is an attorney. "Hey, Adrian, I need your help to get this solved." "No problem, Hector, let me make a few phone calls," he said. 3 hours later, "Okay, Hector, I have a solution. It will cost $50,000 pesos, in cash, about $3,800 back in 2009. I was furious. "No way, Adrian. This is not acceptable. Please help me any way you can. I don't want to pay bribes to further feed our corrupt people. They must do their job." "I'll do what I can, Hector," he said. "Thank you, my friend." 20 minutes later Adrian called back. "I'm sorry, Hector. This fee is non-negotiable. They want the money." "Oh no. Adrian, how can this be possible?" "Well, sadly, this how the system works. I will not feed this corrupt system. I won't pay them anything." I hung up the phone and drove to the police station again requesting a solution to my problem. I felt powerless. 2 days later I escalated my complaint to the police chief. This is when my friend Adrian called me again. "Hector, you've got to stop this. This is getting out of my control." "What do you mean, Adrian?" I said. "They're threatening me with an ultimatum. Either you pay or they will make you liable for the incident, and the insurance of the car that initiated the fire will not pay anything. You will be responsible for all the damages, about $1.5 million pesos, $115,000. I was in shock. "I'm sorry, Hector, this is how the system works. Tell those miserable rats I'll give them the money. Thank you for your help, my friend. I hung up. I felt defeated. The very people in power supposed to protect us were stealing from me. Hours later, a cynical man visited my office, took the cash, and in 2 hours everything was solved. This was the incident that caused me to change how I see the world. Public servants leveraging their authority to abuse citizens instead of taking care of them. This made me understand that there may be things I want to change in the world, but I can't. 202.1k views. You 15.9k upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Hector Quintanilla. Entrepreneur. Founder at digitalageeducation.com. Executive MBA from IPADE Business School, graduated 2001. Lived in Mexico 0 to 0. 51.1 meters, content views 1.4 meters this month. Published writer, fatherly in HuffPost. Active in 8 spaces. In other languages. In French. Qu'est-ce que vous a amené à changer votre façon de voir le monde? In French. Qu'est-ce que vous a amené à changer votre façon de voir le monde? In Italian. Cosa ti ha portato a cambiare la tua visione del mondo?
Hempstead, Iowa.
37 other answers to this
24.
question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. Article 107 of 135. Update: FMCSA likely to grant hours of service waiver for all of the U.S. freight waves. Adding information on state waivers from earlier story. John Gallagher contributed to this story. An emergency proclamation suspending an undefined part of the hours of service (HOS) rules through the entire U.S. is expected to be granted by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration (FMCSA), according to the American Trucking Association's ATA. The federal waiver would come as HOS rules were falling over the past 2 days in a number of states. The waivers on the state level were wide-ranging and spread across the country. Waivers in Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware, Hawaii, Kentucky, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, and Virginia were confirmed by FreightWaves. A request was confirmed in Nevada. We understand that FMCSA will be issuing an emergency proclamation suspending federal hours of service (HOS) regulations for operations engaged in emergency relief related to COVID-19, ATA Vice President for Safety Policy Dan Horvath said in a note to its members. We expect FMCSA to post the specific criteria of this proclamation on their website, including clarifying information about the types of loads and work covered. That note was the second one of the day sent by ATA. Not long before that, the ATA had said in a note that FMCSA had issued the rule suspending HOS for interstate operations. But that was quickly preempted by a second note saying that such a rule was expected. FMCSA was not immediately available for comment. But in the note, Horvath said carriers and drivers remain responsible for ensuring that drivers are receiving sufficient rest and are not operating fatigued. A DOT official was not able to confirm an official release of a waiver. The probability of a national waiver comes following the declaration of a national emergency by President Trump. Emergency orders are put in place on a short-term basis in weather-related situations for specific states or regions, usually following blizzards or hurricanes, and are specific to emergency relief supplies and equipment, and will sometimes specify what can be carried, for example, food, water, propane, and/or heavy equipment. Emergency orders do not exempt drivers from requirements relating to CDL, drug, alcohol, hazardous materials, size and weight, or state, federal registration and tax requirements. FMCSA will also typically advise drivers to print out a copy of the emergency order and keep it with them if that they can provide roadside enforcement to show that they're operating under an emergency exemption. An expected waiver on the federal level and those in place in the states comes as capacity is tightening and demand for trucking is soaring, as shown in the outbound tender volume index from FreightWaves sonar. Demand for simple goods like toilet paper all the way up to sophisticated products like medical devices is straining the trucking sector. Outbound Tender Volume Index, Sonar, OTVI USA. An official with one state trucking association noted that its state's limitations on what it could carry did include medical equipment and consumer goods. That would cover a lot but presumably wouldn't apply to something like a flatbed hauling industrial equipment. Whether the definition of emergency relief in the FMCSA rule is narrow or broad will need to be determined by the specifics in the waiver. As Paulinos, president of the Nevada Trucking Association, said in his letter requesting a waiver from the governor of Nevada, one carrier who delivers dry goods to a major grocery store chain in southern Nevada, Utah and northern Arizona has seen a 20% increase this week. Retailers have gone through a month and a half of inventory in 4 days.
Damn.
Paulinos cited rising detention times as a key reason for a waiver to be needed.
Month and a half of
Citing
inventory
sonar
is
data,
within 4
Paulinos told
days.
FreightWaves that detention times are close to their highest annual levels as trucks encounter docks operating at capacity to resupply medical and consumer supply chains. Information obtained about the state waivers varies. For example, Shannon Newton, the president of the Arkansas Trucking Association, said her state's emergency order granting an HOS waiver was for a 30-day period. Although it wasn't for all goods hauled by trucks, the freight it covered was fairly sweeping, she said. It covered essential items of commerce, and that included groceries, pharmaceutical goods, medical equipment, commodities and livestock. Newton said that unlike Nevada, the Arkansas Trucking Association did not request the waiver. The need is known and the governor, Asa Hutchinson, has the authority to declare an emergency and waive the rules, she said. We knew it was coming because they reached out to us. Newton and other state trucking association officials contacted by FreightWaves said the leaders of the various state organizations had all been in touch with each other through email contact as they sought their respective waivers. Thomas Balzer, president of the Ohio Trucking Association, reflected the view that warehouses and backups at the distribution centers are the biggest problem facing the supply chains now. The entire system is getting taxed, so warehouses will have higher wait times than normal, I'm sure, he said. A widely circulated picture on Facebook Friday showed a massive line of trucks purportedly waiting to get into a Procter & Gamble plant in Pennsylvania. The plant in Mahoopany was described by P&G as the company's biggest manufacturing site in the U.S., making Bounty paper towels, Bounty napkins and the most prized possession in the U.S. today, Charmin toilet paper. Tags. Coronavirus FMCSA hours of service. Article 108 of 135. 10 famous people Joe Rogan loves, and 8 he can't stand. Joe Rogan's a bit of a jack-of-all-trades kind of guy. But rather than having his fingers in many different pies, being good at a lot of jobs and a master of none, the man's excelled as a podcast host. He touches on a variety of subjects, often rather touchy issues, getting different people on board for some unique opinions and insights. He speaks his mind, but not everyone can relate to his views and he can be somewhat divisive. But when Joe Rogan speaks, people listen. Due to his role as a podcast host and in his capacity as a commentator and pundit, Joe comes across many different types of people from different walks of life. He hits it off with some right away. They give interesting interviews and are entertaining, insightful characters. But others, for whatever reason, he just can't stand. These are 10 people that Joe Rogan loves and 8 that are at the other end of the scale, that he just can't stand. Advertising. 18 loves Dr. Rhonda Patrick. Via peteradium.com. Joe Rogan's known for discussing a range of issues on his podcast and he's very much into his health and fitness. When it comes to discussing the topic, he calls in Dr. Rhonda Patrick. She made an impression on him and his listeners and has been called back multiple times to share her expert knowledge gained from her PhD in biomedical science. 17 can't stand Candace Owens. Via Instagram.com. Joe loves to delve into things, get deep into a subject and have discussions with interesting people. But Candace Owens just didn't live up to the mark. In fact, Candace rather frustrated Joe, who took great pleasure in exposing her as an intellectual fraud. They butted heads on issues regarding climate change, and in the end, Candace looked out of her depth. The conservative firebrand left that talk with her tail between her legs. Advertising. 16 loves Graham Hancock. Via YouTube.com. Graham Hancock is a British writer and journalist. He's had some deep, intellectually stimulating discussions with Joe regarding some pretty niche topics, including ancient myths, origins of man and evolution and astrology. He's a frequent guest of Joe's on his podcast, and the listeners just love it when he drops those knowledge bombs too. Related, 16 revealing facts Joe Rogan disclosed on his podcast. 15 Can't Stand Wesley Snipes. Via Pinterest.co.uk. It's hard to believe that once upon a time, Joe Rogan and Wesley Snipes almost had a bust-up. Who'd have come out on top in that battle? It was going to be a celebrity fight around the time when Joe was a commentator, but it never materialized, much to Joe's displeasure. He was game and made himself feel better by saying that Snipes was ducking and diving him. Advertising. 14 loves DeGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, the thing with Wesley Snipes, they were having differences. They were going to have a celebrity fight or whatever, but then rumor has that once Wesley figured out that Joe was a black belt in jiu-jitsu and taekwondo, and now the guy can fight, I guess he backed off and decided, whoa, that's not such a great idea. Diaz number 1 too. I haven't seen Brennan on there. He's Brennan on the show a lot, especially with both of them being UFC guys.
Via Instagram.com. When DeGrasse Tyson's having a discussion with Joe, they seamlessly flit between topics, and DeGrasse's vast amount of knowledge on pretty much everything, and his intellectual capacity, becomes evident. He's another favorite guest of Joe's and has appeared on his podcast many times. The concept of infinity has to be one of their best discussions. 13 Can't Stand Owen Benjamin. Via Medium.com. Owen Benjamin's a comedian, actor and someone who's gotten in plenty of hot water over the years by voicing his opinions on often controversial topics. One such instance where Owen took things too far was when he dissed one of Joe's friends. Joe wasn't happy and let Owen know about it. They've traded insults ever since, with Owen putting Joe on blast. Advertising. 12 loves Dana White. Via Mamania.com. In his capacity, it's handy to be on great terms with the president of the UFC. Joe credits Dana White for helping him get into the business. As an MMA fanatic, conducting interviews whilst being on the UFC payroll was a dream job for Joe. They've had their moments over the years, but by and large there's a massive amount of respect between them. 11 Can't Stand Stephen A. Smith. Via AwfulAnnouncing.com. Over the past year or so, Joe Rogan and Stephen A. Smith have been butting heads quite a bit. They've clashed over a number of issues, mainly due to Stephen's comments about the UFC and Donald Cerrone. They've been jabbing back and forth and are showing no signs of coming around to each other's way of thinking.
I've seen some of his
Advertising.
critical comments.
10 loves Mike Tyson. Via Pinterest.co.uk. Who doesn't like Mike Tyson? Even Evander Holyfield, who was on the receiving end of that infamous assault, has good things to say about Mike. Now that the man can sit back, relax and reflect of a somewhat bad boxing career, he's got plenty of crazy stories to tell, and he divulged it all to Joe when the duo met. 9 Can't Stand Greta Thunberg. Via AmericaMagazine.org. 16-year-old climate activist Greta Thunberg was named 2019 Person of the Year by Time. Joe Rogan had a thing or two to say about that. He's pretty unimpressed with her climate activism, referring to her as the Greta Thunberg girl. He chose to downplay her actions, saying that just because she's young, being on TV and yelling at everyone shouldn't make her the Person of the Year. Advertising. 8 loves Sam Harris. Via ArioMagazine.com. Neuroscientist Sam Harris has a long list of achievements to his name. One is that he's a pretty decent podcaster himself. When he came onto Joe's show, it was evident that the duo hit it off from the get-go. They have the same way of thinking, and went into depth during what became a 3-hour-long discussion about everything from mindfulness to violence. Related 17 little-known facts about Joe Rogan's private life. 7 Can't Stand Deontay Wilder. Via BleacherReport.com. Up until recently, Joe didn't have a problem with Deontay Wilder. But when the Bronze Bomber blamed his recent loss to Fury on the costume he wore for his ring walk, Joe scoffed in amusement and ridicule. Firstly, that's a ridiculous excuse. Secondly, Wilder was caught out after saying he actually trains using weighted vests. Thirdly, if the costume was that heavy, why on earth would Wilder's team subject him to it? Advertising. 6 loves Russell Brand. Via Pinterest.co.uk. British comedian and actor, Russell Brand, is a quirky individual. He's faced his fair share of problems over the years, and is quite philosophical about his experiences, has plenty to say on a range of different issues. When the two got together for the Joe Rogan Experience, Joe found the man fascinating. 5 Can't Stand Meryl Streep. Via Insider.com. Actress Meryl Streep made a rather questionable speech during the Golden Globes. It was meant to be a dig at Donald Trump, but she ended up insulting football lovers and fans of MMA. She was promptly slammed from all corners due to her level of ignorance. Joe couldn't wait to weigh in, and said, well, what she said was so inherently ridiculous and also ignorant. Advertising. 4 loves Elon Musk. Via NBCnews.com. Joe Rogan likes quirky, interesting, different people. So, when Elon Musk sat in the chair during his podcast experience, Joe embraced the opportunity and he and the fans just lapped it up. It became one of Joe's most iconic podcasts due to an incident Elon later apologized for and a number of other reasons. Joe admires the fact that he's very jovial, friendly, and that his mind is far more advanced than his own. 3 Can't Stand Alex Jones. Via cut.org. Joe loves chatting with eccentrics, and Alex Jones certainly falls within this category. They were actually friends for a number of years, but Joe's now distanced himself from Alex following his rather repulsive comments which got him kicked off a number of social media platforms. Things have escalated between the two, and they're now in the midst of a rather hilarious feud. Advertising. 2 loves Edward Norton. Via IndieWire.com. Edward Norton's one of the most loved actors in Hollywood. His talents aren't just limited to acting though. He's a highly intelligent man, and that's what Joe loved about him when they got together for his podcast. Edward has an unusual perspective on a range of different topics, and Joe took delight in picking his brain. 1 loves Dwayne Johnson. Via Instagram.com. Joe Rogan likes to keep fit and healthy, loves learning about training and nutrition. He often gets people from a health and nutritional background onto his podcast to divulge some specialist information. But when it comes to his own training, there's one man that he follows, and that's Dwayne Johnson. He's been full of praise for Johnson on social media, and The Rock has thanked him, told him to keep at it. Sources: YouTube, Collider, Total Pro Sports. Next, 15 facts that reveal who the real Joe Rogan is. Advertising. Share, tweet, email, comment, share. Next, 8 wrestling companies that are on the rise, and 8 that are sinking fast. Related topics. Sports. Article 109 of 135. Answer: Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If a thief entered your house at night, would you pretend to sleep or would you face him? Bill Smith, MC Driver 2000 present. Answered March 7, 2020. Author has 199 answers and 267.9k answer views. Back around 2003 I was living in a 2 BRM flat. My BRM had a window that opened onto a balcony. It was as easy as walking up the front steps to access the balcony. About the I slightly down on my bed. I chuck a couple of quick ones into his right kidney whilst saying, "Ooh, lucky me. Fresh meat. I do love me some boy pussy." At this stage one was 120 kgs and have slept naked for years. He was terrified, in pain, pinned to the bed by what he thought was a gay rapist. He's crying, begging, and I start beating him. I beat him black, blue and bloody. Excessive force. Absolutely. I make no apologies for that. I eventually had beat him senseless, carried him downstairs, and called the police telling them I'd seen some random guy passed out in my driveway. I went for a shower, they came, organized an ambulance and interviewed me. He looks like he's been hit by a truck. He has priors for break and enter. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Bill? We note you've only been out for 10 months from your GBH holiday. No, officer, my spell in Her Majesty's finer resort taught me violence isn't the answer, I'm a changed man. The sergeant started laughing, as he coughed BS, and the young constable looked confused. I'm sure the sergeant schooled her in the car as they were leaving. He knew I was right for it, and I'd forgotten to replace the screen. It was on the balcony 3 meters from us next to a half-open window. So yes, entering my home whilst I'm there with my family without permission and nefarious intent is a great way to find out if there is a God, and I will gladly help you on that path of discovery. 4.3k views. View 139 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by...
Which clown are you talking about, Della? He did have a lot to do with making wrestling a really big thing, making it entertainment. Although a little bit too much dramatics to me, I was more interested in just the wrestling matches themselves, and not so much of the offstage drama that they bring into it. When I was like in junior high and high school and stuff, but don't really follow it so much anymore. I mean, the outcomes of the matches are scripted. That's really physically demanding, and their injuries are real. But I wish it'd be more like just, hey, two guys with a real battle of skills and outwitting each other. Also meant to be showmanship and just pure entertainment for fans. Yeah, that's the concern I have exactly, is everything's scripted. Or a lot of it is. They're actually told who's supposed to win each match, and then the two fighters will actually get together, before the match and then discuss how they want it to go. So in a way, it's kind of it's one part acting and one part athletics. Write the stuff so they can set up whatever things they want to do, and it just kind of takes the realism out of the putting stuff together that's actually entertaining, but again, entertaining for who? Entertaining for the general population, yeah, they did well with that, I think, but someone like myself who's more into the more realistic stuff, it just doesn't work as well. close enough where I can run less than 600-mile shifts the rest of the way to California. Also, I figure if I shut down by about 5 o'clock, so I got actually about 3:24 left on my clock. So between 5 and 6 p.m. I'll end up shutting down wherever that happens to be. I shouldn't have any problems finding parking at that hour. Don't plan to stop at all until the clock makes me stop. And then I'll be able to start my next shift at like 3 something in the morning tomorrow. 3 something, maybe 4 in the morning. You have with stocks right now, Della, is there's no volume. All the big money, big spenders are waiting. It doesn't mean that they're not necessarily selling, but they're waiting for everything to settle down before they buy back in. So there's no volume, and if there's no volume, it's the prices are all over the place. Yeah, this load is going to Southern Cal, Sylmar. So I might ask my DM if I can drop it in our drop yard, because I need to get my EGR valve changed. My check engine light's on, and I'm a little bit light on power because of it. Yeah, and our breakdown people said it's the EGR valve causing it. So if I can drop it in the yard possibly, and then I can take it over to the dealer, get it fixed, and then also get my APU fixed before I reload. Going on there is just more stupid panic selling. It's 14. right there. Chevy wouldn't let me over. I figured out from these signs that I had to turn here. Why would Great Clips have a company vehicle? I don't get that. Especially if it's somebody who lives in this area, they're more likely to know that trucks usually always tend to turn left here. And if I don't know that I need to turn left until it's closer to the time, well, obviously I'm going to make a later decision or something. Then again, most drivers use GPS. I don't. All I care about is just follow the signs. Wherever 151 is, that'll get me where I need to be. Somebody who doesn't pay any attention to anything if they're not just being an asshole. Probably in La La Land, only looking at the front of their hood and not paying any attention to anything else. Alright, let's not play this stupid game, lights. I'm not gonna play these goddamn red light, green light, red light, green light crap. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Ah, damn lights. Come on. God damn it. I'm fucking tired of this shit. No, I'm tired of these fucking lights turning red on me every time I come near them. And then great, even better. There's a freaking cop 2 lanes over from me. Right, this one. I had to hit my brakes a little harder than I want to make sure I didn't run a damn red light again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a freaking red light ticket from when I was delivering in Batavia the other night. Go through an enter because I was in that little screw me situations where do I hit the brakes hard or do I run the light? So I decided to try to run the light, and it turned red right before I got to the limit line. And as I'm going through the intersection, I see a freaking flash of light, which tells me a damn red light camera got me. Where did you check in there at on time or? Yeah, that's pretty common though. One of my two longest detentions ever have both been at Americolds, and the one you're at now is one of them. What's that? No, EGR valve. Yeah. Nah, I got to check engine light on and a little bit less power than normal, but my speed's fine. I can still do 70 miles an hour if I want to. EGR valve. No, DEF isn't. Well, I don't. No, it's not really necessarily part of the DEF system. It's part of it is part of emissions, but no, I'm planning on letting her know pretty soon. I'm just debating on whether to send it by Qualcomm or Colored because I do need to get it on in writing too. Oh, that's good. Just be normal. What do you mean? You have a reservoir full of air? Because if you don't have enough air in your reservoir, that can be a problem. But no, doesn't matter what your PSI is. If you don't have much volume of air in the trailer reservoir, it's just not gonna. The pins won't go in. I don't know enough about the situation there. Yeah, I don't normally have that problem, so it's either it's either lack of air in there or something's binding up or something like that where the air's not able to do what it's supposed to be doing because either maybe mechanical reasons or whatever. Oh, I'm not having that problem anyway. I'm just close to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Yeah, I'm gonna take I-35 down from Des Moines down to Emporia, Kansas, and then take the U.S. highways over that from that way down to Tucumcari. Because I think you'll avoid the weather in Wyoming, but I don't think I will. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, yeah. That's assuming they stop burning into your more of your 14 to get you loaded. Never know. Well, I did hear detention times are up lately anyway because all the stupid panic shit that everybody's doing. No, you get detention pay. What I'm saying is shippers are detaining trucks a lot more now because of the extreme demand right now because all the idiots panic selling or panic buying all the. Yeah, yeah, it's what's going on everywhere. No, they don't. They're selfish and they just this stupid panic. They don't know how to use their damn brains. Yeah, it already has been, but it, it's it's not necessarily applicable to us. It's just a matter of go by your appointment time, and if we hear any direction from anybody saying, "Hey, sooner you can get it there, the better," yeah, well, then you can go ahead and use the exemption. I would not think about trying to use it. Yeah, it's not likely to impact us. No, they can't shut us down because people need supplies. We're essential. Yeah, we're essential to the supply chain. We can't. They can't shut us down. Yeah, I doubt it. Correct. Huh? What do you mean? Who says I went off live? I'm streaming live, but our phone call's not live. Only my side is live. You have how far to go? You can be there in less than 2 days at that rate, or just under two. Yeah, a little bit less than 2 days. Yeah, if it's Monday, you'll be there Wednesday or maybe even early Thursday morning because you might need an extra 10-hour break because of the delay there, the shipper. When's your load due again? You might be all right either way. If you end up if you end up taking too long there to load, just do a full 10-hour break in place there, and then start a fresh clock from there. You can do it in 2 shifts if you really want. If you're right at like 1,300 miles out, you can do that in two 650-mile shifts. There'll be longer shifts. You'll end up doing like 10 hours of drive time each day, but that can be done. On the 20th? That's Friday, isn't it? Because today's the 16th, so you're not due till Friday. All right, we'll do. All right, have a good one. All right, bye. All right, coming up on you, I-380 right now. I'm gonna head south from here to get to I-80. Done 282 miles so far, a little bit less, just under 3 hours. Got 255 left, so maybe potentially do another 200 miles before I stop. If I'm not mistaken, that'll actually get me past Des Moines. All right, 15 miles before we get to I-80. broker. A lot of people don't. Even brokers are prone to panic selling at times, but it sounds like you actually have a pretty good one overall. Just from what I have seen you write. Did you send me your list yet? 'Cause I gave you my email address. I didn't notice if you sent it to me yet. Come on, car, hurry up, because I see Creed getting on the freeway over here. I'm pretty sure he's going to be a conflict. Tell you, saw Creed getting on the freeway before I even got past the off-ramp, and sure enough, pickup and Creed are now what I had to adjust to. Bump's not affecting me too bad. I mean, I am a little bit lower on power output for the engine than I normally would, but not by a lot. Wasn't enough for me to get slowed down more than Creed. Still outran Creed going up that hill. Slow down for your ass. Now get off your phone. Shit, man, it slowed down from almost 70 to barely over 60 because of your ass. And you want to slow down with me. Shares already, you're not going to lose shares if you hold on to them. The value will change, and it'll go back. The value of your shares will go back up once all this nonsense is cleared up. And it's just like stock price is already down so far. We don't even have a recession yet. What the hell makes you think that stock prices are not going to go back up before you realize that we're on our way back up? It works both ways. It will flip like a switch on you without you even knowing that it's flipped. And by the time you realize that it's on its way back up, it's usually too late for you to do anything to prevent losing shares. Best thing to do, hang tight. It will recover, I guarantee it. And that's another part of the problem too with stocks is a lot of people like to apply logic that only is applicable to individual company stocks to stock index funds, which you cannot do. It doesn't work that way. There are things that are relevant to individual company stocks that are not applicable to stock index funds, and vice versa. You have to treat them like they're completely different things. exactly why so many cars bitch about getting cut off by trucks. You know, where trucks won't wait for a car to pass before they try to go around someone else. Because you get clowns like that who will slow down and make it harder and harder for us to get around, to even get over there, because they'll take their sweet ass time going around us. Purple Volvo going the other way. I was gonna pass this car, but I see the construction zone with the lower speed limit, so not even worth it. Educating not only the general motoring public and new and future truck drivers, but even myself too. Learning, always learn something new. I've been told that my channel is very informative, and I appreciate that, and that's why I like it to be. Whether it's me informing others about a lot of stuff, or listening to stuff that is informational to everybody, including myself, or you guys sharing stuff that's helpful to me. Alright, 2 miles away from I-80 now. Truck on I-80 is going super slow. May have to deal with them when I get over there. That's another purple truck right in front of me up on the other side of the curve. 2 hour drive from here to Des Moines, and I got 2.5 hours left, a little over 2.5 hours left on my clock, so I'll definitely end up somewhere on I-35. I'm gonna have to let my DM know what I'm planning to do with after when I'm done. I can. Oh, Des Moines is actually 100 miles away. Either way, it's. Yeah, I might still be able to get south of Des Moines. Still. Come on, damn it! Just call up. I'm playing this back and forth swiping crap. Hey, what's happening? I got to check engine light. Well, I don't expect it to impact my load, but I did talk to Breakdown. They said it looks like I have a bad EGR valve, and I'm running from what I can tell, I think I'm running about a day ahead of schedule. So I do plan to put a 41 in when I get done with my shift, and I do plan to run a shorter shift today. Let's see. Might end up doing it in Fontana when I get done with the load, or if there's a possibility I can drop the load in San Bernardino when I get over there, and then just take it right over to the dealer after that. No, not yet. Actually, I can give him a call. Is he up right now? Or oh, okay. Yeah, I'll give him about half an hour though, and then that way when he's driving, so I don't disrupt. Maybe he might be eating or something. And then you said it was mainly the trip sheets that he was needing help with. What kind of problems are you noticing there? Oh, okay. All right. Ouch. Yeah, my bills are bigger than that, but I also have wife and three kids in the house, and we have like 10 devices, actually 11, I think. Yeah. Alright, we'll do. Then, okay, then, yeah, I'll send you something on Qualcomm later when I'm stopped, but I'm gonna probably be, I probably won't be done moving the truck until after you're already gone for the day, so would it be more advisable to send it in the morning or something when you're in again? Okay. Alright, yeah, I'll send the macro 41 at least and then put in there that I need to get my truck looked at when I get to California, and if I can drop it in San Bernardino, great. Alright, sounds good. No problem. Bye. Alright. I wish she's at least aware early about what's going on with the truck, and the earlier notice means more time available to work on something, like plan in something else. Like if I mentioned, hey, it'd be great if I could drop it in San Bernardino so I can take my truck to the dealer right afterward, and if I wait too long to say something about that or document it, whatever, and then I'm less likely to be able to give them an option to work or help them be able to find some option to help me out with that.
Article 110 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever police work you've ever seen? Matt Chambers, former police patrol supervisor. Answer, July 2, 2018. Author has 1.9k answers and 3.3 meters answer views. I had only been cut loose from my field training for a month, and I hear a call that someone who was wanted had been spotted. Someone else took the call, but I responded as well in case he needed assistance. When we get there, we see it's a young man, about 18 or 19, who was wanted, and his father is the one who turned him in. The father thought jail might be the only way to get his son back in the right track. The father tells us he's in his room, but warns us if he gets a chance he will run. We go and knock, but he won't come out, so his father opens the door for us. The young man doesn't want to talk. He is very agitated and getting a bit aggressive in his body language. The other officer, Pat, asks the boy if he smokes, and the boy says he does. Pat offers to step out on the porch and they can have a smoke. The father is beside the door and waving and shaking his head, no. The young man agrees, and Pat gives Dad a smile as they walk out. Pat pulls out a cigarette for them both and lights up. The boy takes a puff, then glances at Pat, who is leaning against the wall. The boy takes off, leaving the handrail and across the yard, headed for the road. I take a few steps after him, but Pat waves me down and watches the boy run. The young man gets to the other side of the road and looks back to see Dad and two cops lounging on the porch. He yells, "Aren't you coming after me?" Pat flicks some ashes and asks, "Don't you live here?" The boy looks confused and says, "Yeah." Pat says, "Are you coming home at some point?" The boy says, "Yeah." Pat says, "Get it out of your system, your dad's going to put on some coffee, they'll be here when you get back." The young man stood there for a few seconds, then trudged back to the house. We sat down for that coffee, and Pat talked to the young man about how this wasn't going to go away. It could be faced squarely, with strength and maturity, and be over with, or he could screw around and make it much worse. The boy followed Pat out to the cruiser and hopped in the back in the end. I couldn't help but be extremely impressed. I'd have chased the guy in a flash, and probably been left in the dust, without a second thought. Pat could have been wrong, but he judged the situation correctly. Pat often did things like that, and I still wish I could handle things half as good as Pat does. I am more like that asshole uncle we all groan when we run into at family reunions. Pat is that awesome cousin we all want to sit next to. 4.8k views. View 103 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Jeff Townsend. About the author. Matt Chambers. Former police patrol supervisor. Studied at Lackawanna College. Lives in the United States of America. 3.3 meters content views 491.3k this month. Active in one space. View 8 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 111 of 135. He has 17,700 bottles of hand sanitizer and nowhere to sell them.
Idiot.
1/2. Matt Colvin with his stock of hand sanitizer and other supplies in demand due to coronavirus concerns that he was selling online until Amazon and other sites started cracking down on price gouging, at his home in Hickson, 10, March 12, 2020. Sites like Amazon and eBay have given rise to a growing industry of independent sellers who snatch up discounted or hard-to-find items in stores to post online and sell around the world. Doug Strickland, The New York Times. On March 1, the day after the first coronavirus death in the United States, brothers Matt and Noah Colvin set out in a silver SUV to pick up some hand sanitizer. Driving around Chattanooga, Tennessee, they hit a Dollar Tree, then a Walmart, a Staples and a Home Depot. At each store, they cleaned out the shelves. Over the next 3 days, Noah Colvin took a 1,300-mile road trip across Tennessee and into Kentucky, filling a U-Haul truck with thousands of bottles of hand sanitizer and thousands of packs of antibacterial wipes, mostly from little hole-in-the-wall dollar stores in the backwoods, his brother said. The major metro areas were cleaned out. Matt Colvin stayed home near Chattanooga, preparing for pallets of even more wipes and sanitizer he had ordered, and starting to list them on Amazon. Colvin said he had posted 300 bottles of hand sanitizer and immediately sold them all for between $8 and $70 each, multiples higher than what he had bought them for. To him, it was crazy money. To many others, it was profiteering from a pandemic. The next day, Amazon pulled his items and thousands of other listings for sanitizer, wipes and face masks. The company suspended some of the sellers behind the listings and warned many others that if they kept running up prices, they'd lose their accounts. eBay soon followed with even stricter measures prohibiting any U.S. sales of masks or sanitizer. Now, while millions of people search in vain for hand sanitizer to protect themselves from the spread of the coronavirus, Colvin is sitting on 17,700 bottles of the stuff with little idea where to sell them. It's been a huge amount of whiplash, he said. From being in a situation where what I've got coming and going could potentially put my family in a really good place financially to, what the heck am I going to do with all of this? Matt Colvin with his wife Brittany, and son, Logan, at their home in Hickson, 10, March 12, 2020. Doug Strickland, The New York Times. More. Colvin is one of probably thousands of sellers who have amassed stockpiles of hand sanitizer and crucial respirator masks that many hospitals are now rationing, according to interviews with 8 Amazon sellers and posts in private Facebook and Telegram groups from dozens more. Amazon said it had recently removed hundreds of thousands of listings and suspended thousands of sellers' accounts for price gouging related to the coronavirus. Amazon, eBay, Walmart and other online commerce platforms are trying to stop their sellers from making excessive profits from a public health crisis. While the companies aim to discourage people from hoarding such products and jacking up their prices, many sellers had already cleared out their local stores and started selling the goods online. Now both the physical and digital shelves are nearly empty. Michaela Kozlowski, a nurse in Dudley, Massachusetts, has been searching for hand sanitizer since before she gave birth to her first child, Nora, on March 5. When she searched stores, which were sold out, she skipped getting gas to avoid handling the pump. And when she checked Amazon, she couldn't find it for less than $50. You're being selfish, hoarding resources for your own personal gain, she said of the sellers. Sites like Amazon and eBay have given rise to a growing industry of independent sellers who snatch up discounted or hard-to-find items in stores to post online and sell around the world. These sellers call it retail arbitrage, a 21st century career that has adults buying up everything from limited-run cereals to fingerling monkeys, a once hot toy. The bargain hunters look for anything they can sell at a sharp markup. In recent weeks, they found perhaps their biggest opportunity, a pandemic. As they watched the list of Amazon's most popular searches crowd with terms like Purell, N95 mask, and Clorox wipes, sellers said they did what they had learned to do, suck up supply and sell it for what the market would bear. Initially, the strategy worked. For several weeks, prices soared for some of the top results to searches for sanitizer, masks and wipes on Amazon, according to a New York Times analysis of historical prices from Jungle Scout, which tracks data for Amazon sellers. The data shows that both Amazon and third-party sellers like Colvin increased their prices, which then mostly dropped when Amazon took action against price gouging this month. At the high prices, people still bought the products en masse, and Amazon took a cut of roughly 15% and eBay roughly 10%, depending on the price and the seller. Then the companies, pressured by growing criticism from regulators and customers, cracked down. After the measures last week, Amazon went further Wednesday, restricting sales of any coronavirus-related products from certain sellers. Price gouging is a clear violation of our policies, unethical, and in some areas, illegal, Amazon said in a statement. In addition to terminating these third-party accounts, we welcome the opportunity to work directly with states' attorneys general to prosecute bad actors. Colvin, 36, a former Air Force technical sergeant, said he started selling on Amazon in 2015, developing it into a six-figure career by selling Nike shoes and pet toys, and by following trends. In early February, as headlines announced the coronavirus spread in China, Colvin spotted a chance to capitalize. A nearby liquidation firm was selling 2,000 pandemic packs, leftovers from a defunct company. Each came with 50 face masks, 4 small bottles of hand sanitizer and a thermometer. The price was $5 a pack. Colvin haggled it to $3.50 and bought them all. He quickly sold all 2,000 of the 50 packs of masks on eBay, pricing them from $40 to $50 each, and sometimes higher. He declined to disclose his profit on the record but said it was substantial. The success stoked his appetite. When he saw the panicked public starting to pounce on sanitizer and wipes, he and his brother set out to stock up. Elsewhere, other Amazon sellers were doing the same. Chris Anderson, an Amazon seller in central Pennsylvania, said he and a friend had driven around Ohio, buying about 10,000 masks from stores. He used coupons to buy packs of 10 for around $15 each and resold them for $40 to $50. After Amazon's cut and other costs, he estimates, he made a $25,000 profit. Anderson is now holding 500 packs of antibacterial wipes after Amazon blocked him from selling them for $19 each, up from $16 weeks earlier. He bought the packs for $3 each. Eric, a truck driver from Ohio who spoke on condition that his surname not be published because he feared Amazon would retaliate, said he had also collected about 10,000 masks at stores. He bought each 10 pack for about $20 and sold most for roughly $80 each, although some he priced at $125. Even at $125 a box, they were selling almost instantly, he said. It was mind-blowing as far as what you could charge. He estimates he made $35,000 to $40,000 in profit. Now he has 1,000 more masks on order, but he's not sure what to do with them. He said Amazon had been vague about what constituted price gouging, scaring away sellers who don't want to risk losing their ability to sell on its site. To regulators and many others, the sellers are sitting on a stockpile of medical supplies during a pandemic. The Attorney General's offices in California, Washington and New York are all investigating price gouging related to the coronavirus. California's price gouging law bars sellers from increasing prices by more than 10% after officials declare an emergency. New York's law prohibits sellers from charging an unconscionably excessive price during emergencies. An official at the Washington Attorney General's office said the agency believed it could apply the state's consumer protection law to sue platforms or sellers, even if they aren't in Washington, as long as they were trying to sell to Washington residents. Colvin does not believe he was price gouging. while he charged $20 on Amazon for 2 bottles of Purell that retail for $1 each. He said people forget that his price includes his labor, Amazon's fees, and about $10 in shipping. Alcohol-based sanitizer is pricey to ship because officials consider it a hazardous material. Current price gouging laws are not built for today's day and age, Colvin said. They're built for Billy Bob's gas station doubling the amount he charges for gas during a hurricane. He added, just because it cost me $2 in the store doesn't mean it's not going to cost me $16 to get it to your door. But what about the morality of hoarding products that can prevent the spread of the virus just to turn a profit? Colvin said he was simply fixing inefficiencies in the marketplace. Some areas of the country need these products more.
Hello, this is Scott. This is Scott. What kind? Calling your girlfriend late at night. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Who the hell is Tanya? I don't even know who is. My phone says Tanya Young. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Okay, we're this. All right. Obviously, you don't want to listen, so this conversation's done. Who the idiot was that? And it was saying it was coming from Sepulveda. Some idiot think I'm sleeping with this woman or something. Like, dude, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's just. You know, and I can tell by the way he sounds. He's one of those guys who doesn't want to listen. God, what an idiot. Talking about I just found my number on his girlfriend's phone or some bullshit. I'm like, I don't even know who the hell Tanya was you messing with me, wasn't it? I know it's not you talking, but you probably put somebody else up to it. I just don't have time for that kind of crap. And especially someone who wants to act like they're from the ghetto or something. I'm not racist, but sorry, you want to start talking like that, making dumb accusations at me, you'll start hearing some stuff kind of funny. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Say go to Cameron.
What?
Is that you? No.
Leave it to Andy to always be messing with me somehow or another. Get this guy's number. Yeah, I didn't have a life. Just ask Andy about it. Asshole messing with me. Yeah, that'd be something else, Marvin, too. It's what kind of trucking do you want to do? There's LTL, reefer, dry van, various forms of flatbed. And then would you want to do local or OTR of some sort, or maybe like regional kind of work, where you're in a sleeper cab but you're never far away from, never too far away from your home area. And, yeah, maybe even doing a dedicated account with somebody. Those are all things to consider. Getting the CDL at all is the first part of the process, and you can get your CDL from pretty much anybody, but what's important to you after you have the CDL is definitely going to be I think should be a big consideration in terms of who you start with.
After a little back door. Clear the skinny.
That's these oversized guys right in front of me, I think.
18 up.
Yeah. 18 up means there's an 18-wheeler getting ready to pass them or something. No, that's not them. Oh, that's a rotator. So Hi, is this David? Hey, how you doing, David? This is Scott from JCT. Hey, how's it going? I'm one of Shay's drivers. I was told this contact you see if you needed any help with anything, like I guess I don't know, like trip sheets or whatever else. Ah, ouch! At 2 in the morning, you actually got a load. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It varies. Like this load I just picked up this morning kind of made me start my day later than I normally like to. I like to run overnight in the early morning, but so yeah, I'm gonna actually be in my shift earlier than normal today because yeah, I'm not showing up at truck stop too late at night, and it's not gonna change how many shifts it's gonna take me to get to the other end. Oh, sure. Yeah. In fact, I actually plan. I got an hour and 53 left on my clock right now, on my 8 hour clock, and I plan to shut down for the day once that happens. So, I picked up in Wisconsin myself. I plan to be rolling again before or by around 4 or so in the morning Central Time. If that helps you. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes I don't mind working on recaps at all, but it's like when I get like those little 2 and 3 and 4 hour recaps, it kind of keeps me from being able to run even like 8 hours or something. That gets old. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And, I don't tend to notice text messages if I'm driving, so but I do tend to stream on YouTube though. So yeah, but I do plan to get rolling promptly at like 4 or so because let's see, it's 4 o'clock. Yeah, I'll be out of time by the time it's 6 o'clock. So yeah, you're welcome to call me after 4 a.m. and yeah, just whatever. So I will be up. I sound good. All right, man. We'll talk to you later. All right. Bye.
Tape stuff coming off on that corner up there. Looks like it's ripping open again. This deal is ripping again? Boy. The tape's off coming loose the way it looks.
See, I know what one of those messages is, but I got a second one I don't know about.
Message 2 of 6. Received today. At 1:05 p.m. we have not received your PM check.
Yeah, I don't care.
Message 1 of 6. Important received today. At 2:05 p.m. a message regarding coronavirus. We ask that you do the best that you can in avoiding unnecessary contact with people, especially avoiding those that appear to be sick at our terminals. We are monitoring and keeping good practice as wash your hands frequently and also sanitizer. Visit cdc.gov for the best and most current info about the virus. Thank you, and be safe management.
So, nothing of interest.
Some air.
Damn it.
Article 112 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the biggest scam an auto mechanic ever tried on you? Jerome Kiter. Answered March 14, 2020. Author has 248 answers and 586.5k answer views.
Trying to pass me truck when I'm just cresting a hill.
A friend of ours called the dealership, says my car needs new brakes. So I offered to do her a brake job. Ordered the parts on RockAuto. Saved her a bunch of money. Or did I? See above pictures of old parts. First, a rear brake shoe. Notice how much meat on that shoe. I swear, there's a good 33 miles left on that shoe. Ditto the front brake pad. That scroingy metal thing on the end of the pad is the squealer. When the pad is worn out, the squealer contacts the rotor and makes a god-awful racket when you brake. Even when the squealer hits, there's still more meat. But this squealer was nowhere near hitting. Plenty of miles left on that pad. But there we were, car jacked up, wheels off, new pads, new rotors, new rear shoes in our hands. We decided to install it all anyway. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about it for even more years. They also said she needed new lower arm bushings, that they were cracked and wouldn't last. Damned if I could see any cracks. 593 views. View 8 upvoters. About the author. Jerome Kiter. Certified pattern hog, over 3,000 landings logged. 586.5k content views 4k this month. Active in one space. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app.
Get around me.
Article 113 of 135. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is
Man,
the
I'm
most
slowing
motivating
down
thing you've
deliberately
ever
to get
come
this
across?
guy out of my hair already.
Sabrina Deep, I live in Awesome 1. Answered April 28, 2016. Author has 1.3k
didn't already
answers
pass
and
you earlier,
35.3
Clark?
meters answer views. Originally answered, what is the most inspiring fact that you know? Until a few years ago, I was an apparently calm person. If you were going to offend me or verbally attack me, I almost never lose it in public. Of course I got upset, of course I felt hurt, but I didn't show it. I thought I was cool for that. You know those people who raise their voice or get tempered in public or that just discuss a controversial topic with what they call passion and we call unnecessary and unjustified fury. They really got on my nerves. But of course I couldn't give them satisfaction and I used to keep my voice volume down, to call them wild, with a smirk on my face and to simply avoid their company around from that point on. Then, one day I met my husband and I fell hopelessly in love with him. Oh my. A proud Italian who loudly discusses even with himself, at least he's fair, when he's not happy with himself. It was hard at the beginning. For example, we were together with his Italian friends and it sounded like they were going to rip each other guts any moment, except that instead they were talking on who was their soccer team best player and they were even agreeing with each other. Well, he's Italian, I thought, I have to put up with that. Things, however, got worse for me when we started disagreeing on things, stupid quarrels, but he seemed really angry and loud, while I seemed detached and civil. Truth is that I was boiling too, but I was used to not show it on the outside. Fight after fight, he always acted as if nothing happened a few minutes after each quarrel, while my moments of inner discontent started to expand more and more in time and to become hours, sometimes even days. Always maintaining my proverbial exterior calm, of course. One day I felt that this had to change and the conversation went more or less like this. Me, either you change your attitude when we fight or I will start avoiding any discussion with you as soon as one starts, and this will affect our relationship. Him, did you know that boiling water freezes faster than ambient temperature water? Quote. Me, this can't be, and beside, what does it have to do with what I just told you? You should at least listen to what I say. Him, it's true instead. It's called the Mpemba effect. If you put two similar containers filled with the same amount of the same water into the fridge except that one has boiling water in it while the other one has water at ambient temperature, the boiling water will freeze faster than the ambient water. Baby, you gotta boil first to cool down faster. That's why Italians live longer than Canadians, to which he threw a wink at me. We look constantly stressed, but in truth we are just masters of detox. The connection he suggested is to be proven, but I have learned a fact I didn't know, and that fact has inspired me to understand that if I'm angry about something or someone, for that anger to disappear it has to be towards the outside, or otherwise it is like hiding the dust underneath the carpet. Your house might look clean, but it is not. 255.7k views. View 4.
What's up, man?
Answer requested by Zayed Bazad. About the author. Sabrina Deep. Adult performer. Content creator at sabrinadeep.manyvids.com. Performing artist. Studied at Masters in Anthropology. Lives in Barcelona, Spain. 35.9 meters content views 307.8k this month. Top writer 2018, 2017 and 2016. Published writer HuffPost, Apple News and Thought Catalog. In other languages. In Italian. Qual la cosa più stimolante ti abbiano mai detto? View 43 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Cora's terms of service and privacy policy.
Coming the other way.
Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Login, sign up with email. Article 114 of 135. I'm a 42-year-old woman who got the new coronavirus. This is what it's been like. Men's Health, yesterday. This article has been medically reviewed by Carrie Peterson, MD, Internal Medicine, Mount Sinai Hospital. On Friday, March 6th, I was sitting in my living room when I got the voicemail message that just said, "Call me back," in an urgent tone. That's when I knew that I had tested positive for the new coronavirus, aka COVID-19. I'm fine now, mostly a little short of breath with an occasional cough, but it's been an experience. Here's how everything happened. On Tuesday, February 25th, I was at a lunch with 7 people at a restaurant, which is where I suspect I caught the virus. I later learned that one person was infected, although I didn't notice her showing any symptoms yet. I, along with 2 other people, were sick by that Friday. They told me that their symptoms were very mild and that they only had a brief fever. For me, it was a little worse. On Friday, February 28th, I woke up with a sore throat and headache. I worked from home, and by noon I felt so under the weather that I had to stop working. By 2 p.m., I had chills and body aches and a mild fever of 100.2 degrees Fahrenheit that was gone within a half hour after I took Advil. By 3 p.m., I was in bed and stayed there well into the next day. Initially, I thought it was the flu. I live near Seattle, and the day I got sick, I learned that someone in the area had gotten COVID-19. I also read that they had no connection to anyone in an affected country overseas, and so their case was suspected to have been caused by transmission from someone else in the community. On Saturday, February 29th, I went to a clinic near my home and had my temperature taken again, 100.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The nurse I saw gave me Tamiflu, an antiviral for the flu. At that point, the new coronavirus was on my mind. I got home and called the consulting nurse from the clinic again and asked if I could get tested for COVID-19. I was really worried, but she told me I didn't meet the criteria for testing. At that time, you had to have had contact with someone under investigation for the disease or who had traveled to China recently. She told me that if I wanted to be specifically tested for the flu, I could go to urgent care. She didn't recommend going there, though. They were really crowded with other people with the flu, and I'd risk either infecting others or being exposed to viruses that others had. So I stayed home. The nurse also suggested that I enroll online in the Seattle flu study. It's a research project, and if you qualify, they send you a kit, ask you to swab your nose, and mail it back to them. There have since been reports that they've begun testing samples for COVID-19 against federal guidelines. I'm not sure if the nurse knew I'd get tested for new coronavirus by enrolling in the study, but I'm grateful that she pointed me in that direction. Within 2 hours, the FedEx guy was at my door with a swab kit. It was a Saturday, so I didn't mail the sample back until Monday, March 2nd. On Friday, March 6th, I received that fateful voicemail from the Public Health Department. The way the woman said, "Call me back," I just knew something was up. When we connected over the phone, she told me that I had tested positive for COVID-19. The woman who delivered the news to me was amazing. She was calm, asked me about who I'd been in contact with, and talked to me about quarantining. I was instructed to quarantine until 72 hours after my fever was gone, or 7 days after my first symptoms, whichever came later. By that time, I had been self-quarantining already for a week. I'm a copy editor, so I always worked from home and could continue to when I felt well enough to do so. I have a husband and 2 children who are 7 and 10, and luckily, they haven't caught it. Novel coronavirus was a big unknown when I got my test results, and still is on many counts, so I really isolated myself from everyone by staying in my bedroom for the first 72 hours I was sick. In retrospect, I think this made a difference in lowering their risk of catching it. Still, the health department suggested my family go under self-quarantine for 14 days so that we could monitor them and see if they developed any symptoms themselves. This means they don't leave the house. My quarantine is over, but I still haven't gone out, partly because I feel the science on how long the novel coronavirus may be contagious is up in the air on this. My husband tested negative a couple of days ago, and my kids won't be tested unless they have symptoms. I'm still not kissing or hugging them, and that's hard. We have Clorox wiping down parties as a family. My 7-year-old daughter loves to do this, as she's been wiping down all the doorknobs and handles and the bathroom sink as part of her weekly chores since she was age 6. I'd like to think maybe this contributed in some small way to containing the virus in our household. Truthfully, for me the illness hasn't been that bad. A couple of years ago, I got the flu and found that to be worse. Being sick with COVID-19 felt different because I experienced shortness of breath, which is what tipped me off to the fact that I might have it. It was like I could still breathe but I couldn't get a full breath, which felt a little scary. I'm typically a healthy person who always recovers easily from illness. It's been almost 2 weeks now, and I'm just getting over it, which is similar to the experience I've had with any cold or flu. What's been hard for me is personally notifying everyone I can think of who I might have had contact with. I've been on the phone for hours. It was difficult to know that I was disrupting and upending people's lives. But they've been so gracious and have thanked me for telling them. That experience was more stressful than I realized it would be, and was honestly tougher than the illness itself. Although my community has been amazing and incredibly supportive, there have been so many people who have asked if we needed any groceries or supplies dropped off for us. I realize there is still a lot of fear and stigma associated with COVID-19, which is why I've decided to remain anonymous in this piece. For me, having the novel coronavirus has been manageable, but I realize that hasn't been everyone's experience. I am most concerned for the people whose health is already compromised in some way, and it's for them that we all need to take the measures we can to contain this virus as quickly as possible. I hope you'll also consider not attending any events, especially if you've had any fever or symptoms. We all need to do what we can to keep others safe. Article 115 of 135. Answer: Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Has anyone walked into a...
Alright, Eric, I know you asked a question that I've talked about earlier. The question is, where am I taking this load? And it's going to Sylmar, California. Sylmar's in LA County, over by where I-210 and I-5 meet up. I'm also having an a problem with my EGR valve here on my truck, so, and with me running a day ahead of schedule, I'm going to see if I asked if I can see if I can get some kind of plan going where I can drop it in the San Bernardino drop yard when I get over there, and then take it over to the dealer after, as soon as I get through dropping to get the valve changed. Might minimize my downtime. Should be an easy fix, just a matter of whether they have the part and how long it'll take to road test it. I need to get my APU checked out too. It keeps shutting off on me. Keeps acting like the on and off switch, like I keep. It's like once the starter quits trying to turn it over, when it gets to its diagnostic thing, whatever, once the thing's online, it just shuts off. Well, first time I run it, it runs for a bit, and then, and then it shuts off, and then every time after that, it just, it shuts off as soon as the startup process is done. I'm about 20 or so miles away from Des Moines, Iowa right now. That's the point where I have to make a decision on which way to go. I don't want to deal with Wyoming. And since I can't do I-70 west of Denver this time of year, that's out. I-76 down to Denver is out of the question. I-80 over to I-15 is normally my preferred alternate route. But I'm expecting possible snow in Wyoming by the time I get over there. So I don't really want to take my chances with Wyoming right now. So I'm going to go ahead and take the more southern route. It's a little bit longer distance. this load up in Plymouth, Wisconsin. Oh my, good luck with that ride, Sylvia. Hopefully you don't have any problems with it like Jody and I had, among other people. Got it from Plymouth Rock. From here. I'm going to go south on I-35 from there. Take 35 all the way down to Emporia, Kansas. I don't plan to run anywhere past where my 8-hour clock shuts me down though, because I don't want to be driving too late in the evening. So I'm going to get past Des Moines, and then once I'm past Des Moines and I'm down to less than an hour on my clock, I'll start looking at maybe a pilot somewhere to stop at, pilot or flying J to stop at, so I can plan on getting a shower while I'm on my 10-hour break. Eric, you're asking that to Sylvia, correct? About the Greyhounds route? Des Moines, 28 miles. Okay, so a little further away than I thought. Where's Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania? How long a delay are you going to have in Philadelphia? Oh, it's 5.5 hour layover in Philly. That sucks. Bloomberg is near Hershey. Okay. Kind of. Alright, so central PA. So you gotta go all the way over to Philly and then back across to central PA. This one case where this tanker's not going a hell of a lot slower than me, that I can tell. I got plenty of four-wheeler traffic back there in the other lane. So I probably won't worry about moving, trying to get around this guy. I think we'll get down to a lower speed limit soon anyway, and a third lane. Alright, this guy's looking. there tomorrow at noon. Okay, that's assuming there aren't any hiccups. Don't have a ride like Cody did, where you end up on 4 different buses when you weren't supposed to be on that many. That's still not be able to get to your orientation. Come on, who's holding up the left lane now? It's not a truck anymore. Behind you and it's closing up really fast. Hey, what's up? What the? Yeah, if they get you billed out soon, or how far are you from? Have they started to load you finally, or what? Oh yeah, because it's barely like 220 or whatever it is miles from where you're at to Salt Lake City and Ogden's before you even get there. So yeah, you should be able to cover that. Yeah, when you get to the swap point on the receiver side of your trip sheet, put the name of the truck stop or whatever it is and the city, and then I put in parentheses swap and then truck number and then close parentheses. So like if you were swapping with me, then you would complete that trip as, you know, in parentheses swap L3365E. That way they know that your time with that load ended when you gave me that particular load. Ah, uh, damn it! I'm trying to get around this tanker now and can't. I'm climbing a hill and can't get the speed I need to get by him. Yeah, I had a downshift. It doesn't matter. 10th gear is just not good for climbing hills, regardless. Unless I'm empty. So, but yeah, I downshifted in the ninth, and now I'm getting my speed up to get around them. That'll work. You're you're still getting well. He might not have been available. Don't know. Yeah, if you know his situation more, you'd be able to get a good answer to that. But only he can tell you the story on that one. Okay. Which planner did you talk to? Bill. Okay. Uh, oh, Bill. No. Those are Bill. I think's a weekend dispatcher or night and weekend dispatcher, whatever. So where's that pickup in Washington going picking up from? Oh, okay. So yeah, you'll probably find out once you end up completing the swap and they reassign the load to you. Oh, okay. Yeah, in Washington, the planner is Jared. Yeah, they got drop trucks at the Tyson plant in Wallula. Yeah, and I wouldn't worry too much about the whole swapperoo thing going on because guess what? You're getting the deadhead and loaded miles to go get the load and take it back to the other guy, and you're gonna get paid the deadhead miles and the loaded miles on whatever that other load out of Washington is. So they said they'd let you pick the load, so they don't have a particular load set up to give you, is what it sounds like. Oh, okay. Yeah, because we do a lot of pickups up that way. This you want to do a good weather plan though, especially because I know there's storms coming through that area, and you might want to check the road conditions in Oregon for Meacham and Cabbage Pass. Yeah, and then I don't think you'll have to worry about Snoqualmie Pass. No, I think just start getting moving, and then they'll offer you something, or yeah, actually even better if you can send to let Jared know when you'll be ready to, yeah, because you're gonna probably burn a whole shift getting over there, and probably want to do a 10-hour break, and then say, all right, I'll be able to reload around such and such time, and I'll be in such and such area. Yeah, so he has kind of an idea what kind of time frame between when you're ready to reload and how many miles you're gonna have to cover and stuff like that. Yeah, and that's exactly it. When you prove that when you're a team player and yeah, you're willing to make their jobs easy, they'll go they'll do even more to make your job more desirable, like where they'll give you more preferred loads because they know you're willing to sacrifice some stuff to help them out. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but the important thing is as long as your 70-hour clock is getting burnt up and you're having to use recaps or needing a reset just to even do anything, that's a good thing. So yeah, I don't worry too much about all that. Now this load here I'm under right now was a result of some of being willing to give up a load that I already had set to pick up. I had to wait longer to pick this load up, and it has more miles on it too. Yeah, but now I still have I'm still running a day ahead of schedule on it. But then I already told Shay, hey, I need a new EGR valve for my truck, and kind of told her ideally I'd like to drop it in the San Bernardino yard. I'm gonna do it 41 when I shut down today, and I'll put it in there. Hey, if I can, yeah, the ideal situation would be I drop it in San Bernardino on the way in, and then take my truck straight to the shop after that. So I kind of minimize downtime. Yeah. Just FYI, my headset just started giving me the low battery beeps. Hey, either way, just yeah, you doing fine though. Dude, you couldn't have fucking moved over earlier, dumbass. Couldn't have signaled earlier. So this Jeep's in the exit only lane. You should have known that he was in the exit only lane. Then decides right at the last second to get right in front of me when he's not even going any faster. Yeah, and then he's of course only like maybe 30 feet in front of me or some crap. So I had to move over pretty quickly. I was wondering if I was thinking maybe he was going to do that. You only have to move them two holes, two holes to cover that. Where are you at right now? No, the tandems. I don't care about Kingpin. Oh well. Okay, you can find the trailer probably has a red mark on one of the spots for the California hole. Okay, find that hole, and then where there's 6 spots. What for, aft of it? Okay, that's 3 feet. Every two slots is 1 foot. So you're at the 43-foot mark. I don't know what's your tandem axle weight? Yeah, you got okay. So if you want ideal balance, which is always great for, come on, car. I know your lane's ending. All right. For ideal balance, subtract your lighter axle from your heavier axle. So what, you got 34,760, you said? Minus 26 something. So you got 8,000, you got an 8,000 pound difference between the two. So you can move pretty good distance to balance them out. Every 1,500 pounds will, every foot you move will change that difference by 1,500 pounds. So 8,000 pounds, that's 5 feet. So yeah, you can slide them all the way forward to get the best balance. But you only need to move them about a foot, maybe a foot and a half to get your drive axles below 34. Yeah, you'll be fine. You went forward 3 feet, so your difference is going to change by 45 or so 100. And damn it, I wouldn't have to do a gas pedal the first time. Correct. Correct. Wow. Okay, my headset's beeping again. It's gonna die soon, and when it does, you're gonna end up being live. So let's talk later on that. All right. So all right, yeah, I'll talk to you later. All right, bye. I got an hour and 8 left on my clock. I'm gonna get past Des Moines. I'm already in the Des Moines area already, and not very far away from the pilot truck stop over here by Clive, or whatever that town is just north of Clive. I forget. Altoona or whatever, I forget. I'm gonna go ahead and get past the area, and then when I get to a pilot's somewhere on 35 south of Des Moines, that's where I'll probably plan on shutting down. get on your gas pedals because I'm not going to slow down for you. Especially not with everybody ahead of me going faster than me. Spots for me, but it worked. Yeah, it actually worked out. I had good experiences there. even the bad experiences were good learning experiences for me. So yeah, don't ever hesitate to ask me any kind of question. I may not have a good answer for you, but hey, whatever. I mean, at least you're going to get an objective, a non-biased reply from me if it's something I can't answer. Facebook group called Trucker Feed. I would recommend checking them out also. Don't try to use Truckers Wall of Shame. It's too big a group and you get too many trolls and they'll say all kinds of stupid shit in there just to mess with you. I would treat anything said on Truckers Wall of Shame as suspect. That's more of an entertainment group. So if you want people who are more, more professional or whatever, and they'll give you a little bit better advice, and a group that's more well managed by the admins, I would say, let's see, I should be able to say this like, I recommend the Trucker Feed group. It's not quite as big. It's pretty good. It's not quite as it's not as big a troll environment as Truckers Wall of Shame is. Better hurry up, car. Get on and get your ass moving, because I'm not slowing down. There you go. You got a damn gas pedal, learn how to use it. Here, Sylvia, is a good example. Actually, I mentioned your name earlier, but you were not watching. There's this about not quite a 2,200 mile total load from where I started my shift today. So my plan was just run a 400 mile shift today, at least, and then shut down for the night. That way I'm not driving too late in the evening, and I'll have a better time finding parking. And then I can run basically roughly 600 mile shifts, actually less than 600 mile shifts the rest of the way there. No matter what, I'm going to need 4 shifts anyway. I can't do 2,200 miles, and they're almost 2,200 miles in 3 shifts. Especially when a good chunk of today's shift was on U.S. and state U.S. highways. So that's one of those things where you plan on where you're going to do your tents and what position are you going to leave yourself in for the rest of your trip if you stop a little sooner, for trying to run more preferred hours. The group is called Trucker Singular Trucker Feed. I'm in that group as well. I don't really talk in there much, but I'll sometimes look at the posts in there. I'm more of a lurker, and then once in a while I'll talk. And yeah, I'd say as far as the trucking and general groups are concerned, that's one of the better ones that are. It's large, and you'll get a good sample of different types of people. You'll still get some troll behavior in there, but not nearly as bad as in Truckers Wall of Shame. Okay, Sylvia's asking, would it hurt me to stop early and getting an early start? Not necessarily. Like I say, it depends on where how far you run before you stop. Like this load right here, this shift that I'm on, I have 55 minutes left on my clock. That's only until I get to my 8-hour mandatory, 30-minute break. I'll still have drive time left on my clock when I stop, and I still have 14-hour clock. So I can run for later into the night if I want to, but as I mentioned, I don't want to be showing up at a truck stop too late at night in the evening and having to invent my own parking spot because the lots are full. And I've already driven enough miles today to give myself a 600 or less mile run of shifts after this. I no matter what, I need 4 shifts anyway, so whatever miles I can run this shift to make it possible to complete the next 3 shifts and still get to the customer without needing another 10-hour break. That's my goal. I don't want to run any more shifts than to get to the customer than the minimum needed. There's no way possible for me to do it in 3 shifts, so I'm going to stop earlier. And like I say, I'll have less than 600 mile shifts I can run after this, which is easy to do. I can run harder the first couple of shifts too to make it even easier for me to get into Southern Cal on my last shift. Now, Marvin, the reason I bring up that group is I don't know too much about all the flatbed companies, but I have seen people talk about Melvin, I think that's what they're called, right? Yeah, the ones with the brown trucks, the dark burgundy trucks, whatever they are. There are a couple other flatbed companies, but make sure make sure you point out you live in the Texarkana area and you're wanting to get your CDL and you're specifically only interested in companies who have terminals or a lot of, at least, even if not a lot of terminal, at least a company, a bunch of receivers within a reasonable distance of you. Now, you being in Texarkana, the Dallas area is also worth considering. It's not that far away from Dallas to you, or even in the I-30 corridor in between you and Dallas. Because you may find that there are other companies. Oh, Maverick, that's it, yeah. Yeah, they're the ones with the burgundy colored trucks. I've seen people talk about Maverick before, and like lower 60s, I think, or whatever the hell it is. I'm not even sure. They seem to be, they seem to have a decent reputation with the flatbed people who are, when they talk about who to get your license through if you want to do flatbed. Seeing a pilot down this way. I don't necessarily have to stop and pilot or fly J, but see, ideally, the ideal situation is to like to get a shower while I'm on my break, and that'll be my plan if I can. All right, exit 34, Osceola, Iowa. 31 miles away, so exit 34. Yeah, that's doable. Yeah, and by 5:30, a little after 5:30, that's actually not a bad time to get off the road, especially when it's not near a city center. Marvin, Eric Wildman, I don't know, Eric, are you still watching? And Eric's a friend of mine. He just left JCT himself and is getting ready to do flatbed work himself at Western Express. You might be able to talk to him and get some, learn some things about flatbed too. He's not extremely experienced with flatbed. He does have a slight bit before, but he'll be a step ahead of you at least, and you might be able to at least connect with him on that if you do decide you want to do the flatbed side. southern refrigerated would be definitely a good thing to consider then if you have a preference for doing reefer freight. And actually, I know somebody who's a dispatcher at Southern Refrigerated. I can always ask her what their training program is like. She'll probably know the answer to that. And I can also ask her, do they have a lot of receivers in the... Well, usually if you have a terminal, the terminal will also be a drop yard, and that's always a good place for home time. Although when you have receivers nearby, it's even better because you can't always drop a load in a drop yard. There has to be somebody to take over responsibility for the load out of the drop yard. And if they don't have anybody available to take over the load for you, you're stuck with it. So highly, highly important there. If you want to get regular, like very reliable home time, find out what companies have receivers where and where they do a lot of deliveries. Wherever they do a lot of deliveries and have more customers, you're a lot more likely to get reliable home time if that's an important thing to you. No matter who you do go to for your schooling, keep in mind when you go through CDL school, all they care about when you go through the school is get you your CDL. That's it. They'll teach you some of the odds and ends, what they can, but their focus is specifically on get you your CDL. And they don't dictate how the CDL testing goes. The DMV does. So they're basically just going to teach you what the DMV expects you to know. And then once you're done getting your CDL and you end up on a trainer's truck, then you'll learn the more realistic stuff. Like all the backings that they teach, the straight back maneuver, or the things they teach you during the straight backing, like steer toward the problem. That's applicable, but only if you're already in a perfectly straight situation. If you're not in a straight back situation where you have to offset a little bit, even just a small amount, then you can throw that out the window. There's going to be other nuances to the backing process with that. Now I've done that. Offset backings you can pretty much throw out the window once you get your CDL. We don't really do all. You can do offset backings in the real world, but there are more practical ways to go about it than the way they teach for the DMV test. And never at any time do I ever look at my landing gear when I'm doing backings. That's been asked to me before as well. Because that's one of the things they teach you when you're doing the offset backing and the parallel parking backings. The offset, they'll basically tell you, you're in a straight line basically, and then you start backing up in a hard right turn, basically back steering, and then you'll stop when you see basically a little bit of your sand chute on one side of the trailer. You look in your mirror, and then once you can see a little bit more than your sand chute, you stop and then steer all the way to the opposite direction. And then back up again until you see the same amount of the opposite sand chute, which is the landing gear. Sand chute is the bottom part of the landing gear, the part that actually touches the ground. And then the last part is you steer back in the opposite direction of the max until you square back up with the trailer, and that's the end of the maneuver. Parallel parking is the exact same thing, at least in the school, in CDL school. But you expose more of the landing gear. You actually do about 3/4 of the entire landing gear before you stop. In the real world, you will do parallel parkings, but you will not do them the way that they teach them in CDL school. So just keep that in mind. They're not teaching you those techniques just because that's the way they want to teach you. It's because the DMV expects you to test in that manner. So they're teaching you what you need to know to make sure you can pass the test. That's it. CDL school, just have the attitude. You're going to learn a lot there anyway with the academic part, and even the driving down the road part with the road instructor. But when you're in the yard doing the backing stuff, just remember that almost all of what you're going to be taught there is only a formality for DMV's sake. And once that's done, you can pretty much throw every bit of that out the window. That varies, just a few little things. And also, do you live on the Texas side or the Arkansas side of Texarkana? Because I know there are two sides to that. Texas, I don't think they teach the 90-degree alley dock. Most states do not. California does. I don't know about Arkansas, though. The 90-degree alley dock is probably the most practical of them all, even though we don't really do them in the real world. But the basic movement of the, controlling of the trailer during the 90-degree alley dock is extremely useful in the real world. Arkansas side, okay. Yeah, that's something you might want to ask too. Do they teach the 90-degree alley dock in Arkansas or not? They may or may not. Most states do not teach it, from my experience. I don't know about Arkansas though. I know Texas does not. This guy's going to pull on me in a second because I'm going to lose speed coming up this hill. Not too bad. Once I crest it over this hill, I should be able to pull on him again. Now we're in a drag race. I think he hit his governor. I think he's governed a little bit slower than me, so that's why I'm able to pull. And this downhill grade is not steep enough where it gave him really any opportunity to keep up with me. Yeah, a little bit further ahead of him. Maybe I'll wait for his car to stupidly try to pass me between us, and then I'll move over and squeeze him into the shoulder. Nah, that would be very nice. But I do have that concern. I don't want to move over too fast. I don't need, especially someone whose speed is that close to mine. Normal rule of thumb I use is the closer the speed is to the other person I'm passing, the further or the more space I'll give them before I move over, if at all possible. Further ahead than most people will. But I don't want to be right in front of a guy after I get past him, and especially like in this situation here where I know I'm going to lose speed and where I know he might catch up to me here on this hill. I don't think this one's steep enough to worry about it, but I don't know, we'll see. Gained a little bit on me, but not too bad. I did get down to about 59 here. But still enough gap there. I got another uphill grade up in front of me, so I'm just going to go ahead and leave it in 9th gear. No sense in going into 10th. Just going to end up having a downshift again anyway. So do you have to change buses in Pittsburgh, Sylvia? So you're going up to Pittsburgh and then get a, or is that same bus going to Philadelphia? Oh, okay. Pittsburgh, but then going to continue into Philly. Says coronavirus could last until July or August. Okay, that wouldn't surprise me because as the weather heats up, it'll have less viability. Viruses can't live so well in hot climate. chemotherapy treatments for the leukemia. Yeah, the chemotherapy will suppress his immune system, and because I've been through chemo myself, and I had to go. I had to take Neupogen shots, give myself Neupogen shots every day for a week after each treatment to keep my white blood cell count up, which is, of course, is the immune system. So yeah, that sounds like another immunologically compromised person. Regardless of the age, that's someone with a weakened immune system who got taken by it. ACT, since I buy my own fuel, I can pick my own route to run. I don't have to pick a certain route. So if I have a concern about weather along a certain route or whatever, I can take a different way. Though they do have a couple stipulations for us, no Y-70 west of Denver during the winter months, and then no I-90 basically east of Washington, in between Washington. Well, you can use 90 in Washington, but east of Washington, over all the way over to like Minneapolis, St. Paul area, we're not supposed to be on I-90 at all. We're on I-94. Shut down for weather or whatever in a certain area that's prone to it, or if I don't want to chain up, I don't have to. If I am okay with chaining up, and I'm okay with chaining up and running, I'm welcome to. But they'll never ask me to chain up. If I say I got chain conditions, that's the end of the question. That's the end of the discussion. Then if I want to stop it, it's up to me if I want to chain up. Otherwise, it's a planned, it's an expected weather delay. Otherwise, and as you guys saw last week, I went up Donner Pass and I did chain up, and I'm not against chaining up. Looks like we got a casino over here by this Pilot too. I can tell by the logo it's an older Pilot. It only has a subway, but it's alright. Got 23 minutes left on my clock. Several spots open over there by that Family Dollar truck. Now the question is, can I find one that's desirable to park in? Not so concerned about how difficult or easy the spot that I park in is to get into. It's what are the spots near me like? I like to park somewhere where I know it's easy for other people to park nearby. Less risk of me getting hit by somebody. So I see over in the corner up there, if Swift doesn't take it first, that spot right in front of Swift where that green Freightliner's at is the first one I'm going to want to go for. Straight back, and it's the adjacent spot, the nearby spots are super easy. Alright, where's this guy going? Sure I know where he's going first. Alright, I thought he's going to the green truck. Now I do also tend to prefer to park near reefer trucks. Now I gotta start my turn a little later because my tandems are way out there. I come straight back with my trailer now until I get closer to in front of him. Always parking that last spot too. Just got to make sure I can't tell what's. There's a white Volvo in their corner. I want to make sure I don't get too close to him. So. If I can get in that last spot there in the corner and not have to worry about me or the Volvo interfering with each other, I'll go for that. Otherwise, I'll have to switch up and go for the spot next to this green truck. see how far back I can get. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, I was thinking more about parking in the spot next to me, but like, yeah, my trailer was already starting to track toward this spot anyway, but when I started seeing I was getting a little bit closer, yeah, I couldn't tell what my distance was to these guys here, and there's always the possibility that my spot will, yeah, and actually you can see here, this Peterbilt sticking out there, he's right in front of my truck, so I don't know, I might, yeah, I'm actually half tempted to move over to the other spot just for that reason. Yeah, and I don't know, I don't think this guy's staying. He's got his headset on. I don't know. I'm also, I have to be concerned about when I do leave here in the morning, how easy is it going to be for me to get out of this spot? Am I going to have to go knocking on people's doors and ask them to move so I can get out or whatever? Oh, you live in Iowa? What part of Iowa you live in, Tamir? What is Night doing? I'm not the biggest fan of parking in these corner spots like this, so I'm gonna go ahead and move just to be sure. I don't want to take a chance of having a difficult time getting out. That's how I do a real offset parking. This is a situation where you can actually do an offset backing. But as you see, I'm not doing it the way they teach it in CDL school. I did it some different way. Alright. Let someone else worry about getting in that spot, those spots. Okay, so 453 miles locked today. Let's see what let me get my tablet. This will be a straight shot right out of here when I get out of here in the morning. Because you have to remember, if someone does park in these two spots right here in the corner, like S&P futures is down at 2408 right now. So I got down to about 2370. So a little painful there. Alright, I wanted a weather plan and take a look at what kind of rain and snow is forecasted over the next couple of days. Go to weather.com. I also use my app on my phone, the Weather Channel app or my radar. Those are the two apps I use for weather planning. It's always good to look at, especially if you're going to be going through areas like Colorado or Wyoming or somewhere where they're prone to having weather problems. Ice got a purple Peterbilt right there. bad connection here. Well, looks like I got full strength, but why am I not getting why is my map not populating? Still trying to load. Or it could be the site's slow too. I can always test that by going to other websites. Damn it, pissed off and left. Yeah, it looks like I might have a bit of a slow connection here, so I might need to use the phone after I'm done streaming to figure out what's going on. I was taking the Elk Mountain hourly and daily, just to see if that's if I was right to decide to go this way instead of through Wyoming. Gamers are still in the bandwidth. Oh man, and my name's not Scotty. Scotty is Scotty D. Yeah, it's slower than shit here. It's well. Let me see how other sites pull up. Maybe if Facebook's a good one to tell me if it's it's all right. That's why when like Jamie or whoever calls me Scott, hey Scott, hi Scotty, I won't answer. If you call me Scotty, I won't respond. If you call me, yeah, does it look like I have a Y or an IE at the end of my name? No. Yeah, it's slow connection here. It looks like it's I don't know, maybe sometimes rebooting helps that, but now I jokingly say you can always call me an asshole or whatever else for fun. But no, I've never responded to Scotty. Even when I was a kid, sometimes people call me Scotty and I always hated it. Don't know why, I just do. I don't really hate it now. It's I don't go by that, and I won't answer to it. Scottine. I gotta work. Just especially when Scotty does sometimes come on here to watch my streams, it's definitely best to not ever call me Scotty, because if I see you say Scotty, I'm gonna think maybe you're talking about or to him and not me. It's best, yeah, call me Scott or some other name that you know me by or something, just so there's no confusion there. All right, that looks like enough. I still gotta walk around and take a look at the truck. But I might have to ask. Jamie Good, are you on here? Or I wonder what experience you have if you're on here. What kind of experience you have with EGR valve issues? Any kind of little things I can do, maybe to try to avoid having to change it or whatever. Mess around with the valve, or I might have to actually change it though. No internet. Well, hurry up. I think it's still booting up, that's why. Yeah, now it's hooking up. Alright, here we go. Now, let's see how fast this map loads up this time. I don't remember telling Excel to open up. Okay. Well, actually, I could use it to... Oh, yeah, it's loading up a lot faster. See, sometimes just rebooting it is all that it needs to be done. That's a lot faster now. Okay, it looks clear over here. Alright. So I am... Damn it. Alright. Why is this Des Moines not? There's Des Moines. Okay, I'm in between Des Moines and the Missouri line down here. Yeah, this is the current radar. Nothing really going on at all in the area, but I do see some spots of snow over here and South Dakota and Nebraska, just a couple little areas though. Now, Cheyenne was one of the areas I was concerned about. So I'm going to come up here. Future forecast snowfall next 48 hours. Close that up. And look at future here. Come on. Alright, this is going too slow. See, there is some snow coming over here through Nevada and into the, into Idaho and all that. So I think Cody's going to get affected by some of that stuff. And there's a little bit here over in Cheyenne and stuff. If had I gone through Wyoming, I would have been down here on the south end of Wyoming and going into Salt Lake City and then down through Las Vegas and all that. So look like there's a possibility I could have gotten hit by snow going that way too. Down here through southern Utah and into, well, actually not really so much. Okay, how about this? Stop. And then I'm going to move this manually all the way to the end. If it'll cooperate, I guess it won't go to the end. Or, oh, there we go. Where the hell's my snow? Something wrong with this. It is not acting right. Oh, come on. Why are you so slow? Hurry up. This is obscene. Yeah, look at Donner Pass is going to get nailed again. There we go. Now purple, that's a lot. So yeah, if Donner Pass is getting nailed, or it's going to be. I know Della said it's been getting hit pretty good, and looks like it's getting worse. It's a lot, and in all of Nevada, pretty much. I'm even getting, yeah. All right, yeah. All right, so Wyoming doesn't really look like it's such a concern, except for over there by Evanston and Fort Bridger. That's over here on the far west end of Wyoming, before you go down into Salt Lake City. But a good chunk of Utah looks like it's going to get snowed on the next couple of days. That is Wednesday evening. But some of that's going to hit before then. It's just between now and Wednesday evening, that's going to happen. At least that's what's expected. The light blue there is the lighter snow, 1 to 3 inches or so. And then a little darker blue there is, I think, 3 to 6. Where's my legend? I'm not seeing the legend. Oh, there it is, right there. This is my legend right here. So about 4 inches for the darker. So this darker blue is more like 4 inches or so. Then we start getting into purple. That's getting into 6 inches or more. Lighter snow, I'm not too concerned about. When it starts getting thicker like that, then you're going to have more concerns about slowing down. Not being able to see the road, not being and maybe even having to chain up or something. So everything I'm seeing here indicates that it's definitely a better option for me to go the way I'm going, which is down here into. I'm gonna end up in Kansas City. Yeah, either way, even if I went across 70, and I'd still end up having that mess right there, because I won't be in. Yeah, I won't be in California until Thursday, something like that. And then might as well also take a look at what my miles are, see what I have left to cover. So I'm gonna go on Google Maps. Yeah, so I got Sylvia. I got 335 left on my drive clock. I can still drive over 200 more miles on this shift if I wanted to, but it's not going to really impact me because, like I said, I need 4 shifts no matter what to get to Cali, and I can still get from here to Cali in 3 shifts. So it's not hurting me by stopping here. In fact, actually, it helps me because I can run earlier and get more on track with the hours that I'd rather be driving. It's fine, just follow a salt truck and snowplow, yes. Alright, now Google Maps is slow. So I'm going to have an intermittent, it looks like a sporadic connection here, so I guess I'll mess with that later. I do need to log my miles here and end up reviewing my logs and all that crap. I only ran 270 miles yesterday, which isn't great, but I ran 453 today. Let's see. 316. Ran 453.6 in 7 hours and 24 minutes. That's a 61.3 mile an hour average. Okay, so my 7-day total is up to 2886. I could push it up over 3,000 if I want to, but it's not really going to impact anything. It's still got the load doesn't deliver till a certain time anyway. Which day is that? Friday at 11 a.m. And I'll be there early Thursday morning. You can keep the snow. Yeah, you're going to be doing a lot of snow up there in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'll mess with this later. It's just too slow right now. I'll wait till the stream's done because I can't really effectively stream with and do all that kind of stuff. I guess Swift looks like he's getting rid of back or something, but he's looked like he's waiting on somebody. Oh, I was waiting on the bull hauler to go by, I guess. Alright, yeah, look like he might try to park in here between this gray Peterbilt and the that Freightliner over there. Or he's coming here in a... Oh, I don't know. Where's he going? Alright. Whatever. What spot is he going for? I think he's going for a spot a few spots over, but his towns are way too far out in the lane. There's no way he's going to make that with the... Because the... Hold on. That curb over there was going to block his tractor from being able to make it. Yeah, now he's look like he's moving over to where the premium spots are at. All right, wave him on. It's Swift. Enough said. Yeah, we like to make fun of Swift, but I'm not one of those guys who normally does that. It's all fun and games, but unfortunately too many people take it seriously and really think that Swift is as bad as people make him out to be, and they don't realize that they're not really any more unsafe a company than a lot of these other companies out here. It's just, yeah, they have the raw numbers. If you have 26,000 trucks, at least that's what they did have. 10% of your trucks is 3 times of JCT's entire fleet. Yeah, we're not exactly a small company. We got about 800 or 900 trucks. So, we'll just say maybe 850-ish. So really, 10% of Swift's fleet having an accident is 3 times as many as all of our trucks that we have combined total, whether they've been in an accident or not. That's 10%'s not great, but I'm just using it as a rounded number. When I first started driving Swift, actually their number was more into like 8.5%, and that was actually quite reasonable, in the same ballpark of where a lot of the other large and reputable carriers are. Like, let's say like JB Hunt and all of them. This guy's here. We got another backing here to show you. Kind of forcing himself in a little bit of a bad setup there at first, but why he's going so far out, I don't know. His tandems are way farther over than he really needs to worry about them getting. The problem is it's not the tandems being laterally in the right spot. It's vertically. You're basically, as I put it, vertical being the distance from his tandems to actually going into his spot. So yeah, he's got all that gap in the lane between him and where the spot he's trying to get into. The tandems are way so far out there that's what he's having the difficulty with. Yeah, when he first set up, I was like, he's not going to make that without. I didn't think he was going to be able to get that backing without having to worry about his tractor hitting that Transnational Express truck over there across the lane. But then he reset, probably because he knew that he couldn't really get in there, or the way he was set up. Slowly but surely. Look like he might be a little heavy on the steering habits, though, to be quite honest. Like right there, it looked like he's got way too much. He ended up so much steering that his tractor off-tracked from the trailer more than it really needed to. I know for sure he's going to have to pull forward and square back up. Unless I'm misjudging what his angle's like. Kind of looks like his angle's off, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, looks like he wants to pull forward now, but Mr. Flatbed's going to go by first. Okay, so yeah, again, as a reminder, I know there are some people might be experienced drivers who might be concerned that I'm trying to shame anybody with backings. I do not do that. Except unless they're a yard jockey who really should know what they're doing, and that's one of my more popular videos, is a yard jockey in Washington who is evidently terrible at backing. When it's your job to do nothing but backings, you should be good at backing. So that's why. But a lot of these guys, they could be experienced drivers here too, and anything where I can point out where they have both good and bad things that they're doing to help people who come to my channel who are new at driving or wanting to get their CDLs. That's why I like to show that kind of stuff. So anything that might help those kind of people with knowing what things to watch for, when they start driving themselves, or maybe if they already are drivers and they're just trying to figure out how to be better. Alright, so that's good. Come to Covington, I will barbecue. I don't want to use Bixby. I don't care. I accidentally hit the button. Covington. That sounds familiar. Where's that? I forget where that's at, Jim. I guess you were talking to Sylvia or something. One big company here. Alright. Now, anyway, I might go ahead and run in and, I also walk around and I got to check my reefer temps and send that information in. Send my macro 41, which is the, hey, I'm running ahead of schedule. Can I get myself flagged for swap? Covington is like an hour and a half away. Too far. Okay. We'll see how rusty I am on driving and backing on Wednesday. Yeah, I think you'll be okay on the driving part at least. Just remember the turns. You know, remember, have space, use space. Make sure you don't make silly turns where you think you might turn you might make in a car, because just remember, if you make a turn like you're going to turn like you would in your car, you're going to have an accident. So just keep that very much in mind, and I think you're fine. The only time I ever had any issue with you doing something like that when I was training you was when you were extremely tired, but tired is not an excuse for that. So, and that's the only concern I would have at all with that. The backing part, like I say, just confidence is your biggest issue. I think you'll be fine with the backing if you just allow yourself to actually do fine. Don't have the attitude like, I hope I don't screw up. I hope I don't screw. You're going to screw up. I screw up. I have mess ups out here. The important thing is, can you get the thing into live chat? Cannot be what? Whatever. It's a fact of life. No matter how experienced or inexperienced you are out here, you are going to have screw ups when you back in, when you're doing backings. The biggest thing here though is, don't have a screw up that involves you running into somebody's stuff or damaging even your own equipment. That's extremely important. Now, especially like with me being a lease operator, I have to pay insurance. So if someone hits me, I have to pay $1,000 deductible, and I have an insurance escrow built into my my lease contract. And if I have to file a claim, then I have to pay $1,000 deductible out of that. So, and then once that happens, I have to start paying $25 a week to rebuild that escrow account. So I have to pay $1,000 out of my own pocket for some other idiot running into me. So you can imagine how irritated people are going to get if you if you run into somebody needlessly. There's never a good excuse to hit somebody, not if you're tired or anything. This guy, should have turned the camera around so you guys can watch him. He's going to do a full forward, but I can tell he knows what he's doing too. He set up over here on the other side of the curb, but no, that's okay. Don't worry about having to do pull-ups. In the real world, we don't care how many pull-ups you have to do. Get it in there and get it in there safely. And don't do, ideally don't do more pull-ups than you really need to do, which a lot of people do because they have horrible setup correction habits, especially newer drivers. But don't be afraid to do a pull-up or two for setup corrections. This is something else here. Marvin, if you're still on here, that's one of the things too. When you're in CDL school, they'll teach you, the test criteria is no more than, I think, 2 pull-ups or something in order to complete the maneuvers. And if you have to do more than 2, you fail the maneuver. But in the real world, I don't give a rat's ass how many pull-ups you have to do. If you have to do 10 pull-ups or even 15 pull-ups to get your truck into the spot safely and without hitting me, I'm all for it. Yeah, and one of the other things too, if you're really concerned about your backing skills and if you're really not certain that you can get into a spot without possibly putting somebody at needless risk, go ahead and stop, get out of your truck, knock on the person's door of the truck that's next to you. They might not like getting woken up, but they're gonna really not like getting hit needlessly. And most of the time, a lot of drivers out here, they'll actually appreciate you telling them, hey, I'm tired or something, or I'm just not that good at backing yet. I really don't want to hit your truck, but I need to get into this spot. Any chance you can help me, like spot me or whatever, and because I want to make sure I don't hit your truck. Me personally, if you're parking in a spot next to me, I'll be, I'm all for that. I'd much rather get out of my truck and be a little inconvenienced than even when I'm sleeping, and to make sure I don't have to spend even more time awake or filing an accident report or dealing with insurance and all that kind of stuff. That's way more inconvenience. So, and a lot of us out here know enough to, hey, if if you want to inconvenience me for about 5-10 minutes to get into a spot safely and not have me up for an hour dealing with insurance and accident reports and stuff like that, oh yeah, hell yeah, please do tell me. Yeah, there are some pieces of shit out here, I hate to say it, who are going to just have an attitude regardless, but comes with the territory. Just imagine how much worse they are if you hit them. There are some people who actually will fight, or even more if you hit them. In fact, I almost got in a fight with a guy in Sparks, Nevada, at the TA once, because I was trying to help another driver get into a tough spot. And this guy had an orange truck across the lane. He looked like, I hate to say it, like white trash who looked like he's been in a pen. Anyway, my tractor was getting pretty close to his. I was not in any danger of hitting him. I had spotters there too, but the guy started getting acting like a freaking badass piece of shit. And I'm just kind of laughing at the way the guy looks too. It's like, you're fat ass white, trailer trash self. You might be a badass in the pen, but you want to go to jail? Go ahead and keep acting like that. Because he said, if you hit my truck, I'll kill you. And it pissed me off. I was about ready to get out of my truck and start going to town on him for talking to me like that. It's like, until I hit your truck, it's none of your damn business what I'm doing. Shut the fuck up and mind your business. You don't like, if you don't want, if you're worried about it, well, that's your problem. Until I hit you, it's not your problem. Or you can get out of your truck and help. But yeah, this guy was so adamant that we weren't going to be able to get the truck into the spot that we were trying to get it into, and it was just a matter of trying to get the right setup. If someone could have gotten into there and gotten out of the spot, then you can get into the spot. So that's kind of the way I was looking at it, and I like a good challenge, so I was trying, but it just didn't work out. And then I said, you know what, I'm done dealing with this guy. I was getting pissed off and feeling like I wanted to fight and stuff, and I don't fight the way most people do, obviously because of my background. So yeah, I was just, and I'm more concerned about not getting locked up for stupid shit, or I got a family and kids to think about, and don't feel like losing a job over some idiot like him. So I just made the more sensible decision, and let's just get out of the situation. Much as I wanted to pound his ass. Alright, I would like to move north soon. I'm working out of Everett, LFA, Skagit County. I'll make sure to wake you up if I see you, just for help. Yeah, that's for anybody, Sylvia. Anybody you might need to be concerned about hitting. If another thing here with the backings, when you're trying to get into a spot, now Sylvia and everybody watching who drives the truck for a living knows the most common type of backing we do at truck stops is called a 45-45. You see a lot of mine, if you watch some of my backing videos, especially the compilations, you're going to see that kind of setup. But don't make the mistake that most new drivers make and try to point the trailer right into the spot. So, like if you're looking at this gray Peterbilt right here right in front of me, a lot of people will try to say keep the gap close, close the gap so you're closer to this guy here than you are to the gray truck on the other side. Problem is, if you have your tandems forward, assuming you have slidable tandems on your trailer, and if you're coming in at too sharp an angle, you can still hit the guy over on the other side. As soon as your tandems even get clear of the guy over here on this side, even if you're in a jackknife position and rotating right around the corner of this guy, you're high risk of hitting the guy on the opposite side there, if your tandems are all the way forward. So, in those kind of situations, I always, it's a great example of where I say don't trade spot, point the spot. So, Yeah, I would say I would even recommend if you're at a bad angle, point it out in front of the guy who's a spot past your spot, and then rotate your trailer out in front of the spot so it can roll into there at a much better angle. Don't try to come into a spot at this kind of angle. If you have a chance to come in at this kind of so not this kind of angle, but if you have something more like this you can do, then that's the way you want to do it. The further you get your the corner of your trailer away from the blind side, the better your chances are going to be of getting in there without hitting anybody. And there are some spots here and some truck stops here where the spots are narrow, and I actually thankfully did not learn it the hard way. Well, I kind of learned it the hard way, but didn't actually hit anybody. I was thankful that the guy in the spot next to me was in his driver's seat when it happened, and he started blowing his air horn at me because he thought I was in high danger of hitting him. This was at the Petro in Kingman, Arizona. I was trying to back into one of the spots that faces the off-ramp there on the the westbound I-40 off-ramp, and I'm thinking, okay, these are normal 12-foot wide spots. And then I ended up finding out, no, these are not 12-foot wide spots. These are more narrow. Even when I'm perfectly centered in my spot, both same amount of distance on both sides of my truck to the lines on both sides of me. The gap between each side and the line was a lot more narrow than what I'm used to seeing. So I was like, no wonder the guy was freaked out about me possibly hitting him after I got in there and noticed that. It was like you got to be practically straight on with your spot and centered before even trying to go into it, or you're at risk of hitting somebody. So because of that, generally I try to avoid stopping at the Petro and Kingman. Kingman, whatever. Because now I have that concern. If I'm an experienced driver and good at backing, and I had that kind of a problem, just imagine how much easier it is for somebody who doesn't know what they're looking for or what they're doing to try to back into a spot next to me like that. And like, whoa, no, I'm not going to do that. Alright, Sylvia, yeah, you go one space in front of you and then swing left and then right, and you want to be 4 or 5 feet away from the truck. Yeah, now there are different methods and techniques you can use. My preferred technique is never steer right when you're backing. Set yourself up so the tractor and trailer are offset and positioned in just the right way where you can just go straight with the tractor, and then let the trailer roll and rotate its own way in there. And then once you feel like you have the right amount of rotation for it to just kind of catch right into the center of the spot, then follow it with left turn. Not max left turn necessarily, just enough to get it rotating where it needs to. And then once you can chase it down and not have any more worry about chasing it down so much that your trailer quits rotating but it's still pointing at the guy in your blind side, then chase it down. But now that's always a tricky one. So that's why I don't really care about if someone, you can't get in a spot without a pull-up. So I can get in there without an accident. And I may not have the most driving experience in the world, but I have 4 years now, and I'm over 500,000 miles of total driving experience. And guess what? 0 accidents of any kind. No DOT accidents, no backing accidents, no nothing that's ever been reported that I've ever had to report. So a lot of these guys can't say that. So yeah, you can get into a spot I can get into a spot without a pull-up too, but I'm more concerned about kind of getting in there without hitting somebody. So I don't really give a shit if I have to do a pull-up or 2 or even 3 sometimes to get in there correctly. You can see some of my backings when I do either my live feeds or occasionally the backing compilations where I'm running off my dash cam with the compilation, recorded stuff. You're gonna see that sometimes I do multiple pull-ups to fix my setup. It's not a problem at all. Just get it in there safely. Talking about to set it up, but I may have it backwards. It's right and then left for setup. Yeah, right and then left for setup. Now, there's different techniques with that too. Some people will go from a right, will turn right and then turn harder, like longer right, and then they'll go hard left, right from the right turn. I'm a little bit different. I like to I go hard right, and then once I have about a trailer length gap in front of me to work with, then I'll steer straight and go across the lane, all the way across the lane, and then I'll steer hard left until I'm either parallel with the lane or not too far off. Maybe favoring going away, pointing away from or pointing toward the trucks when I'm looking forward that are across the lane. So that way when I'm going backward, my drive tires are gradually working their way a little further and further away from that line. Let me explain this. Okay. Especially because I know I got drivers, people on here who are wanting to get into trucking, and and then in Sylvia, of course, trying to get back in, getting back into it pretty soon here. All right, so let's just say this is the lane you have to work with. Let's say your spots are down here on the bottom. Doesn't matter where the position is. Let's say this is the row of trucks that is across the lane from you. Okay, if your truck is pointing like that, if you're able to make the left turn, on your setup without hitting anybody, and your truck ends up like that, then there's a pretty good chance when you start backing up, if you just go straight back with the tractor, you can go into a left turn going backward and not worry about hitting anybody going backward either. However, let's go. If you're pointed more like that, let's see, I'll just make a little box thing, just so you know which side's the front and back. Who really cares? I'm not an artist. I'm just trying to explain, so you know which way it is now. Okay, see, the drive tires are a certain distance away from the the end of the row, or the obstacles there that might be there. Now, when you're pointed the direction that you are right there, the drive tires are going to get even closer. And in order for you to get the drive tires away from them, you have to get your steer tires even closer to whatever's over there than your drive tires already are. And if you don't have room to work with for your steer tires, you're going to have no room to get your drive tires to move away from there either. So that's why one of my setup correction techniques is to try to get the tractor, just whatever I can to try to get the drive tires gradually away, whether it's pulling forward and a hard left and then hard right. Let's just say, so maybe my trailer's already squared up with the hole, and it's even partially in. I'll go hard left and then hard right to try to get my tractor from pointing like that to more like that, where it's starting to see, my steer tires in that situation are closer to the obstacles than my drive tires are. So even if I drive straight back with no steering at all, my drive tires are going to gradually get further and further away from whatever those obstacles are. So they'll get, if there's only like maybe a 5-foot gap between me and them, if I'm angled that way, if I come back, I can make the angle, I can make the gap more like maybe 6 or 7 foot difference. And then if I have to pull forward, so what? Go hard left forward and hard right forward, and then it keeps my drive tires as far away as I can, and then still set myself up, and I eventually get more and more angle out of the tractor. So it might be like that at first, and then the next time it might be like that, next time like that. And the more I get the tractor angled, the more room I have to work with as well, and the more quickly the drive tires will get away from whatever that obstacle is. So that's something that'll help you guys out who want help, any kind of tips on backing. All right. There's another guy who's going to try to back in the same way that the other truck did. He's got that other trailer on the other side of him. So he's going to have to worry about his tractor running out of space over there. And with his tandem's way out there, so they're trying to get away with doing straight back setups there. And he's doing the same thing now. He's realizing he's not going to get into the spot because his tractor's going to get interfered with by that Panther truck over there. So that's why he did the exact same thing. He changed the setup, moving further over. That way he can get his tractor rolling, moving more in that direction, and get the get the tandems to move. I hope Crete knows that this guy's trying to back up. See, now the key there is that his trailer's going toward the hole at a better angle than it was originally. So his original setup, his trailer was pointed at a more of a, we'd just say like a 45-ish angle away from the spot. Now he's coming in and it's more at like a freaking Crete. You don't even know if that guy over there is going to need that space still. But, I don't know, maybe he'll be all right. Because now Crete's tractor could end up getting into interfering with the space that the other guy might need for his setup corrections. I always assume that somebody's going to need setup corrections until they've signaled that either they signal, hey, go ahead and go by me, or they wait for you to go by before they do the correction, or as I'll sometimes do, also wait till I hear their parking brakes set. And once I hear the parking brake set, then I know they're done, and then I'll go ahead and go by. Until then, I'm going to assume they're still going to need setup corrections. Or if they look like they're close enough and they have far enough room to go back, I'll go ahead and go by them if there's a lot of space, between them and the back of their spot, and I think they can reach the back of the spot. All right, so again, that's why I like to show a lot of these backings. You can't really see a hell of a lot from this view, but anything can help, and you can monkey see, monkey do. One of my favorite backing techniques is using what's called a U-turn setup. I do have some here on my channel. I almost never see sleeper cab drivers doing them though, and I don't know why, because it's not hard to figure out. It's actually a very easy backing setup to do if you have room to do it. And some of the people I've trained who I taught to do that actually love it so much that that's like their preferred way to set up a backing. Where you're setting up, where you're approaching something from the blind side, and then same normal thing when you get one spot past your spot. Hard left turn, and basically do an entire U-turn so your tractor's facing the tractor's facing the exact opposite, and then you go that way until the trailer is pointing, or at least the way I do it. When I can see the front end of the trailer or the truck, whatever, it's 2 spots over from the one that I want, that's about when I stop, and then I'll use varying amounts of left. When I come backward, I'll use varying amounts of left steering input with that to get the trailer right in there. Works great if you've done the setup correctly. Very easy to do, and several people I've taught to do that freaking love it. Why I don't ever see sleeper cab drivers doing it in a lot of situations where they could be doing it, I don't know, and I think it's because they don't pay attention to anything. It's like, how do you think I figured this out? There are certain things I figure out on my own, but I'm going to say that that's not one of them. How I learned that is by watching yard jockeys and day cab drivers doing it. And I see, oh, that's how they do this or that. All you have to do is sit here and watch people. You can learn something, even if you don't know what exactly they're doing. You might figure out something that, you might be able to figure out that hey, I can do something a little more easily if I use some technique I see this particular driver doing. All right, Matt said you made it to Cheyenne, 680 miles, hoping to get to Idaho by tomorrow. Nice. Matt, Cody Shehorn, he just picked up his load in Hayburn. He's going to be swapping it for an empty with a guy in Ogden. And then he'll be heading back out to, he'll be doing a 10-hour break there. And then he'll be going from there out to Washington. He doesn't have a reload yet, but they're going to send him to Washington for his reload. So there's a possibility you could run into him out that way. If you're going out that direction, where's your load going, Matt? You going to Washington also? Because you might be able to meet up with him. Unwith your eyes and ears. Yes. Yeah, and then just enough to get the job done is not good enough. You can, especially if you're a door swinger. I cannot stress this enough. You can never get too much backing practice as a door swinger. If you don't like to back, door swinging is not the side of trucking that is right for you. Maybe, even tankers and even flatbed and tankers, you still have to back into spots and truck spots, but now you don't have the tail swing to worry about anymore with those, because they have fixed tandems and they're always at the back of the trailer usually, except certain flatbeds where flatbeds usually have a lot of times the split axle tandems, but sometimes the rear tandems are, you still have tail swing. So even to some extent, you still have to learn how to get decent at backing in a pulling flatbed. That's something else that'd be good for you, Marvin. I think in a lot of the customers, the precision is not necessary for a lot of the backings and flatbedding, but when you're at truck stops, you still have that. It's just, you're not going to get as much experience with backing as you will with, say, somebody who does tri-van or reefer. Where we might have tandems all the way back, or might have tandems all the way forward, or somewhere in between, and then the amount of tail swing and how the trailer reacts to your inputs and stuff, it's different depending on how that's all arranged. So you're going to Auburn. So, yeah, you should be able to, I think you're going to run into him somewhere, possibly. He's in 4109 Alpha, if I remember right. I don't know if he's still watching. I think he's driving to Ogden right now. So, might want to get maybe hook up with him, see if you guys want to meet up somewhere. So if you're in Cheyenne, let's see, it's 360-ish. Yeah, you should be able to get into Idaho tomorrow, because it's, let's see, it's only 30 miles, it's about 150 miles across from the from the Wyoming and Utah border to the Utah and Idaho border on 84. Because it's 196 miles across I-80 and Utah, but then it's the 168 mile markers where I-84 and I-80 meet up. So it's just under 30 miles away. And then it's 120 miles from 84 and 80 interchange to I-80, 84 where Utah and Wyoming, or Utah and Idaho meet up. Yeah. That's something else too, where you guys, when you're in a certain area enough, try to memorize this stuff, because then you can figure out, even without using a GPS, how far away am I from somewhere. Now, like Matt right there, he's in Cheyenne. I know that he's around the 360-ish, 370. It depends on where exactly in Cheyenne he stopped. If he's at the truck stops that are along I-80, he's probably around the 370-ish, 365 to 370 neighborhood. If he's at the truck stops off of I-25, just south of I-80, then it's probably going to be more like 360 or so. So we'll just say about 370, and then 120-ish from Wyoming to Idaho. That'd be 490. And then, yeah, just say Matt wants to run a 600-mile shift. Yeah, just right at 600. That'd be 110 miles into Idaho, when I think it's 275 or something like that across Idaho before you get into Oregon. So that, yeah, and then I'd know that'd put me, if I was planning on a 600-mile shift, to get somewhere around the 160 or so mile marker, which I believe is the Twin Falls area. Somewhere in that Twin Falls, Jerome, somewhere in that ballpark. So right at 600, I know Twin Falls and Jerome is definitely doable for Matt. Assuming that the road conditions are okay in Wyoming. So, and see, I don't even need a GPS to figure that out. That's what you just call getting experience with how far is it across certain areas before you hit something else, whether it's an interstate that you were expecting to hit, or the end of a state before you go to another state. These can all be very helpful for you. And so, like I said, I don't need GPS to figure out that Matt is about 600 miles away from the Twin Falls, Idaho area. And if he wants to get even further than that, let's say he can run 700 miles, possibly. It is possible to do that in his truck and in the area that he's at. That can put him around the 60-mile marker, which is not quite to Boise. And he could definitely get to Mountain Home, which is around the 99 or something, 90 something mile mark, 95, something like that. I forget. So these all help you out, especially if you find that you're always in a certain area, and then you already know exactly how far you're away. And what do I need the stupid GPS for? I know where I'm going, and I know how far away I am. It's just using basic math skills there. Not to say I have a problem with people using GPS. Just people rely on it too much blindly, and I'm very much against that. I say, as long as you get your job done without problem, that's not my problem. But the way I would never train someone to do that. I'd always train someone, know where the hell you're going, do your trip planning. Why do I have this notepad? Because I can write down on here the turn-by-turn directions that I'm expecting to find, and then if I want to use GPS, if that GPS doesn't match what I have written, then I go by what I have written and say to hell with the GPS. Or if you have a GPS that you can reprogram, I'm not expert on that with how they do that. Make sure that it actually routes you the exact same way that you're trip planning, where you're not telling it to figure out a route for you. Figure out your own route, and then then go ahead and have it try to route you, and just see how different it is from what you came up with on your own. Now that's an effective way, and then you'll learn a lot more too. You'll learn the roads a lot more. You'll probably learn the exit numbers and stuff a lot faster, and people will actually respect and admire you more too when you know this kind of stuff. Because damn, how do you know that? Well, because I'm always in the area. I'm always looking at this exit. Like, so I-17 and on I-40 going across, into Flagstaff. I can tell you that I-17's off exit 195. It's just I go through there enough. But it's also paying attention to signs and all that. It's and the more. Now I'm not going to memorize stuff that's in Misha's area, like Chicago or Wisconsin necessarily so much, or even more so in the East Coast, because I'm in the East Coast even less than I'm in Misha's area. But at least, but particularly in the areas where I tend to be more frequently, it can help me out a lot. Okay, Anthony, if you don't train them, they will complain. Document daily what you teach them so it doesn't come back and bite you. Excellent advice there, Anthony, because some of you guys may become trainers if you guys are not already drivers. Some of you guys I know are drivers but don't want to train, and I don't blame you. But anybody who's already a driver, or a future driver who's might be interested in possibly becoming a trainer for the better pay and all that, there's a lot to learn there too as a trainer. Not just, you might know how to do something yourself, but you might not know how to teach somebody to do it. Two totally different things. Your communication skills and the wording you use and all that can make a big, big difference. And everybody has you sometimes will find that you can't train one person the same way you train someone else. Alright, and also, with documentation too, like with what Anthony said there, that was a regular thing I always did. I always made sure my training people knew, hey, I trained this person, I went over this and that, at least every week, if not more often. Hey, I went over this with this person, and they had a problem with this or that. I had to stop them from having an accident. Or I'd actually have a backing log where I'd show what truck stop or customer or whatever, how many were done, what kind of backing it was, and all that. I had a whole log of that. So if I ever had to add a trainee, which I have seen people do before, not to me but to other people, say they never got taught how to back, or they only did maybe a few. Okay, well, I got documented proof that I also sent to the training people that I did a ton of backings with you, so you can't possibly tell them that I didn't train you how to back, because they already have my backing log showing that I've already done 25 backings with you, and that's a lot. Over the course of a 3 or 4 week period, because my normal thing was on the OTR side, do a backing when you do your 30-minute break, and then do another backing when you switch seats, ideally. if nothing else, if not also with the customers. So yeah, that would be ideal, where you should be able to do that, but it's not always possible when you're on a trainee truck, especially if it's a higher speed load like what a lot of mine were. A lot of times, it just go to the fuel island. We'll have to do a quick changeover there, and then because we don't have time to screw all around. Anytime I had time and there was actually open spots to work with, though, yeah, it was always going to do a backing. You have to get better at backing. I don't care. You can never do too many backing practices. What else? The documentation is a big part of it too, because there are a lot of times when trainees make accusations about the trainers. But if the trainer's doing a really good job of documenting everything they're doing and sending it to the training people, well, guess what? You got no leg to stand on. Now you're proven to be a freaking liar. And if you complain about the trainer and they know that you're lying and that you're a problem child, then they can just say bye. You're done with our company. And it's and you end up being responsible for whatever for paying for the CDL school if you can't complete the contract. Alright, Mish, I only did 3 backs in 6 weeks of training. Ouch. Yuck. My trainer said I didn't need training. Damn. LOL, so I'm guessing there was some sarcasm in there, or I don't know, or maybe what backings you did see you do he was comfortable enough with, or whatever. But I know there are a lot of trainers that just use people as a cash cow, or mile mule as we call them, and all they care about is getting paid and not really doing their jobs, unfortunately. That was one of the problems at Sea or England, is a lot of people don't have there's not a good quality control program there to make sure the trainers are actually doing their jobs correctly, or that even if they are doing them correctly, are the trainees actually picking up on what they're supposedly learning or supposed to be learning. And that's what I think. If I had my own trucking company and a training program, that would definitely be an integral part of it. I'm gonna do quality checks on both the trainer and the trainee, make sure that, hey, I spent 20 years in aircraft maintenance. We always had quality control there, quality assurance. A lot of times they'd sit there and watch us do our work to make sure we were doing it correctly and safely. So I'll probably bring that right into the trucking industry and make sure what is Decker doing. I'm trying to figure out what the hell he was up to there. Alright. Take advantage of it when you can. The more backing in tight spaces, yard docks, etc., the better driver you will make, in my opinion. Yes, I agree, Anthony. But I do say don't go into tight spots if you don't need to. If it's not an absolute necessity, try to avoid them if you can. Too much risk of you hitting somebody else, and then also, even if you are in there safely, there's too much risk of somebody else hitting you. So I always recommend stay away from those. If not absolutely necessary. Okay, Mish. One was at Dole in Springfield, Ohio, small docks. One at Loves in Maryland. One was a blindside in Concordia, Missouri. He didn't need to see any more. Okay. So he saw enough to think that you already knew what you were doing. Maybe just had to teach you the setup process, and that was it. Ice is fishing. Look, hey, Decker, you can turn off your right turn signal and go back to your four-ways if you want. I think there's all kinds of space in there between Hummer and Panther, because there was nobody over there on my side of Panther before Hummer got there. He's got all kinds of room there. He gave me verbal setups and I followed them exactly. Yeah, that helps a lot too when you got a trainee who actually listens to, literally to everything and has really good communication feedback with you. Yeah, I was at the Petrol in Sparks, and here's another thing. I always like to praise trainers who are actually doing their jobs and getting out of the truck and effectively teaching their trainees. I don't care who they drive for. They can be Sierra England, Swift, whoever. If I see they're doing their job correctly, then they usually deserve praise, because a lot of them don't. I wish he taught me how not to flip it. Yeah, you're not going to live that one down, are you? But you know what? It wasn't as bad as it could have been, like you were saying, and yeah, he's mostly in there. It's not as bad as you were saying. You know, it didn't cause as much damage or whatever as it could have, in a lot of rollover situations, and you learned something valuable from it. That's priceless, or invaluable, to learn something useful from that. Now that is my mantle to carry, Super Flipper. I can see why you were a trainer of patience. Yeah, some of these people, I had a couple people I really had a hard time with. One guy, I couldn't stand his attitude. I wanted to kick him off my truck after the first week he was on my truck, because he's always whining about this or that. He argued with me once about whether or not he ran a stop sign in Beaver, Utah. So I'm sitting there in the passenger seat. What do you think I'm looking at? I'm not necessarily looking at the traffic over there coming from the left. I'm looking at the front of your truck and the limit line and everything else. I can see that your truck did not stop. And I told him, hey, once you got through the turn, just make sure you don't do that again, because it's an automatic fill. If you get if I do a weekly eval on you, it's an automatic fill. Same with when you get when you go to do your end of training upgrade, they do an eval on you. If they see you doing that, it's an automatic fill, no matter what. And then he's trying to argue with me about whether or not he stopped. I did two stop. Like, no, you didn't. I was looking I was watching the entire time. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Don't argue with me. And he was just getting a little indignant about it and all that. And like, dude, just when I tell you didn't stop, you didn't stop. Period. End of discussion. And I ended up getting into arguments, like heated arguments with him a couple times. One time he had to send the dispatcher, our dispatcher, his actually compliance, a copy of his CDL, because they have to have it on record. They have to have a copy of it there. But I guess when he sent the email, it showed up fine in his picture what he actually took, and then when he sent it to them, I guess it came out blurry for whatever reason on their end, so they couldn't work with it. So then they requested through our DM, hey, can you have them resend it? And we're in Pennsylvania. Actually, Mish, I think we had just picked up one of those, the Mars load over there in Pennsylvania, the one we were just talking about yesterday. What's the hell's the name of that town? The one that's just south of I-80 on I-81. Picked up over there, and I remember I had an argument with him getting on the freeway there. And he'd always have some smart-ass thing to say, too, and I got irritated about it, and we started blah, blah, blah. And he's one of those guys who just, talks over the top of me. Yeah, Hazelton. He would talk over the top of me. He didn't want to listen for shit. I'm like, okay. I was about ready to kick him off the truck at the Pilot right over there, just west of where those two interstates meet up. Because I was we had to stop and scale a load there, and I seriously wanted to kick him out of my truck right there. Actually, I wanted to get out of the passenger seat and just knock him, hit him as hard as I possibly could while he's driving my truck, and knock his ass out. But it was a screwed up Pilot. Because anybody who's up that way or might be familiar, it's not a very big Pilot, and then there's that kind of throughway, whatever. The fuel islands are over here, and some of the parking spots, if I remember right. And then over here on the other side is the lane you come through, or this little road, whatever it is where the Catskill is. And the Catskill's a pain in the ass to get on. And then Yeah, now jiu-jitsu is my thing, so I like to choke people, or especially use like shoulder locks and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not against using my fist too if I have to. And that's how much he was pissing me off. I seriously wanted to beat his ass, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna lose my job or my freedom over this piece of shit. So I ended up, he can run his mouth all he wants. I just kind of went into silent mode. And he's even saying stupid shit like, "Oh, that's real. You just give me a silent treatment. That's real mature, Scott." Like, and I was so tempted. Like, yeah, it actually is mature, because what I really want to do is what a stupid idiot, stupid immature moron like you would do. It's like, yeah, because the thing that I really want to do would get me put in jail and make me lose my job. And I'm sorry, you're not worth it to me. I'm not going to lose my job or my freedom over a fucking piece of shit like you. Well, much as I want to freaking destroy your ass, no, sorry. I value my, having some professionalism and keeping my freedom and my family taken care of more than some dumbass like him. So, but man, I was so pissed. Wanted to kick him off. Actually, I ended up, I think I picked him up the same night that I dropped Sylvia off, if I remember right. Sylvia, are you still on here? You remember the guy I'm talking about, I think? Because I think you met him when he was getting on the truck and you were getting off. This was in, over there by you, Mish, over by where the Indiana-Illinois line is. There's a Red Roof Inn over there. Right over there by the Indiana-Illinois line. You remember which one it is? Yeah, maybe you might know. I don't know. It's not in Hammond. I want to say it's on the Illinois side, just on the other side of Hammond. But yeah, if I remember right, I dropped Sylvia off at the same time I was picking this guy up, and it's barely even on my truck, and he's complaining about my Kmart. I remember there's a lot across the street. It was on a small, like a loop kind of road, and I remember there were some hotels, some other hotels on whatever that street is on the east end of the loop. Lansing, Illinois. That might be it. Yeah, it might have been Lansing. I forget the name of the town, but I know it's right there by the Indiana-Illinois border. But yeah, I dropped her off and picked this guy up at the same time, and I'm still on my shift, so I'm getting moving. Bob Evans might have been one, I don't know. It was just east of whatever that main thoroughfare is, whatever that exit was I was off of. But yeah, he's in the passenger seat, and barely even half an hour in, he's already bitching about how they didn't teach him any, this or that stuff in CDL school. I'm like, yeah, that's not their responsibility to. That's mine. It's like their job is to only teach you how to pass the DMV mandated test. And that's my job to teach you this and that, whatever stuff that he was talking about. Just relax, man. You got 4 weeks, 3.5, 4 weeks, you're going to be on my truck, more possibly. And this guy sucked at backing too. He didn't like to back either, and he kind of bitched every time I make him do a back. I'm like, sorry, you're going to be on my truck, you're going to learn how to back. But his backing skills were never any good, even when he got all of his hours in that he needed. As much as I wanted him off my truck as quickly as possible, it's like, I'm not going to sign off on this guy. I don't like his backing skills. I had to tell my DM he's not ready. His backing skills are not there. And he ended up staying on my truck for a good 200 hours. And then it got to a point where they told me you have to drop him off, whether he's ready or not. If he's not ready, if he's not there yet, and if his backing skills are not there, then we'll skills eval him for his upgrade. And then basically, if they do the upgrade eval on him, and he doesn't do good on that, then they have the background, they have the backing there with my reports and all that to fire him, disqualify him because he's not picking up on it. He ended up actually passing the eval somehow. I don't know if he's even in trucking still. It sounded like he was not going to really stay in very long. When I remember I talked to him begrudgingly after he was already off my truck. I didn't want to have anything to do with that guy, but whatever. And I was the one guy I had the biggest issue with. I had a female driver from Washington I had problems with. Yeah, actually, she tried to get off my truck at the TA in Morris, Illinois once, and started asking other England trucks over there if she could get on their truck. I'm like, yeah, good luck. And none of them were able to or whatever. And it doesn't work that way anyway. Like, well, so be it. And she had kind of a bit of a fiery personality. And get two people with, and I'm the same way, where I can be totally professional, but if you start getting a little shit attitude with me, oh yeah, I can be a complete asshole to you. No problem at all. So, I don't know. I had to stop her like 4 different times, if I remember right, from having an accident, a turning around curve accident. And she actually did put the tandems on a barrier and on an on-ramp over there in Kansas City. That was one I should have kicked her off my truck a long time before, and she couldn't even figure out where the hell South Carolina was in relation to Utah. Because she ended up, I was trying so hard to stay awake, going down US 6 and 191 from Spanish Fork, Utah down to Green River, Utah to get on I-70 eastbound. But I had already been up so long, we just picked up a load there in Springville, Utah. And I was at least going to try and get over to I-70 before I go just take some kind of a nap. I couldn't make it. It was like, I have to get off. I have to go back there and get some rest. And I knew we were far enough on 191 and 6 that, okay, at some point in time. And of course you would think, well, who the hell doesn't know where South Carolina is on a map? Really? And then on top of that, how do you not know which way is north and south, east and west, whatever, when you're looking at a map? Apparently some people don't, which included her. So she gets down on 6 and 191, ends up getting to I-70. I'm in the back, out cold, and I feel the truck going through a long, sweeping right curve. I'm like, that doesn't feel right now, because my body knows what it's expecting, and I could tell that she was probably getting on the westbound I-70. I'm like, so I opened my Google Maps up, and sure enough, yep, she's going on the westbound side. And I opened the curtain, and hey, you're going the wrong way. I don't know which way to go. I'm like, which way South Carolina? I don't have any idea. Really? How do you not know where the hell South Carolina is in relation to Utah? Did you flunk geography in class or something? I mean, at least U.S. geography. I can understand if you don't know where a certain country is in another continent or whatever, but come on. At least have some kind of basic idea where certain states are in the U.S. Even if you don't know exactly where that, you usually have at least some kind of an idea where about they are. And yeah, exactly. So okay, you're in a west northwest kind of state, and you're going to a state that's in the southeast. You think every highway you should be hitting should be either an east direction highway or a south direction highway? I think so. So I could not believe that. And then I remember we were going on once I was away, going on I-70. It's night, and she was having a hard time seeing the lines because her vision was that bad, and she was using her brights a lot, even when there was traffic coming the other way. So I had to tell her, look, you can't do that. You can't be driving with your brights on, and if you can't see, then maybe you shouldn't be on the truck. You get your eyeglass, get an eyeglass prescription that'll help you out. And I remember, I think she had glasses where she could see okay there, but she couldn't even read whatever was down here on the instrument panel. I'm like, she got some really screwed up eyes, and it's like, that should have been another thing. Hey, I think there's a safety concern here. If you can't see what you're doing, and you will have to drive at night sometimes, maybe this isn't the right place for you. I know North and South Carolina are on the East Coast, correct? Yeah, there you go. See? ICE isn't even from the U.S., and she knows where the hell they are. South Carolina's next to Georgia. Yeah, so we got Florida down there in the bottom right corner, looking on a map. Right above Florida is Georgia. And then right above Georgia on the coast there is South Carolina. And then just north of South Carolina on the coast, again, is North Carolina. So, I mean, somebody who's not even from the U.S. even knows that, or about where it's at. And how is somebody who's from the U.S. not know something like this? It just boggles my mind how ignorant some people can be. You leave Atlanta going east and we'll go right into it. Yes. Scott, I am guessing a Mr. Know-It-All trainee would not make it out of the yard with you, especially when the first 6 things you show him or her, they say, I know this. Not necessarily. Now, if they can prove, they show me that they know what they're talking about, or, whatever, hey, you're right. Hey, absolutely. It'd make my job even easier if you already know certain things, but... And I'm all for it. If you can make my job easier and making money, oh, hell yeah, you're more than welcome on my truck. I don't care if you're a know-it-all. But don't be a know-it-all who really doesn't know what you're talking about. And sometimes it does happen, I guess. I didn't really I don't think I had any like that, except for that one woman I was talking about earlier on the Walmart fleet. She tried to dictate to me how she was going to do the rest of her hours before her upgrade. I'm like, oh, contraire, mon frere. I got dash cam footage of this whole backing that I tried to get you to do here in Barstow, and the hard time you were giving me about it, and how you can see that I was trying to do my job. This video is here on my YouTube, so I might have to pull it up and point it because connections here, but these drivers are not. Yeah, I got a slow connection here. It's not going to work out. So, if you want to find that video, it is here on my YouTube. I want to say it's like Trainee Hates Backing or something along that line. It was a female driver. She didn't want. I was trying to help. She had basic backing skills, okay, because she had 5 years of prior driving experience, but she had a 10-year break and was never any good at backing. And so I was like, okay, well, her driving skills were just fine. I had no problem with the way her driving habits were. That part was easy. But it's like, okay, if you suck at backing, then I'm going to teach you the backing part. Even if the only thing I can teach you is the setups. But she kept butchering every setup that I tried to help her with, which was not very often. I got a chance to, and then she tried to dictate, oh, I'm just going to do this or that, whatever, and then be done. And like, oh, you really think so, huh? Okay, well, in my opinion, you're in the wrong place. If you don't want to do backings, why are you pulling, well, yeah, I was in the Walmart fleet, so we didn't have swinging doors. We had roll-up doors, but we had to do a lot more backings with those trailers than a regular OTR driver would. And, so I think some of you guys were on earlier. I talked about this. Might already did hear this, but yeah, I let our training, the fleet training person and our trainee hates backing. Gonna watch it. Be right back. Okay, yeah. Now you can see me out there outside the truck watching her and talking to some other guy, and I'm also trying to give her little tips at times, and then she just let me do what I got to do. But she's not listening to me. Okay, who's the trainer? I don't care what your experience is. You're gonna listen to me, whether you like it or not. And at the end of the video, she's like trying to tell me like she's gonna do this or that. I'm like, oh, okay, so I can sit there and yell or whatever, argue. What good's that going to do? Like, I'm just going to be professional. It's on dash cam footage anyway. It's got the audio. And you can hear that I just didn't say a word. She went on, left the truck to do her 30-minute break. And then while she's doing that, I'm pulling my dash cam footage and putting it on my tablet and saving it and uploading it. Then I sent it to our training person in the fleet, as well as our account manager, and said, hey, when I get up to Salt Lake City, because the load was going up to the Salt Lake City area. And I remembered I think I delivered in Murray, Utah, which is a quiet hour store up there. So yeah, normally Sam's Clubs you only deliver in the middle of the night. But this particular Sam's Club, because their apartment's right behind the docks, they have a quiet hour requirement there. So you can't show up there until like 7 in the morning. So I think I delivered there, and then when I was done there, I was like, okay, I'm going straight to the Salt Lake City terminal and dropping this woman off, because she's not going to stay on my truck. If she's going to have that kind of attitude, then she doesn't need to be on my truck. So yeah, I had emailed all this information to the training person and the account manager, which is the top person in the fleet. And when she saw the video and and my description of all the stuff, she's like, "Oh, please do get rid of her. We do too many backings here." And then also, hey, you can see I was being totally professional, and that she was the one being difficult. And I was the third trainer she had. She had 2 other trainers before me, and she had issues with both of them. So someone was talking. Was it this morning or yesterday's stream? We were having the same conversation. So, and someone did have something about that. Say something about that, whatever. Okay, gonna watch it after stream. Yeah, and I probably will go ahead and end the stream here so you guys can go ahead and enjoy that, and I can run in and do whatever. Plan on getting some sleep before I get up in the morning. There's a reason the trainer is there. They are op drivers and teachers. Yes. Now, I was one of those weird cases though where a lot of these trainers, especially at England and them, tend to have very little experience. I don't really concern myself too much with what experience a driver has. As a trainer, I concern myself with I think that's my airbags deflating or something. I actually kind of felt just a slight bit of like the truck like tilting back down like that a little bit. It's kind of weird. And it's a matter like, okay, you can be a totally like 10, 20-year experienced driver, but then what kind of training did you get? And then what kind of bad habits do you have? What kind of bad habits are you going to teach the person? So just because you have experience doesn't mean that you're going to be a good trainer. And then, like in my situation, I had a really good trainer, and I had a lot of, just basic driving habits that I thought were really good as it was. And my trainer had 19 plus years of experience. He'll be even the first to tell you that I was the easiest guy he ever trained. And I was like, damn, you're gonna make my job super easy. I learned a lot. Yeah, I'm a sponge. I learned everything I could from him. I learned everything I could from the CDL school. I learned everything else I did from whatever experiences I was picking up. Some of them were not good, and some of them were good. Thankfully I didn't have any accidents, but I learned a lot. I figured out a lot, and I listen to a lot of people. I read a lot of posts or comments from people, and I can tell bullshit from serious advice, and even if it's from a stranger. And that had a lot to do with my development as a driver. And I take my job seriously. Sylvia and Cody can both attest to that. Western Express wanted me to become a trainer after 6 months. I was like, fuck no. Matt, I had the same experience with CR England. My DM kept telling me you'd make a great trainer. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know that I have enough experience, and I don't know that I'm really ready to do something like that. But mind you, I had a great DM. He was the best DM they had there, and he's also a former driver himself. So he's definitely one of those, you can't bullshit the guy, and he knows a lot about both being the guy behind the seat and the guy behind the computer. He taught me a ton on that end. You gonna run over the curb? Yep, you sure did run over the curb, you dumbass. I was hoping he'd go even further and hit the frickin' hit the fire extinguisher over there. So I could tell by the way he was starting his turn early and cutting in a little early that I was like, yeah, his times are gonna definitely go over the curb. Sure enough, he did. Alright, that's why I picked you out as a trainer. Yeah, now, speaking of that, Sylvia, she and I first met through one of the CR England groups on Facebook. She didn't even have her driver's license yet, her CDL yet. She went into, because she knew she was going to go to Cedar, England. And before she even went to CDL school, she was in the group asking a bunch of questions, or, and like, and I like people like that, because if I see that you're that enthusiastic about getting your license and you want to learn everything you can, like I did myself, I want someone who's hungry to learn like that. I want those kind of people on my truck. And so I told Sylvia, hey, when you get done with your CDL school, let me know, and then I'll see if I can get a load over to whatever. I think you were in, I forget, what school did you go to? Was it I picked you up in, was it Illinois? I don't remember where I picked you up at. But yeah, I got it set up where, I got dealt with the placement coordinator, asked her, hey, when I drop this person off, can I go ahead and pick Sylvia up as my next trainee, because I know she's ready, and I want to train her, she wants me to train her, and they could work out. So, and I was able to do that. Salt Lake, okay, but he picked me up in Burns Harbor. No, I didn't pick you up in Burns Harbor. I picked you up, well, I'd never actually been to Burns Harbor. I probably picked you up at the South Holland Yard in Illinois. I remember I dropped you off at the Red Roof Inn Hotel there, and right there by the Illinois-Indiana border, where I picked the other guy up. Smith and Solomon. Ice, can you train me, Scott? I will pay you in beer and close to... I think my actual training days are over for now, but I don't know, maybe at some point in time I might be interested in where I can run on my own and run my own loads at my own speed or something. I might be open to doing that. Warm beer and candles. You picked me up in Indiana. Yeah, I wasn't at Burns Harbor though, because I've never been to Burns Harbor. I had to have been somewhere else. That I don't remember if I picked you up at the Red Roof Inn right there by the border, or in South Holland, or what, or somewhere else in the general area. But anyway, not really important though. There was another hotel in not Burns Harbor, but right there along I-80. I think it was in Indiana, over by Portage or somewhere, like off exit 5. There was a hotel there that the England drivers used to use, and it's right next to a titty bar, if I remember right. Maybe that was where I picked you up at. I don't remember. I had to meet you at a parking lot because you were low on hours. Oh, okay. So come to find out, during the demo of Burns Harbor, one of the England boys had a mistress staying on property. She had a condo on the second floor of the terminal with private entrance. Interesting. And private elevator. Damn. You wouldn't think some Mormons like the Englands would do something like that. Oh, bullshit. Wow. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and go offline here. Maybe get me a light bite to eat or something, and let you guys get a chance to go watch that video I'm talking about. It's called Trainee Hates Backing. I believe has been. I think Ben had already verified that's what it says, what it's called. So yeah, just search for that. You can watch it and see the experience I had with her. Yeah, she ended up getting off my truck that same day, or at the end of that load. So, alright guys, we had a nice turnout again today, over 20 people for a good chunk of the time, and I even saw it get up to 30 briefly, maybe even 31, something like that. So always great seeing this kind of turnout, and I hope some of you guys who are newer, because I don't know how many are lurking, or new and soon-to-be drivers, or even Marvin, who actually did have actually comment with some questions. All for that. And so I try to keep that assumption in mind, that some of you guys watching and lurking are soon-to-be drivers who might be watching me to try to learn some new things from me. So, all right, guys, appreciate it again. I'll be back online around about 4 or so in the morning Central Time. somewhere in that ballpark. So I'll see you all then, hopefully. Okay, take care, guys.